Section 1 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. A History of Our Own Times from the Accession of Queen Victoria to the General Election of 1880, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. Chapter 1. The King is Dead. Long Live the Queen, Part 1. Before 2:30 on the morning of June 20th, 1837, William IV was lying dead in Windsor Castle, while the messengers were already hurrying off to Kensington Palace to bear to his successor her summons to the throne. The illness of the king had been but short, and at one time, even after it had been pronounced alarming, it seemed to take so hopeful a turn that the physicians began to think it would pass harmlessly away. But the king was an old man even when he came to the throne, and when the dangerous symptoms again exhibited themselves, their warning was very soon followed by fulfilment. The death of King William may be fairly regarded as having closed an era of our history. With him, we may believe, ended the reign of personal government in England. William was indeed a constitutional king in more than mere name. He was, to the best of his lights, a faithful representative of the constitutional principle. He was as far in advance of his two predecessors in understanding and acceptance of the principle as his successor has proved herself beyond him. Constitutional government has developed itself gradually, as everything else has done in English politics. The written principle and code of its system it would be as vain to look for as for the British Constitution itself. King William still held to and exercised the right to dismiss his ministers when he pleased, and because he pleased. His father had held to the right of maintaining favourite ministers in defiance of repeated votes of the House of Commons. It would not be easy to find any written rule or declaration of constitutional law pronouncing decisively that either was in the wrong. But in our day we should believe that the constitutional freedom of England was outraged, or at least put in the extremest danger, if a sovereign were to dismiss a ministry at mere pleasure, or to retain it in despite of the expressed wish of the House of Commons. Virtually, therefore, there was still personal government in the reign of William IV. With his death, the long chapter of its history came to an end. We find it difficult now to believe that it was a living principle, openly at work among us, if not openly acknowledged, so lately as in the reign of King William. The closing scenes of King William's life were undoubtedly characterized by some personal dignity. As a rule, sovereigns show that they know how to die. Perhaps the necessary consequence of their training, by virtue of which they come to regard themselves always as the central figures in great state pageantry, is to make them assume a manner of dignity on all occasions when the eyes of their subjects may be supposed to be on them, even if the dignity of bearing is not the free gift of nature. The manners of William IV had been, like those of most of his brothers, somewhat rough and overbearing. He had been an unmanageable naval officer. He had again and again disregarded or disobeyed orders, and at last it had been found convenient to withdraw him from active service altogether and allow him to rise through the successive ranks of his profession by a merely formal and technical process of ascent. In his more private capacity he had, when younger, indulged more than once in unseemly and insufferable freaks of temper. He had made himself unpopular while Duke of Clarence by his strenuous opposition to some of the measures which were especially desired by all the enlightenment of the country. He was, for example, a determined opponent of the measures for the abolition of the slave trade. He had wrangled publicly in open debate with some of his brothers in the House of Lords, and words had been interchanged among the royal princes which could not be heard in our day, even in the hottest debates of the more turbulent House of Commons. But William seems to have been one of the men whom increased responsibility improves. He was far better as a king than as a prince. he proved that he was able at least to understand that first duty of a constitutional sovereign which, to the last day of his active life, his father, George III, never could be brought to comprehend, that the personal predilections and prejudices of the king must sometimes give way to the public interest. Nothing perhaps in life became him like to the leaving of it. His closing days were marked by gentleness and kindly consideration for the feelings of those around him. When he awoke on June 18th, he remembered that it was the anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. He expressed a strong, pathetic wish to live over that day, even if he were never to see another sunset. He called for the flag which the Duke of Wellington always sent him on that anniversary, and he laid his hand upon the eagle which adorned it, and said he felt revived by the touch. He had himself attended since his accession the Waterloo banquet, but this time the Duke of Wellington thought it would perhaps be more seemly to have the dinner put off, and sent accordingly to take the wishes of his Majesty. The king declared that the dinner must go on as usual, and sent to the Duke a friendly, simple message, expressing his hope that the guests might have a pleasant day. He talked in his homely way to those about him, his direct language seeming to acquire a sort of tragic dignity from the approach of the death that was so near. He had prayers read to him again and again, and called those near to him to witness that he had always been a faithful believer in the truths of religion. He had his dispatch boxes brought to him, and tried to get through some business with his private secretary. It was remarked with some interest that the last official act he ever performed was to sign with his trembling hand the pardon of a condemned criminal. Even a far nobler reign than his would have received new dignity if it closed with a deed of mercy. When some of those around him endeavoured to encourage him with the idea that he might recover and live many years yet, he declared with a simplicity which had something oddly pathetic in it that he would be willing to live 10 years yet for the sake of the country. The poor king was evidently under the sincere conviction that England could hardly get on without him. His consideration for his country, whatever whimsical thoughts it may suggest, is entitled to some at least of the respect which we give to the dying groan of a Pitt or a Mirabeau, who fears with too much reason that he leaves a blank not easily to be filled. Young Royal Tory breeks, William had been jocularly called by Robert Burns 50 years before, when there was yet a popular belief that he would come all right and do brilliant and gallant things, and become a stout sailor in whom a seafaring nation might feel pride. He disappointed all such expectations, but it must be owned that when responsibility came upon him, he disappointed expectations anew in a different way, and was a better sovereign, more deserving of the complimentary title of Patriot King, than even his friends would have ventured to anticipate. There were eulogies pronounced upon him after his death in both Houses of Parliament as a matter of course. It is not necessary, however, to set down to mere court homage or parliamentary form some of the praises that were bestowed on the dead king by Lord Melbourne and Lord Brougham and Lord Grey. A certain tone of sincerity, not quite free perhaps from surprise, seems to run through some of these expressions of admiration. They seem to say that the speakers were at one time or another considerably surprised to find that after all William really was able and willing on grave occasions to subordinate his personal likings and dislikings to considerations of state policy and to what was shown to him to be for the good of the nation. In this sense, at least, he may be called a patriot king. We have advanced a good deal since that time, and we require somewhat higher and more positive qualities in a sovereign now to excite our political wonder. But we must judge William by the reigns that went before, and not the reign that came after him, and with that consideration borne in mind, we may accept the panegyric of Lord Melbourne and Lord Grey, and admit that on the whole he was better than his education, his early opportunities, and his early promise. William IV, third son of George III, had left no children who could have succeeded to the throne, and the crown passed therefore to the daughter of his brother, fourth son of George, the Duke of Kent. This was the Princess Alexandrina Victoria, who was born at Kensington Palace on May 24th, 1819. The princess was therefore at this time little more than 18 years of age. The Duke of Kent died a few months after the birth of his daughter, and the child was brought up under the care of his widow. She was well brought up, both as regards her intellect and her character. Her training was excellent. She was taught to be self-reliant, brave, and systematical. Prudence and economy were inculcated on her as though she had been born to be poor. One is not generally inclined to attach much importance to what historians tell us of the education of contemporary princes or princesses, but it cannot be doubted that the Princess Victoria was trained for intelligence and goodness. The death of the King of England has everywhere caused the greatest sensation. Cousin Victoria is said to have shown astonishing self-possession. She undertakes a heavy responsibility, especially at the present moment when parties are so excited and all rest their hopes on her. These words are an extract from a letter written on July 4th, 1837, by the late Prince Albert, the Prince Consort of so many happy years. The letter was written to the Prince's father from Bonn. The young Queen had indeed behaved with remarkable self-possession. There is a pretty description which has been often quoted, but which will bear citing once more, given by Miss Wynne, of the manner in which the young sovereign received the news of her accession to the throne. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Howley, and the Lord Chamberlain, the Marquis of Conyngham, left Windsor for Kensington Palace, where the Princess Victoria had been residing, to inform her of the King's death. It was 2 hours after midnight when they started, and they did not reach Kensington until 5 o'clock in the morning. They knocked, they rang, they thumped for a considerable time before they could rouse the porter at the gate. They were again kept waiting in the courtyard, then turned into one of the lower rooms, where they seemed forgotten by everybody. They rang the bell and desired that the attendant of the Princess Victoria might be sent to inform Her Royal Highness that they requested an audience on business of importance. After another delay, and another ringing to inquire the cause, the attendant was summoned, who stated that the princess was in such a sweet sleep that she could not venture to disturb her. Then they said, "We are come on business of state to the Queen, and even her sleep must give way to that." It did, and to prove that she did not keep them waiting, in a few minutes she came into the room in a loose white nightgown and shawl, her nightcap thrown off, and her hair falling upon her shoulders, her feet in slippers, tears in her eyes, but perfectly collected and dignified. The Prime Minister, Lord Melbourne, was presently sent for, and a meeting of the Privy Council summoned for 11 o'clock, when the Lord Chancellor administered the usual oaths to the Queen, and Her Majesty received in return the oaths of allegiance of the Cabinet Ministers and other Privy Councillors present. Mr. Greville, who is usually as little disposed to record any enthusiastic admiration of royalty and royal personages as Humboldt or Van Hagen van Enza could have been, has described the scene in words well worthy of quotation. "The King died at 20 minutes after 2 yesterday morning, and the young Queen met the Council at Kensington Palace at 11. Never was anything like the first impression she produced, or the chorus of praise and admiration which is raised about her manner and behaviour, and certainly not without justice. It was very extraordinary, and something far beyond what was looked for. Her extreme youth and inexperience, and the ignorance of the world concerning her, naturally excited intense curiosity to see how she would act on this trying occasion, and there was a considerable assemblage at the palace, notwithstanding the short notice which was given. The first thing to be done was to teach her her lesson, which for this purpose Melbourne had himself to learn. She bowed to the lords, took her seat, and then read her speech in a clear, distinct, and audible voice, and without any appearance of fear or embarrassment. She was quite plainly dressed and in mourning. After she had read her speech and taken and signed the oath for the security of the Church of Scotland, the Privy Councillors were sworn, the 2 royal dukes first by themselves, and as these 2 old men, her uncles, knelt before her, swearing allegiance and kissing her hand, I saw her blush up to the eyes, as if she felt the contrast between their civil and their natural relations, and this was the only sign of emotion which she evinced. Her manner to them was very graceful and engaging. She kissed them both, and rose from her chair, and moved towards the Duke of Sussex, who was farthest from her, and too infirm to reach her. She seemed rather bewildered at the multitude of men who were sworn, and who came one after another to kiss her hand, but she did not speak to anybody, nor did she make the slightest difference in her manner, or show any in her countenance to any individual of any rank, station, or party. I particularly watched her when Melbourne and the ministers, and the Duke of Wellington and Peel approached her. She went through the whole ceremony, occasionally looking at Melbourne for instruction when she had any doubt what to do, which hardly ever occurred, and with perfect calmness and self-possession, but at the same time with a graceful modesty and propriety particularly interesting and ingratiating. Sir Robert Peel told Mr. Greville that he was amazed at her manner and behaviour, at her apparent deep sense of her situation, and at the same time her firmness. The Duke of Wellington said in his blunt way that if she had been his own daughter he could not have desired to see her perform her part better. At 12, says Mr. Greville, she held a council, at which she presided with as much ease as if she had been doing nothing else all her life, and though Lord Lansdowne and my colleague had contrived between them to make some confusion with the council papers, she was not put out by it. She looked very well, and though so small in stature and without much pretension to beauty, the gracefulness of her manner and the good expression of her countenance give her on the whole a very agreeable appearance, and with her youth inspire an excessive interest in all who approach her, and which I can't help feeling myself. In short, she appears to act with every sort of good taste and good feeling, as well as good sense, and as far as it has gone, nothing can be more favourable than the impression that she has made, and nothing can promise better than her manner and conduct do, though Mr. Greville somewhat superfluously adds, it would be rash to count too confidently upon her judgment and discretion in more weighty matters. The interest or curiosity with which the demeanour of the young Queen was watched was all the keener because the world in general knew so little about her. Not merely was the world in general thus ignorant, but even the statesmen and officials in closest communication with court circles were in almost absolute ignorance. According to Mr. Greville, whose authority, however, is not to be taken too implicitly, except as to matters which he actually saw, the young Queen had been privately kept in such seclusion by her mother, never, he says, having slept out of her bedroom, nor been alone with anybody but herself and the Baroness Lehzen, that not one of her acquaintance, none of the attendants at Kensington, not even the Duchess of Northumberland, her governess, have any idea what she is or what she promises to be. There was enough in the court of the two sovereigns who went before Queen Victoria to justify any strictness of seclusion which the Duchess of Kent might desire for her daughter. George IV. was a Charles II. Without the education or talents. William IV. was a Frederick William of Prussia without the genius. The ordinary manners of the society at the court of either had a full flavour, to put it in the softest way, such as a decent tap-room would hardly exhibit in a time like the present. No one can read even the most favourable descriptions given by contemporaries of the manners of those two courts without feeling grateful to the Duchess of Kent for resolving that her daughter should see as little as possible of their ways and their company. It was remarked with some interest that the Queen subscribed herself simply Victoria, and not, as had been expected, Alexandrina Victoria. Mr. Greville mentions in his diary of December 24, 1819, that the Duke of Kent gave the name of Alexandrina to his daughter in compliments to the Emperor of Russia. She was to have had the name of Georgiana, but the Duke insisted upon Alexandrina being her first name. The Regent sent for Lieven, the Russian ambassador, husband of the famous Princess de Lieven, and made him a great many compliments en le persiflant, on the Emperor's being godfather, but informed him that the name of Georgiana could be second to no other in this country, and therefore she could not bear it at all. It was a very wise choice to employ simply the name of Victoria, around which no ungenial associations of any kind hung at that time, and which can have only grateful associations in the history of this country for the future. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. The King is Dead. Long Live the Queen. Part 2. It is not necessary to go into any formal description of the various ceremonials and pageantries which celebrated the accession of the new sovereign, the proclamation of the Queen, her appearance for the first time on the throne in the House of Lords when she prorogued Parliament in person, and even the gorgeous festival of her coronation which took place on June 28th in the following year, 1838, may be passed over with a mere word of record. It is worth mentioning, however, that at the coronation procession one of the most conspicuous figures was that of Marshal Soult, Duke of Dalmatia, the opponent of Moore and Wellington in the Peninsula, the commander of the Old Guard at Lutzen, and one of the strong arms of Napoleon at Waterloo. Soult had been sent as ambassador extraordinary to represent the French government and people at the coronation of Queen Victoria, and nothing could exceed the enthusiasm with which he was received by the crowds in the streets of London on that day. The white-haired soldier was cheered wherever a glimpse of his face or figure could be caught. He appeared in the procession in a carriage, the frame of which had been used on occasions of state by some of the princes of the House of Condé, and which Soult had had splendidly decorated for the ceremony of the coronation. Even the Austrian ambassador, says an eyewitness, attracted less attention than Soult, although the dress of the Austrian Prince Esterhazy, down to his very boot heels, sparkled with diamonds. The comparison savours now of the ridiculous, but is remarkably expressive and effective. Prince Esterhazy's name in those days suggested nothing but diamonds. His diamonds may be said to glitter through all the light literature of the time. When Lady Mary Wortley Montagu wanted a comparison with which to illustrate excessive splendour and brightness, she found it in Mr. Pitt's diamonds. Prince Esterhazy's served the same purpose for the writers of the early years of the present reign. It was therefore perhaps no very poor tribute to the stout old moustache of the Republic and the Empire to say that at a London pageant his war-worn face drew attention away from Prince Esterhazy's diamonds. Soult himself felt very warmly the genuine kindness of the reception given to him. Years after, in a debate in the French Chamber, when M. Guizot was accused of too much partiality for the English alliance, Marshal Soult declared himself a warm champion of that alliance. "I fought the English down to Toulouse," he said, "when I fired the last cannon in defence of the national independence. In the meantime I have been in London, and France knows the reception which I had there." The English themselves cried "Vive Soult!" They cried "Soult for ever!" I had learned to estimate the English on the field of battle. I have learned to estimate them in peace, and I repeat that I am a warm partisan of the English alliance. History is not exclusively made by cabinets and professional diplomatists. It is highly probable that the cheers of a London crowd on the day of the Queen's coronation did something genuine and substantial to restore the good feeling between this country and France and efface the bitter memory of Waterloo. It is a fact well worthy of note amid whatever records of court ceremonial and of political change, that a few days after the accession of the Queen, Mr. Montefiore was elected Sheriff of London, the first Jew who had ever been chosen for that office, and that he received knighthood at the hands of Her Majesty when she visited the city on the following Lord Mayor's Day. He was the first Jew whom royalty had honoured in this country since the good old times when royalty was pleased to borrow the Jew's money or order instead the extraction of his teeth. The expansion of the principle of religious liberty and equality, which has been one of the most remarkable characteristics of the reign of Queen Victoria, could hardly have been more becomingly inaugurated than by the compliment which sovereign and city paid to Sir Moses Montefiore. The first signature attached to the Act of Allegiance presented to the Queen at Kensington Palace was that of her eldest surviving uncle, Ernest, Duke of Cumberland. The fact may be taken as an excuse for introducing a few words here to record the severance that then took place between the interests of this country, or at least the reigning family of these realms, and another state, which had for a long time been bound up together in a manner seldom satisfactory to the English people. In the whole history of England, it will be observed that few things have provoked greater popular dissatisfaction than the connection of a reigning family with the crown or rulership of some foreign state. There is an instinctive jealousy on such a point, which, even when it is unreasonable, is not unnatural. The sovereign of England had better be sovereign of England and of no foreign state. Many favourable auspices attended the accession of Queen Victoria to the throne. Some, at least, of these were associated with her sex. The country was in general disposed to think that the accession of a woman to the throne would somewhat clarify and purify the atmosphere of the court. It had another good effect as well, and one of a strictly political nature. It severed the connection which had existed for some generations between this country and Hanover. The connection was only personal, the successive kings of England being also by succession sovereigns of Hanover. The crown of Hanover was limited in its descent to the male line, and it passed on the death of William IV to his eldest surviving brother, Ernest, Duke of Cumberland. The change was in almost every way satisfactory to the English people. The indirect connection between England and Hanover had at no time been a matter of gratification to the public of this country. Many cooler and more enlightened persons than honest Squire Western had viewed with disfavour, and at one time with distrust, the division of interests which the ownership of the two crowns seemed almost of necessity to create in our English sovereigns. Besides, it must be owned that the people of this country were not by any means sorry to get rid of the Duke of Cumberland. Not many of George III's sons were popular. The Duke of Cumberland was probably the least popular of all. He was believed by many persons to have had something more than an indirect or passive or innocent share in the Orange plot, discovered and exposed by Joseph Hume in 1835, for setting aside the claims of the young Princess Victoria and putting himself, the Duke of Cumberland, on the throne, a scheme which its authors pretended to justify by the preposterous assertion that they feared the Duke of Wellington would otherwise seize the crown for himself. His manners were rude, overbearing, and sometimes even brutal. He had personal habits which seemed rather fitted for the days of Tiberius or for the court of Peter the Great than for the time and sphere to which he belonged. Rumour not unnaturally exaggerated his defects, and in the mouths of many his name was the symbol of the darkest and fiercest passions and even crimes. Some of the popular reports with regard to him had their foundation only in the common detestation of his character and dread of his influence, but it is certain that he was profligate, selfish, overbearing, and quarrelsome. A man with these qualities would usually be described in fiction as at all events bluntly honest and outspoken, but the Duke of Cumberland was deceitful and treacherous. He was outspoken in his abuse of those with whom he quarrelled, and in his style of anecdote and jocular conversation, but in no other sense. The Duke of Wellington, whom he hated, told Mr. Greville that he once asked George IV why the Duke of Cumberland was so unpopular, and the king replied, "Because there never was a father well with his son, or husband with his wife, or lover with his mistress, or friend with his friend, that he did not try to make mischief between them." The first thing he did on his accession to the throne of Hanover was to abrogate the constitution which had been agreed to by the estates of the kingdom and sanctioned by the late William IV. "Radicalism," said the king, writing to an English nobleman, "has been here all the order of the day, and all the lower classes appointed to office are more or less imbued with these laudable principles, but I have cut the wings of this democracy." He went, indeed, pretty vigorously to work, for he dismissed from their offices 7 of the most distinguished professors of the University of Göttingen, because they signed a protest against his arbitrary abrogation of the constitution. Among the men thus pushed from their stools were Gervinus, the celebrated historian and Shakespearean critic, at that time professor of history and literature; Ewald, the Orientalist and theologian; Jacob Grimm, and Frederick Dahlmann, professor of political science. Gervinus, Grimm, and Dahlmann were not merely deprived of their offices, but were actually sent into exile. The exiles were accompanied across the frontier by an immense concourse of students, who gave them a triumphant geleit in true student fashion, and converted what was meant for degradation and punishment into a procession of honour. The offence against all rational principles of civil government in these arbitrary proceedings on the part of the new king was the more flagrant because it could not even be pretended that the professors were interfering with political matters outside their province, or that they were issuing manifestos calculated to disturb the public peace. The University of Göttingen at that time sent a representative to the Estates of the kingdom, and the protest to which the 7 professors attached their names was addressed to the Academical Senate, and simply declared that they would take no part in the ensuing election because of the suspension of the constitution. All this led to somewhat serious disturbances in Hanover, which it needed the employment of military forces to suppress. It was felt in England that the mere departure of the Duke of Cumberland from this country would have made the severance of the connection with Hanover desirable, even if it had not been in other ways an advantage to us. Later times have shown how much we have gained by the separation. It would have been exceedingly inconvenient, to say the least, if the crown worn by a sovereign of England had been hazarded in the war between Austria and Prussia in 1866. Our reigning family must have seemed to suffer indignity if that crown had been roughly knocked off the head of its wearer, who happened to be an English sovereign, and it would have been absurd to expect that the English people could engage in a quarrel with which their interests and honour had absolutely nothing to do, for the sake of a mere family possession of their ruling house. Looking back from this distance of time and across a change of political and social manners far greater than the distance of time might seem to explain, it appears difficult to understand the passionate emotions which the accession of the young queen seems to have excited on all sides. Some influential and prominent politicians talked and wrote as if there were really a possibility of the Tories attempting a revolution in favour of the Hanoverian branch of the royal family, as if some such crisis had again come round as that which tried the nation when Queen Anne died. On the other hand, there were heard loud and shrill cries that the Queen was destined to be conducted by her constitutional advisers into a precipitate pathway leading straight down into popery and anarchy. The Times insisted that the anticipations of certain Irish Roman Catholics respecting the success of their warfare against Church and State, under the auspices of these not untried ministers, into whose hands the all but infant Queen has been compelled by her unhappy condition to deliver herself and her indignant people, are to be taken for nothing and as nothing but the chimeras of a band of visionary traitors. The Times even thought it necessary to point out that for Her Majesty to turn Papist, to marry a Papist, or in any manner follow the footsteps of the Coburg family, whom these incendiaries describe as Papists, would involve an immediate forfeiture of the British crown. On the other hand, some of the radical and more especially Irish papers talked in the plainest terms of Tory plots to depose or even to assassinate the Queen and put the Duke of Cumberland in her place. O'Connell, the great Irish agitator, declared in a public speech that if it were necessary he could get 500,000 brave Irishmen to defend the life, the honour, and the person of the beloved young lady by whom England's throne is now filled. Mr. Henry Grattan, the son of the famous orator and like his father a Protestant, declared at a meeting in Dublin that if Her Majesty were once fairly placed in the hands of the Tories, I would not give an orange peel for her life. He even went on to put his rhetorical declaration into a more distinct form. If some of the low miscreants of the party got round Her Majesty and had the mixing of the royal bowl at night, I fear she would have a long sleep. This language seems almost too absurd for sober record, and yet was hardly more absurd than many things said on what may be called the other side. A Mr. Bradshaw, Tory member for Canterbury, declared at a public meeting in that ancient city that the sheet anchor of the Liberal ministry was the body of Irish papists and Rapparees whom the priests returned to the House of Commons. These are the men who represent the bigoted savages, hardly more civilized than the natives of New Zealand, but animated with a fierce, undying hatred of England. Yet on these men are bestowed the countenance and support of the Queen of Protestant England, for, alas, Her Majesty is Queen only of a faction, and is as much of a partisan as the Lord Chancellor himself. At a Conservative dinner in Lancashire, a speaker denounced the Queen and her ministers on the same ground so vehemently that the Commander-in-Chief addressed a remonstrance to some military officers who were among the guests at this excited banquet, pointing out to them the serious responsibility they incurred by remaining in any assembly when such language was uttered and such sentiments were expressed. No one, of course, would take impassioned and inflated harangues of this kind on either side as a representative of the general feeling. Sober persons all over the country must have known perfectly well that there was not the slightest fear that the young Queen would turn a Roman Catholic, or that her ministry intended to deliver the country up as a prey to Rome. Sober persons everywhere, too, must have known equally well that there was no longer the slightest cause to feel any alarm about a Tory plot to hand over the throne of England to the detested Duke of Cumberland. We only desire, in quoting such outrageous declarations, to make more clear the condition of the public mind, and to show what the state of the political world must have been when such extravagance and such delusions were possible. We have done this partly to show what were the trials and difficulties under which Her Majesty came to the throne, and partly for the mere purpose of illustrating the condition of the country and of political education. There can be no doubt that all over the country passion and ignorance were at work to make the task of constitutional government peculiarly difficult. A vast number of the followers of the Tories in country places really believed that the Liberals were determined to hurry the sovereign into some policy tending to the degradation of the monarchy. If any cool and enlightened reasoner were to argue with them on this point and endeavour to convince them of the folly of ascribing such purposes to a number of English statesmen whose interests, position, and honour were absolutely bound up with the success and the glory of the state, the indignant and unreasoning Tories would be able to cite the very words of so great and so sober-minded a statesman as Sir Robert Peel, who in his famous speech to the electors of Tamworth promised to rescue the Constitution from being made the victim of false friends, and the country from being trampled under the hoof of a ruthless democracy. If, on the other hand, a sensible person were to try to persuade hot-headed people on the opposite side that it was absurd to suppose the Tories really meant any harm to the freedom and the peace of the country and the security of the succession, he might be invited, with significant expression, to read the manifesto issued by Lord Durham to the electors of Sunderland, in which that eminent statesman declared that in all circumstances, at all hazards, be the personal consequences what they may, he would ever be found ready, when called upon, to defend the principles on which the constitution of the country was then settled. We know now very well that Sir Robert Peel and Lord Durham were using the language of innocent metaphor. Sir Robert Peel did not really fear much the hoof of the ruthless democracy. Lord Durham did not actually expect to be called upon, at any terrible risk to himself, to fight the battle of freedom on English soil. But when those whose minds had been bewildered and whose passions had been inflamed by the language of the times on the one side and that of O'Connell on the other, came to read the calmer and yet sufficiently impassioned words of responsible statesmen like Sir Robert Peel and Lord Durham, they might be excused if they found rather a confirmation than a refutation of their arguments and their fears. The truth is that the country was in a very excited condition, and that it is easy to imagine a succession of events which might at a moment have thrown it into utter confusion. At home and abroad, things were looking ominous for the new reign. To begin with, the last 2 reigns had on the whole done much to loosen not only the personal feeling of allegiance, but even the general confidence in the virtue of monarchical rule. The old plan of personal government had become an anomaly, and the system of a genuine constitutional government, such as we know, had not yet been tried. The very manner in which the Reform Bill had been carried, the political stratagem which had been resorted to when further resistance seemed dangerous, was not likely to exalt in popular estimate the value of what was then gracefully called constitutional government. Only a short time before, the country had seen Catholic emancipation conceded, not from a sense of justice on the part of ministers, but avowedly because further resistance must lead to civil disturbance. There was not much in all this to impress an intelligent and independent people with a sense of the great wisdom of the rulers of the country, or of the indispensable advantages of the system which they represented. Social discontent prevailed almost everywhere. Economic laws were hardly understood by the country in general. Class interests were fiercely arrayed against each other. The cause of each man's class filled him with a positive fanaticism. He was not a mere selfish and grasping partisan, but he sincerely believed that each other class was arrayed against his, and that the natural duty of self-defense and self-preservation compelled him to stand firmly by his own. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, Statesmen and Parties, Part 1. Lord Melbourne was the first minister of the Crown when the Queen succeeded to the throne. He was a man who then and always after made himself particularly dear to the Queen, and for whom she had the strongest regard. He was of kindly, somewhat indolent nature, fair and even generous toward his political opponents, of the most genial disposition toward his friends. He was emphatically not a strong man. He was not a man to make good grow where it was not already growing, to adopt the expression of a great author. Long before that time his eccentric wife, Lady Caroline Lamb, had excused herself for some of her follies and frailties by pleading that her husband was not a man to watch over anyone's morals. He was a kindly counsellor to a young queen, and happily for herself, the young queen in this case had strong, clear sense enough of her own not to be absolutely dependent on any counsel. Lord Melbourne was not a statesman. His best qualities, personal kindness and good nature apart, were purely negative. He was, unfortunately, not content even with the reputation for a sort of indolent good nature which he might have well deserved. He strove to make himself appear hopelessly idle, trivial, and careless. When he really was serious and earnest, he seemed to make it his business to look like one in whom no human affairs could call up a gleam of interest. He became the fanfaron of levities, which he never had. We have amusing pictures of him as he occupied himself in blowing a feather or nursing a sofa cushion while receiving an important and perhaps highly sensitive deputation from this or that commercial interest. Those who knew him insisted that he really was listening with all his might and main, that he had sat up the whole night before studying the question which he seemed to think so unworthy of any attention, and that so far from being like Horace, wholly absorbed in his trifles, he was at very great pains to keep up the appearance of a trifler. A brilliant critic has made a lively and amusing attack on this alleged peculiarity. If the truth must be told, says Sidney Smith, our Viscount is somewhat of an impostor. Everything about him seems to betoken careless desolation. Anyone would suppose from his manner that he was playing at chuck farthing with human happiness, that he was always on the heel of pastime, that he would giggle away the Great Charter and decide by the method of teetotum whether my lords the bishops should or should not retain their seats in the House of Lords. All this is but the mere vanity of surprising and making us believe that he can play with kingdoms as other men can with ninepins. I am sorry to hurt any man's feelings and to brush away the magnificent fabric of levity and gaiety he has reared, but I accuse our minister of honesty and diligence. I deny that he is careless or rash. He is nothing more than a man of good understanding and good principle, disguised in the eternal and somewhat wearisome affectation of a political roue. Such a masquerading might perhaps have been excusable or even attractive in the case of a man of really brilliant and commanding talents. Lookers-on are always apt to be fascinated by the spectacle of a man of well-recognized strength and force of character playing for a moment the part of an indolent trifler. The contrast is charming in a brilliant Prince Hal or such a Sardanapalus as Byron drew. In our own time a considerable amount of the popularity of Lord Palmerston was inspired by the amusing antagonism between his assumed levity and his well-known force of intellect and strength of will. But in Lord Melbourne's case the affectation had no such excuse or happy effect. He was not by any means a Palmerston. He was only fitted to rule in the quietest times. He was a poor speaker, utterly unable to encounter the keen penetrating criticisms of Lyndhurst or the vehement and remorseless invectives of Brougham. Debates were then conducted with a bitterness of personality unknown, or at all events very rarely known in our days. Even in the House of Lords, language was often interchanged of the most virulent hostility. The rushing impetuosity and fury of Brougham's style had done much then to inflame the atmosphere, which in our days is usually so cool and moderate. It probably added to the warmth of the attacks on the ministry of Lord Melbourne that the Prime Minister was supposed to be an especial favourite with the young Queen. When Victoria came to the throne, the Duke of Wellington gave frank expression to his feelings as to the future of his party. He was of opinion that the Tories would never have any chance with a young woman for sovereign. "I have no small talk," he said, "and Peel has no manners." It had probably not occurred to the Duke of Wellington to think that a woman could be capable of as sound a constitutional policy and could show as little regard for personal predilections in the business of government as any man. All this, however, only tended to embitter the feeling against the Whig government. Lord Melbourne's constant attendance on the young Queen was regarded with keen jealousy and dissatisfaction. According to some critics, the Prime Minister was endeavouring to inspire her with all his own gay heedlessness of character and temperament. According to others, Lord Melbourne's purpose was to make himself agreeable and indispensable to the Queen, to surround her with his friends, relations, and creatures, and thus to get a lifelong hold of power in England, in defiance of political changes in parties. It is curious now to look back on much that was said in the political and personal heats and bitternesses of the time. If Lord Melbourne had been a French mayor of the palace, whose real object was to make himself virtual ruler of the state and to hold the sovereign as a puppet in his hands, there could not have been a greater anger, fear, and jealousy. Since that time we have all learned on the very best authority that Lord Melbourne actually was himself the person to advise the Queen to show some confidence in the Tories, to hold out the olive branch a little to them, as he expressed it. He does not appear to have been greedy of power, or to have used any unfair means of getting or keeping it. The character of the young sovereign seems to have impressed him deeply. His real or affected levity gave way to a genuine and lasting desire to make her life as happy and her reign as successful as he could. The Queen always felt the warmest affection and gratitude for him, and showed it long after the public had given up the suspicion that she could be a puppet in the hands of a minister. Still, it is certain that the Queen's Prime Minister was by no means a popular man at the time of her accession. Even observers who had no political or personal interest whatever in the conditions of cabinets were displeased to see the opening of the new reign so much, to all appearance, under the influence of one who either was or tried to be a mere lounger. The deputations went away offended and disgusted when Lord Melbourne played with feathers or dandled sofa cushions in their presence. The almost fierce energy and strenuousness of a man like Brougham showed in overwhelming contrast to the happy-go-lucky airs and graces of the Premier. It is likely that there was quite as much of affectation in the one case as in the other, but the affectation of a devouring zeal for the public service told at least far better than the other in the heat and stress of debate. When the new reign began, the Ministry had two enemies or critics in the House of Lords of the most formidable character. Either alone would have been a trouble to a minister of far stronger mould than Lord Melbourne, but circumstances threw them both for the moment into a chance alliance against him. One of these was Lord Brougham. No stronger and stranger a figure than his is described in the modern history of England. He was gifted with the most varied and striking talents, and with a capacity for labour which sometimes seemed almost superhuman. Not merely had he the capacity for labour, but he appeared to have a positive passion for work. His restless energy seemed as if it must stretch itself out on every side, seeking new fields of conquest. The study that was enough to occupy the whole time and wear out the frame of other men was only recreation to him. He might have been described as one possessed by a very demon of work. His physical strength never gave way. His high spirits never deserted him. His self-confidence was boundless. He thought he knew everything and could do everything better than any other man. He delighted in giving evidence that he understood the business of the specialist better than the specialist himself. His vanity was overweening, and made him ridiculous almost as often and as much as his genius made him admired. The comic literature of more than a generation had no subject more fruitful than the vanity and restlessness of Lord Brougham. He was beyond doubt a great parliamentary orator. His style was too diffuse and sometimes too uncouth to suit a day like our own, when form counts for more than substance, when passion seems out of place in debate, and not to exaggerate is far more the object than to try to be great. Brougham's action was wild and sometimes even furious. His gestures were singularly ungraceful. His manners were grotesque. But of his power over his hearers there could be no doubt. That power remained with him until a far later date, and long after the years when men usually continued to take part in political debate, Lord Brougham could be impassioned, impressive, and even overwhelming. He was not an orator of the highest class. His speeches have not stood the test of time. Apart from the circumstances of the hour and the personal power of the speaker, they could hardly arouse any great delight or even interest, for they are by no means models of English style, and they have little of that profound philosophical interest, that pregnancy of thought and meaning, that splendour of eloquence which make the speeches of Burke always classic, and even in a certain sense always popular among us. In truth, no man could have done with abiding success all the things which Brougham did successfully for the hour. On law, on politics, on literature, on languages, on science, on art, on industrial and commercial enterprise, he professed to pronounce with the authority of a teacher. If Brougham knew a little of law, said O'Connell, when the former became Lord Chancellor, he would know a little of everything. The anecdote was told in another way, too, which perhaps makes it even more piquant. The new Lord Chancellor knows a little of everything in the world, even of law. Brougham's was an excitable and self-asserting nature. He had during many years shown himself an embodied influence, a living, speaking force in the promotion of great political and social reforms. If his talents were great, if his personal vanity was immense, let it be said that his services to the cause of human freedom and education were simply inestimable. As an opponent of slavery in the colonies, as an advocate of political reform at home, of law reform, of popular education, of religious equality, he had worked with indomitable zeal, with resistless passion, and with splendid success. But his career passed through two remarkable changes, which to a great extent interfered with the full efficacy of his extraordinary powers. The first was when from popular tribune and reformer he became Lord Chancellor in 1830. The second was when he was left out of office on the reconstruction of the Whig ministry in April 1835, and he passed for the remainder of his life into the position of an independent or unattached critic of the measures and policy of other men. It has never been clearly known why the Whigs so suddenly threw over Brougham. The common belief is that his eccentricities and his almost savage temper made him intolerable in a cabinet. It has been darkly hinted that for a while his intellect was actually under a cloud, as people said that of Chatham was during a momentous season. Lord Brougham was not a man likely to forget or forgive the wrong which he must have believed that he had sustained at the hands of the Whigs. He became the fiercest and most formidable of Lord Melbourne's hostile critics. The other opponent who has been spoken of was Lord Lyndhurst. Lord Lyndhurst resembled Lord Brougham in the length of his career and in capacity for work, if in nothing else. Lyndhurst, who was born in Boston the year before the tea ships were boarded in that harbour and their cargoes flung into the water, has been heard addressing the House of Lords in all vigour and fluency by men who were yet far from middle age. He was one of the most effective parliamentary debaters of a time which has known such men as Peel and Palmerston, Gladstone and Disraeli, Bright and Cobden. His style was singularly and even severely clear, direct and pure. His manner was easy and graceful, his voice remarkably sweet and strong. Nothing could have been in greater contrast than his clear, correct, nervous argument and the impassioned invectives and overwhelming strength of Brougham. Lyndhurst had, as has been said, an immense capacity for work when the work had to be done, but his natural tendency was as distinctly toward indolence as Brougham's was toward unresting activity. Nor were Lyndhurst's political convictions ever very clear. By the habitude of associating with the Tories and receiving office from them, and speaking for them, and attacking their enemies with argument and sarcasm, Lyndhurst finally settled down into all the ways of Toryism. But nothing in his varied history showed that he had any particular preference that way, and there were many passages in his career when it would seem as if a turn of chance decided what path of political life he was to follow. As a keen debater, he was perhaps hardly ever excelled in Parliament, but he had neither the passion nor the genius of an orator, and his capacity was narrow indeed in its range when compared with the astonishing versatility and omnivorous mental activity of Brougham. As a speaker he was always equal. He seemed to know no varying moods or fits of mental lassitude. Whenever he spoke, he reached at once the same high level as a debater. The very fact may in itself perhaps be taken as conclusive evidence that he was not an orator. The higher qualities of the orator are no more to be summoned at will than those of the poet. These two men were without any comparison the two leading debaters in the House of Lords. Lord Melbourne had not at that time in the Upper House a single man of first class or even of second class debating power on the bench of the ministry. An able writer has well remarked that the position of the ministry in the House of Lords might be compared to that of a water-logged wreck into which enemies from all quarters are pouring their broadsides. End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, Statesmen and Parties, Part 2. The accession of the Queen made it necessary that a new Parliament should be summoned. The struggle between parties among the constituencies was very animated, and was carried on in some instances with a recourse to manoeuvre and stratagem such as in our time would hardly be possible. The result was not a very marked alteration in the condition of parties, but on the whole the advantage remained with the Tories. Somewhere about this time it may be remarked the use of the word Conservative to describe the latter political party first came into fashion. Mr. Wilson Crocker is credited with the honour of having first employed the word in that sense. In an article in the Quarterly Review some years before, he spoke of being decidedly and conscientiously attached to what is called the Tory, but which might with more propriety be called the Conservative party. During the elections for the new Parliament, Lord John Russell, speaking at a public dinner at Stroud, made allusion to the new name which his opponents were beginning to affect for their party. "If that," he said, "is the name that pleases them, if they say that the old distinction of Whig and Tory should no longer be kept up, I am ready, in opposition to their name of Conservative, to take the name of Reformer, and to stand by that opposition." The Tories or Conservatives, then, had a slight gain as the result of the appeal to the country. The new Parliament, on its assembling, seems to have gathered in the Commons an unusually large number of gifted and promising men. There was something, too, of a literary stamp about it, a fact not much to be observed in parliaments of a date nearer to the present time. Mr. Grote, the historian of Greece, sat for the City of London. The late Lord Lytton, then Mr. Edward Lytton Bulwer, had a seat, an advanced Radical at that day. Mr. Disraeli came then into Parliament for the first time. Charles Buller, full of high spirits, brilliant humour, and the very inspiration of keen good sense, seemed on the sure way to that career of renown which a premature death cuts short. Sir William Molesworth was an excellent type of the school which in later days was called the philosophical Radical. Another distinguished member of the same school, Mr. Roebuck, had lost his seat and was for the moment an outsider. Mr. Gladstone had been already 5 years in Parliament. The late Lord Carlisle, then Lord Morpeth, was looked upon as a graceful specimen of the literary and artistic young nobleman, who also cultivates a little politics for his intellectual amusement. Lord John Russell had but lately begun his career as leader of the House of Commons. Lord Palmerston was Foreign Secretary, but had not even then got the credit of the great ability which he possessed. Not many years before, Mr. Greville spoke of him as a man who had been 20 years in office and never distinguished himself before. Mr. Greville expresses a mild surprise at the high opinion which persons who knew Lord Palmerston intimately were pleased to entertain as to his ability and his capacity for work. Only those who knew him very intimately indeed had any idea of the capacity for governing Parliament and the country which he was soon afterwards to display. Sir Robert Peel was leader of the Conservative party. Lord Stanley, the late Lord Derby, was still in the House of Commons. He had not long before broken definitely with the Whigs on the question of the Irish ecclesiastical establishment, and had passed over to that Conservative party of which he afterwards became the most influential leader and the most powerful parliamentary orator. O'Connell and Shiel represented the eloquence of the Irish National Party. Decidedly, the House of Commons, first elected during Queen Victoria's reign, was strong in eloquence and talent. Only 2 really great speakers have arisen in the 40 years that followed, who were not members of Parliament at that time, Mr. Cobden and Mr. Bright. Mr. Cobden had come forward as a candidate for the borough of Stockport, but was not successful and did not obtain a seat in Parliament until 4 years later. It was only by what may be called an accident that Macaulay and Mr. Roebuck were not in the Parliament of 1837. It is fair to say, therefore, that except for Cobden and Bright, the subsequent 40 years have added no first-class name to the records of parliamentary eloquence. The ministry was not very strong in the House of Commons. Its conditions, indeed, hardly allowed it to feel itself strong, even if it had had more powerful representatives in either house. Its adherents were but loosely held together. The more ardent reformers were disappointed with ministers. The free trade movement was rising into distinct bulk and proportions, and threatened to be formidably independent of mere party ties. The government had to rely a good deal on the precarious support of Mr. O'Connell and his followers. They were not rich in debating talent in the Commons, any more than in the Lords. Sir Robert Peel, the leader of the Opposition, was by far the most powerful man in the House of Commons. Added to his great qualities as an administrator and a parliamentary debater, he had the virtue, then very rare among conservative statesmen, of being a sound and clear financier, with a good grasp of the fundamental principles of political economy. His high, austere character made him respected by opponents as well as by friends. He had not, perhaps, many intimate friends. His temperament was cold, or at least its heat was self-contained. He threw out no genial glow to those around him. He was by nature a reserved and shy man, in whose manners shyness took the form of pompousness and coldness. Something might be said of him like that which Richter said of Schiller. He was to strangers stony, and like a precipice from which it was their instinct to spring back. It is certain that he had warm and generous feelings, but his very sensitiveness only led him to disguise them. The contrast between his emotions and his lack of demonstrativeness created in him a constant artificiality which often seemed mere awkwardness. It was in the House of Commons that his real genius and character displayed themselves. The atmosphere of debate was to him what Macaulay says wine was to Addison, the influence which broke the spell under which his fine intellect seemed otherwise to lie imprisoned. Peel was a perfect master of the House of Commons. He was as great an orator as any man could be who addresses himself to the House of Commons, its ways and its purposes alone. He went as near, perhaps, to the rank of a great orator as anyone can go who is but little gifted with imagination. Oratory has been well described as the fusion of reason and passion. Passion always carries something of the imaginative along with it. Sir Robert Peel had little imagination, and almost none of that passion which in eloquence sometimes supplies its place. His style was clear, strong, and stately, full of various argument and apt illustration, drawn from books and from the world of politics and commerce. He followed a difficult argument home to its utter conclusions, and if it had in it any lurking fallacy, he brought out the weakness into the clearest light, often with a happy touch of humour and quiet sarcasm. His speeches might be described as the very perfection of good sense and high principle, clothed in the most impressive language. But they were something more peculiar than this, for they were so constructed in their argument and their style alike as to touch the very core of the intelligence of the House of Commons. They told of the feelings and the inspiration of Parliament as the ballad music of a country tells of its scenery and its national sentiments. Lord Stanley was a far more energetic and impassioned speaker than Sir Robert Peel, and perhaps occasionally in his later career came now and then nearer to the height of genuine oratory. But Lord Stanley was little more than a splendid parliamentary partisan, even when long after he was Prime Minister of England. He had very little, indeed, of that class of information which the modern world requires of its statesmen and leaders. Of political economy, of finance, of the development and discoveries of modern science, he knew almost as little as it is possible for an able and energetic man to know who lives in the throng of active life and hears what people are talking of around him. He once said good-humouredly of himself that he was brought up in the pre-scientific period. His scholarship was merely such training in the classic languages as allowed him to have a full literary appreciation of the beauty of Greek and Roman literature. He had no real and deep knowledge of the history of the Greek and the Roman people, nor probably did he at all appreciate the great difference between the spirit of Roman and Greek civilization. He had, in fact, what would have been called at an earlier day an elegant scholarship. He had a considerable knowledge of the politics of his time in most European countries, an energetic, intrepid spirit, and with him, as Macaulay well said, the science of parliamentary debate seemed to be an instinct. There was no speaker on the ministerial benches at that time who could for a moment be compared with him. Lord John Russell, who had the leadership of the party in the House of Commons, was really a much stronger man than he seemed to be. He had a character of dauntless courage and confidence among his friends, for boundless self-conceit among his enemies. Everyone remembers Sidney Smith's famous illustrations of Lord John Russell's unlimited faith in his own power of achievement. Thomas More addressed a poem to him at one time when Lord John Russell thought or talked of giving up political life, in which he appeals to "thy genius, thy youth, and thy name," declares that the instinct of the young statesman is the same as the eaglet's to soar with his eyes on the sun, and implores him not to think for an instant thy country can spare such a light from her darkening horizon as thou. Later observers, to whom Lord John Russell appeared probably remarkable for a cold and formal style as a debater, and for lack of originating power as a statesman, may find it difficult to reconcile the poet's picture with their own impressions of the reality. But it is certain that at one time the reputation of Lord John Russell was that of a rather reckless man of genius, a sort of Whig Shelley. He had, in truth, much less genius than his friends and admirers believed, and a great deal more of practical strength than either friends or foes gave him credit for. He became not indeed an orator, but a very keen debater, who was especially effective in a cold, irritating sarcasm which penetrated the weakness of an opponent's argument like some dissolving acid. In the poem from which we have quoted, More speaks of the eloquence of his noble friend as not like those rills from a height, which sparkle and foam and in vapour are o'er, but a current that works out its way into the light through the filtering recesses of thought and of lore. Allowing for the exaggeration of friendship and poetry, this is not a bad description of what Lord John Russell's style became at its best. The thin, bright stream of argument worked its way slowly out, and contrived to wear a path for itself, through obstacles which at first the looker-on might have felt assured it never could penetrate. Lord John Russell's swordsmanship was the swordsmanship of Saladin, and not that of stout King Richard, but it was very effective sword-play in its own way. Our English system of government by party makes the history of Parliament seem like that of a succession of great political duels. Two men stand constantly confronted during a series of years, one of whom is at the head of the government, while the other is at the head of the opposition. They change places with each victory. The conqueror goes into office, the conquered into opposition. This is not the place to discuss either the merits or the probable duration of the principle of government by party. It is enough to say here that it undoubtedly gives a very animated and varied complexion to our political struggles, and invests them indeed with much of the glow and passion of actual warfare. It has often happened that the two leading opponents are men of intellectual and oratorical powers so fairly balanced that their followers may well dispute among themselves as to the superiority of their respective chiefs, and that the public in general may become divided into two schools, not merely political, but even critical, according to their partiality for one or the other. We still dispute as to whether Fox or Pitt was the greater leader, the greater orator. It is probable that for a long time to come the same question will be asked by political students about Gladstone and Disraeli. For many years Lord John Russell and Sir Robert Peel stood thus opposed. They will often come into contrast and comparison in these pages. For the present it is enough to say that Peel had by far the more original mind, and that Lord John Russell never obtained so great an influence over the House of Commons as that which his rival long enjoyed. The heat of political passion afterwards induced a bitter critic to accuse Peel of lack of originality, because he assimilated readily and turned to account the ideas of other men. Not merely the criticism, but the principle on which it was founded was altogether wrong. It ought to be left to children to suppose that nothing is original but that which we make up, as the childish phrase is, out of our own heads. Originality in politics, as in every field of art, consists in the use and application of the ideas which we get or are given to us. The greatest proof Sir Robert Peel ever gave of high and genuine statesmanship was in his recognition that the time had come to put into practical legislation the principles which Cobden and Villiers and Bright had been advocating in the House of Commons. Lord John Russell was a born reformer. He had sat at the feet of Fox. He was cradled in the principles of liberalism. He held faithfully to his creed. He was one of its boldest and keenest champions. He had great advantages over Peel in the mere fact that he had begun his education in a more enlightened school. But he wanted passion quite as much as Peel did, and remained still farther than Peel below the level of the genuine orator. Russell, as we have said, had not long held the post of Leader of the House of Commons when the first Parliament of Queen Victoria assembled. He was still in a manner on trial, and even among his friends, perhaps especially among his friends, there were whispers that his confidence in himself was greater than his capacity for leadership. After the chiefs of ministry and of opposition, the most conspicuous figure in the House of Commons was the colossal form of O'Connell, the great Irish agitator, of whom we shall hear a good deal more. Among the foremost orators of the House at that time was O'Connell's impassioned lieutenant, Richard Lalor Shiel. It is strange how little is now remembered of Shiel, whom so many well-qualified authorities declared to be a genuine orator. Lord Beaconsfield, in one of his novels, speaks of Shiel's eloquence in terms of the highest praise, and disparages Canning. It is but a short time since Mr. Gladstone selected Shiel as one of 3 remarkable illustrations of great success as a speaker, achieved in spite of serious defects of voice and delivery. The other 2 examples being Dr. Chalmers and Dr. Newman. Mr. Gladstone described Shiel's voice as like nothing but the sound produced by a tin kettle battered about from place to place, knocking first against one side and then against another. In anybody else, Mr. Gladstone went on to say, I would not, if it had been in my choice, like to have listened to that voice. But in him I would not have changed it, for it was part of a most remarkable whole, and nobody ever felt it painful while listening to it. He was a great orator, and an orator of much preparation, I believe, carried even to words with a very vivid imagination and an enormous power of language and of strong feeling. There was a peculiar character, a sort of half-wildness in his aspect and delivery. His whole figure and his delivery and his voice and his manner were all in such perfect keeping with one another that they formed a great parliamentary picture, and although it is now 35 years since I heard Mr. Shiel, my recollection of him is just as vivid as if I had been listening to him today. This surely is a picture of a great orator, as Mr. Gladstone says Shiel was. Nor is it easy to understand how a man without being a great orator could have persuaded 2 experts of such very different schools as Mr. Gladstone and Mr. Disraeli that he deserved such a name. Yet the after years have in a curious but unmistakable way denied the claims of Shiel. Perhaps it is because, if he really was an orator, he was that and nothing more. That our practical age, finding no mark left by him on Parliament or politics, has declined to take much account even of his eloquence. His career faded away into second-class ministerial office, and closed at last, somewhat prematurely, in the little court of Florence, where he was sent as the representative of England. He is worth mentioning here because he had the promise of a splendid reputation, because the charm of his eloquence evidently lingered long in the memories of those to whom it was once familiar, and because his is one of the most brilliant illustrations of that career of Irish agitator which begins in stormy opposition to English government and subsides after a while into meek recognition of its title and adoption of its ministerial uniform. O'Connell we have passed over for the present, because we shall hear of him again, but of Shiel it is not necessary that we should hear any more. This was evidently a remarkable Parliament, with Russell for the leader of one party and Peel for the leader of another, with O'Connell and Shiel as independent supporters of the ministry, with Mr. Gladstone still comparatively new to public life, and Mr. Disraeli to address the Commons for the first time, with Palmerston still unrecognised, and Stanley lately gone over to Conservatism, itself the newest invented thing in politics, with Grote and Bulwer and Joseph Hume and Charles Buller and Ward and Villiers, Sir Francis Burdett and Smith O'Brien, and the radical Alcibiades of Finsbury, Tom Duncombe. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, Canada and Lord Durham, Part 1. The first disturbance to the quiet and good promise of the new reign came from Canada. The Parliament which we have described met for the first time on November 20th, 1837, and was to have been adjourned to February 1st, 1838. But the news which began to arrive from Canada was so alarming that the Ministry were compelled to change their purpose and fix the reassembling of the Houses for January 16th. The disturbances in Canada had already broken out into open rebellion. The condition of Canada was very peculiar. Lower or Eastern Canada was inhabited for the most part by men of French descent, who still kept up, in the midst of an active and moving civilization, most of the principles and usages which belonged to France before the Revolution. Even to this day, after all the changes, political and social, that have taken place, the traveller from Europe sees in many of the towns of Lower Canada an old-fashioned France, such as he had known otherwise only in books that tell of France before '89. Nor is this only in small sequestered towns and villages, which the impulses of modern ways have yet failed to reach. In busy and trading Montreal, with its residents made up of Englishmen, Scotchmen, and Americans, as well as the men of French descent, the visitor is more immediately conscious of the presence of what may be called an old-fashioned Catholicism than he is in Paris or even indeed in Rome. In Quebec, a city which for picturesqueness and beauty of situation is not equalled by Edinburgh or Florence, the curious interest of the place is further increased, the novelty of the sensations it produces in the visitor is made more piquant by the evidences he meets with everywhere, through its quaint and steepy streets, and under its antiquated archways, of the existence of a society which has hardly in France survived the Great Revolution. At the opening of Queen Victoria's reign, the undiluted character of this French medievalism was, of course, much more remarkable. It would doubtless have exhibited itself quietly enough if it were absolutely undiluted. Lower Canada would have dozed away in its sleepy picturesqueness, held fast to its ancient ways, and allowed a bustling, giddy world, all alive with commerce and ambition and desire for novelty, and the terribly disturbing thing which unresting people called progress, to rush on its wild path unheeded. But its neighbours and its newer citizens were not disposed to allow Lower Canada thus to rot itself in ease on the decaying wharfs of the St. Lawrence and the St. Charles. In the large towns there were active traders from England and other countries, who were by no means content to put up with old world ways, and to let the magnificent resources of the place run to waste. Upper Canada, on the other hand, was all new as to its population, and was full of the modern desire for commercial activity. Upper Canada was peopled almost exclusively by inhabitants from Great Britain, Scotch settlers with all the energy and push of their country, men from the northern province of Ireland, who might be described as virtually Scotch, also came there. The emigrant from the south of Ireland went to the United States because he found there a country more or less hostile to England, and because there the Catholic Church was understood to be flourishing. The Ulsterman went to Canada, as the Scotchman did, because he saw the flag of England flying, and the principle of religious establishment which he admired at home still recognized. It is almost needless to say that Englishmen in great numbers were settled there, whose chief desire was to make the colony, as far as possible, a copy of the institutions of England. When Canada was ceded to England by France as a consequence of the victories of Wolfe, the population was nearly all in the Lower Province, and therefore was nearly all of French origin. Since the cession, the growth of the population of the other province had been surprisingly rapid, and had been almost exclusively the growth, as we have seen, of immigration from Great Britain, one or two of the colonizing states of the European continent, and the American Republic itself. It is easy to see on the very face of things some of the difficulties which must arise in the development of such a system. The French of Lower Canada would regard with almost morbid jealousy any legislation which appeared likely to interfere with their ancient ways, and to give any advantage or favour to the populations of British descent. The latter would see injustice or feebleness in every measure which did not assist them in developing their more energetic ideas. The home government in such a condition of things often has especial trouble with those whom we may call its own people. Their very loyalty to the institutions of the old country impels them to be unreasonable and exacting. It is not easy to make them understand why they should not be at the least encouraged, if not indeed actually enabled, to carry out boldly all the Anglicizing policy which they clearly see is to be for the good of the colony in the end. The government has all the difficulty that the mother of a household has, when with the best intentions and the most conscientious resolve to act impartially, she is called upon to manage her own children and the children of her husband's former marriage. Every word she says, every resolve she is induced to acknowledge, is liable to be regarded with jealousy and dissatisfaction on the one side as well as on the other. "You are doing everything to favour your own children," the one set cry out. "You ought to do something more for your own children," is the equally querulous remonstrance of the other. It would have been difficult, therefore, for the home government, however wise and far-seeing their policy, to make the wheels of any system run smoothly at once in such a colony as Canada. But their policy certainly does not seem to have been either wise or far-seeing. The plan of government adopted looks as if it were especially devised to bring out into sharp relief all the antagonisms that were natural to the existing state of things. By an act called the Constitution of 1791, Canada was divided into two provinces, the Upper and the Lower. Each province had a separate system of government, consisting of a governor, an executive council appointed by the Crown and supposed in some way to resemble the Privy Council of this country, a legislative council, the members of which were appointed by the Crown for life, and a representative assembly, the members of which were elected for 4 years. At the same time, the clergy reserves were established by Parliament. 1/7 of the waste lands of the colony were set aside for the maintenance of the Protestant clergy, a fruitful source of disturbance and ill-feeling. When the two provinces were divided in 1791, the intention was that they should remain distinct in fact as well as in name. It was hoped that Lower Canada would remain altogether French, and that Upper Canada would be exclusively English. Then it was thought that they might be governed on their separate systems as securely and with as little trouble as we now govern the Mauritius on one system and Malta on another. Those who formed such an idea do not seem to have taken any counsel from geography. The one fact that Upper Canada can hardly be said to have any means of communication with Europe and the whole Eastern world, except through Lower Canada, or else through the United States, ought to have settled the question at once. It was in Lower Canada that the greatest difficulties arose. A constant antagonism grew up between the majority of the Legislative Council, who were nominees of the Crown, and the majority of the Representative Assembly, who were elected by the population of the province. The home government encouraged and indeed kept up that most odious and dangerous of all instruments for the supposed management of a colony, a British party, devoted to the so-called interests of the mother country and obedient to the word of command from their masters and patrons at home. The majority in the Legislative Council constantly thwarted the resolutions of the vast majority of the popular assembly. Disputes arose as to the voting of supplies. The government retained in their service officials whom the Representative Assembly had condemned, and insisted on the right to pay them their salaries out of certain funds of the colony. The Representative Assembly took to stopping the supplies, and the government claimed the right to counteract this measure by appropriating to the purpose such public moneys as happened to be within their reach at the time. The colony, for indeed on these subjects the population of Lower Canada, right or wrong, was so near to being of one mind that we may take the declarations of public meetings as representing the colony, demanded that the Legislative Council should be made elective, and that the colonial government should not be allowed to dispose of the moneys of the colony at their pleasure. The House of Commons and the government here replied by refusing to listen to the proposal to make the Legislative Council an elective body, and authorizing the provincial government, without the consent of the colonial representative, to appropriate money in the treasury for the administration of justice and the maintenance of the executive system. This was, in plain words, to announce to the French population, who made up the vast majority, and whom we had taught to believe in the representative form of government, that their wishes would never count for anything, and that the colony was to be ruled solely at the pleasure of the little British party of officials and crown nominees. It is not necessary to suppose that in all these disputes the popular majority were in the right and the officials in the wrong. No one can doubt that there was much bitterness of feeling arising out of the mere differences of race. The French and the English could not be got to blend. In some places, as it was afterwards said in the famous report of Lord Durham, the two sets of colonists never publicly met together except in the jury box, and then only for the obstruction of justice. The British residents complained bitterly of being subject to French law and procedure in so many of their affairs. The tenure of land and many other conditions of the system were antique French, and the French law worked, or rather did not work, in civil affairs side by side with the equally impeded British law in criminal matters. At last the representative assembly refused to vote any further supplies, or to carry on any further business. They formulated their grievances against the home government. Their complaints were of arbitrary conduct on the part of the governors, intolerable composition of the Legislative Council, which they insisted ought to be elective, illegal appropriation of the public money, and violent prorogation of the provincial parliament. One of the leading men in the movement which afterwards became rebellion in Lower Canada was Mr. Louis-Joseph Papineau. This man had risen to high position by his talents, his energy, and his undoubtedly honourable character. He had represented Montreal in the Representative Assembly of Lower Canada, and he afterwards became Speaker of the House. He made himself leader of the movement to protest against the policy of the governors, and that of the government at home by whom they were sustained. He held a series of meetings, at some of which undoubtedly rather strong language was used, and too frequent and significant appeals were made to the example held out to the population of Lower Canada by the successful revolt of the United States. Mr. Papineau also planned the calling together of a great convention to discuss and proclaim the grievances of the colonies. Lord Gosford, the governor, began by dismissing several militia officers who had taken part in some of these demonstrations. Mr. Papineau himself was an officer of this force. Then the governor issued warrants for the apprehension of many members of the popular assembly on the charge of high treason. Some of these at once left the country. Others against whom warrants were issued were arrested, and a sudden resistance was made by their friends and supporters. Then, in the manner familiar to all who have read anything of the history of revolutionary movements, the resistance to a capture of prisoners suddenly transformed itself into open rebellion. The rebellion was not in a military sense a very great thing. At its first outbreak the military authorities were for a moment surprised, and the rebels obtained one or two trifling advantages. But the commander-in-chief at once showed energy adequate to the occasion, and used, as it was his duty to do, a strong hand in putting the movement down. The rebels fought with something like desperation in one or two instances, and there was, it must be said, a good deal of blood shed. The disturbance, however, after a while extended to the Upper Province. Upper Canada, too, had its complaints against its governors and the home government, and its protest against having its offices all disposed of by a family compact. But the rebellious movement does not seem to have taken a genuine hold of the province at any time. There was some discontent. There was a constant stimulus to excitement kept up from across the American frontier by sympathizers with any Republican movement, and there were some excitable persons inclined for revolutionary change in the province itself, whose zeal caught fire when the flame broke out in Lower Canada, but it seems to have been an exotic movement altogether, and so far as its military history is concerned, deserves notice chiefly for the chivalrous eccentricity of the plan by which the governor of the province undertook to put it down. The governor was the gallant and fanciful soldier and traveller Sir Francis, then Major Head. He, who had fought at Waterloo and seen much service besides, was quietly performing the duties of Assistant Poor Law Commissioner for the county of Kent, when he was summoned in 1835 at a moment's notice to assume the governorship of Upper Canada. When the rebellion broke out in that province, Major Head proved himself not merely equal to the occasion, but boldly superior to it. He promptly resolved to win a grand moral victory over all rebellion then and for the future. He was seized with a desire to show to the whole world how vain it was for any disturber to think of shaking the loyalty of the province under his control. He issued to rebellion in general a challenge not unlike that which Shakespeare's Prince Harry offers to the chiefs of the insurrection against Henry IV. He invited it to come on and settle the controversy by a sort of duel. He sent all the regular soldiers out of the province to the help of the authorities of Lower Canada. He allowed the rebels to mature their plans in any way they liked. He permitted them to choose their own day and hour, and when they were ready to begin their assaults on constituted authority, he summoned to his side the militia and all the loyal inhabitants, and with their help he completely extinguished the rebellion. It was but a very trifling affair. It went out or collapsed in a moment. Major Head had his desire. He showed that rebellion in that province was not a thing serious enough to call for the intervention of regular troops. The loyal colonists were for the most part delighted with the spirited conduct of their leader and his new-fashioned way of dealing with rebellion. No doubt the moral effect was highly imposing. The plan was almost as original as that described in Herodotus and introduced into one of Massinger's plays, when the moral authority of the masters is made to assert itself over the rebellious slaves by the mere exhibition of the symbolic whip. But the authorities at home took a somewhat more prosaic view of the policy of Sir Francis Head. It was suggested that if the fears of many had been realized and the rebellion had been aided by a large force of sympathizers from the United States, the moral authority of Canadian loyalty might have stood greatly in need of the material presence of regular troops. In the end, Sir Francis Head resigned his office. His loyalty, courage, and success were acknowledged by the gift of a baronetcy, and he obtained the admiration not merely of those who approved his policy, but even of many among those who felt bound to condemn it. Perhaps it may be mentioned that there were some who persisted to the last in the belief that Sir Francis Head was not by any means so rashly chivalrous as he had allowed himself to be thought, and that he had full preparation made, if his moral demonstration should fail, to supply its place in good time with more commonplace and effective measures. The news of the outbreaks in Canada created a natural excitement in this country. There was a very strong feeling of sympathy among many classes here, not indeed with the rebellion, but with the colony, which complained of what seemed to be genuine and serious grievances. Public meetings were held at which resolutions were passed ascribing the disturbances in the first place to the refusal of the government of any redress sought for by the colonists. Mr. Hume, the pioneer of financial reform, took the side of the colonists very warmly, both in and out of Parliament. During one of the parliamentary debates on the subject, Sir Robert Peel referred to the principal leader of the rebellion in Upper Canada as a Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Hume resented his way of speaking of a prominent colonist, and remarked that there was a Mr. Mackenzie as there might be a Sir Robert Peel, and created some amusement by referring to the declarations of Lord Chatham on the American Stamp Act, which he cited as the opinions of a Mr. Pitt. Lord John Russell, on the part of the government, introduced a bill to deal with the rebellious province. The bill proposed in brief to suspend for a time the Constitution of Lower Canada, and to send out from this country a Governor-General and High Commissioner, with full powers to deal with the rebellion and to remodel the constitution of both provinces. The proposal met with a good deal of opposition at first, on very different grounds. Mr. Roebuck, who was then, as it happened, out of Parliament, appeared as the agent and representative of the province of Lower Canada, and demanded to be heard at the bar of both the Houses in opposition to the bill. After some little demur, his demand was granted, and he stood at the bar first of the Commons and then of the Lords, and opposed the bill on the ground that it unjustly suspended the Constitution of Lower Canada in consequence of disturbances provoked by the intolerable oppression of the Home Government. A critic of that day remarked that many orators seemed to make it their business to conciliate and propitiate the audience they desired to win over, but that Mr. Roebuck seemed from the very first to be determined to set all his hearers against him and his cause. Mr. Roebuck's speeches were, however, exceedingly argumentative and powerful appeals. Their effect was enhanced by the singularly youthful appearance of the speaker, who is described as looking like a boy hardly out of his teens. It was evident, however, that the proposal of the government must in the main be adopted. The general opinion of Parliament decided not unreasonably that was not the moment for entering into a consideration of the past policy of the government, and that the country could do nothing better just then than send out some man of commanding ability and character to deal with the existing condition of things. There was an almost universal admission that the government had found the right man when Lord John Russell mentioned the name of Lord Durham. Lord Durham was a man of remarkable character. It is a matter of surprise how little his name is thought of by the present generation, seeing what a strenuous figure he seemed in the eyes of his contemporaries, and how striking a part he played in the politics of a time which has even still some living representatives. He belonged to one of the oldest families in England. The Lambtons had lived on their estate in the north in uninterrupted succession since the Conquest. The male succession, it is stated, never was interrupted since the 12th century. They were not, however, a family of aristocrats. Their wealth was derived chiefly from coal mines, and grew up in later days. The property at first and for a long time was of inconsiderable value. For more than a century, however, the Lambtons had come to take rank among the gentry of the county, and some member of the family had represented the city of Durham in the House of Commons from 1727 until the early death of Lord Durham's father in December 1797. William Henry Lambton, Lord Durham's father, was a staunch Whig, and had been a friend and associate of Fox. John George Lambton, the son, was born at Lambton Castle in April 1792. Before he was quite 20 years of age, he made a romantic marriage at Gretna Green with a lady who died 3 years after. He served for a short time in a regiment of hussars. About a year after the death of his first wife, he married the eldest daughter of Lord Grey. He was then only 24 years of age. He had before this been returned to Parliament for the county of Durham, and he soon distinguished himself as a very advanced and energetic reformer. While in the Commons he seldom addressed the House, but when he did speak, it was in support of some measure of reform, or against what he conceived to be antiquated and illiberal legislation. He brought out a plan of his own for parliamentary reform in 1821. In 1828 he was raised to the peerage with the title of Baron Durham. When the ministry of Lord Grey was formed in November 1830, Lord Durham became Lord Privy Seal. He is said to have had an almost complete control over Lord Grey. He had an impassioned and energetic nature, which sometimes drove him into outbreaks of feeling which most of his colleagues dreaded. Various highly coloured descriptions of stormy scenes between him and his companions in office are given by writers of the time. Lord Durham, his enemies, and some of his friends said, bullied and browbeat his opponents in the cabinet, and would sometimes hardly allow his father-in-law and official chief a chance of putting in a word on the other side, or in mitigation of his tempestuous mood. He was thorough in his reforming purposes, and would have rushed at radical changes with scanty consideration for the time or for the temper of his opponents. He had very little reverence indeed for what Carlyle calls the majesty of custom. Whatever he wished, he strongly wished. He had no idea of reticence and cared not much for the decorum of office. It is not necessary to believe all the stories told by those who hated and dreaded Lord Durham in order to accept the belief that he really was something of an enfant terrible to the stately Lord Grey, and to the easy-going colleagues who were by no means absolutely eaten up by their zeal for reform. In the powerful speech which he delivered in the House of Lords on the Reform Bill, there is a specimen of his eloquence of denunciation which might well have startled listeners, even in those days when the license of speech was often sadly out of proportion with its legalized liberty. Lord Durham was especially roused to anger by some observations made in the debate of a previous night by the Bishop of Exeter. He described the prelate's speech as an exhibition of coarse and virulent invective, malignant and false insinuation, the grossest perversions of historical facts, decked out with all the choicest flowers of pamphleteering slang. He was called to order for these words, and a peer moved that they be taken down. Lord Durham was by no means dismayed. He coolly declared that he did not mean to defend his language as the most elegant or graceful, but that it exactly conveyed the ideas regarding the bishop which he meant to express, that he believed the bishop's speech to contain insinuations which were as false as scandalous, that he had said so, that he now begged leave to repeat the words, and that he paused to give any noble lord who thought fit an opportunity of taking them down. No one, however, seemed disposed to encounter any farther this impassioned adversary, and when he had had his say, Lord Durham became somewhat mollified, and endeavoured to soften the pain of the impression he had made. He begged the House of Lords to make some allowances for him if he spoke too warmly, for, as he said with much pathetic force, his mind had lately been tortured by domestic loss. He thus alluded to the recent death of his eldest son, a beautiful boy, says a writer of some years ago, whose features will live forever in the well-known picture by Lawrence. End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Canada and Lord Durham, Part 2. The whole of this incident, the fierce attack, and the sudden pathetic expression of regret will serve well enough to illustrate the emotional, uncontrolled character of Lord Durham. He was one of the men who, even when they are thoroughly in the right, have often the unhappy art of seeming to put themselves completely in the wrong. He was the most advanced of all the reformers in the reforming ministry of Lord Grey. His plan of reform in 1821 proposed to give 400 members to certain districts of town and country in which every householder should have a vote. When Lord Grey had formed his reform ministry, Lord Durham sent for Lord John Russell and requested him to draw up a scheme of reform. A committee was formed on Lord Durham's suggestion, consisting of Sir James Graham, Lord Duncannon, Lord John Russell, and Lord Durham himself. Lord John Russell drew up a plan which he published long after with the alterations which Lord Durham had suggested and written in his own hand on the margin. If Lord Durham had had his way, the secret ballot would at that time have been included in the programme of the government, and it was indeed understood that at one point of the discussions he had won over his colleagues to his opinion on that subject. He was, in a word, the radical member of the cabinet, with all the energy which became such a character, with that magnificent indiscretion which had been attributed to a greater man, Edmund Burke, with all that courage of his opinions, which in the Frenchified phraseology of modern politics is so much talked of, so rarely found, and so little trusted or successful when it is found. Not long after, Lord Durham was raised in the peerage and became an earl. His influence over Lord Grey continued great, but his differences of opinion with his former colleagues — he had resigned his office — became greater and greater every day. More than once he had taken the public into his confidence in his characteristic and heedless way. He was sent on a mission to Russia, perhaps to get him out of the way, and afterwards he was made ambassador at the Russian court. In the interval between his mission and his formal appointment he had come back to England and performed a series of enterprises which, in the homely and undignified language of American politics, would probably be called stumping the country. He was looked to with much hope by the more extreme Liberals in the country, and with corresponding dislike and dread by all who thought the country had gone far enough or much too far in the recent political changes. None of his opponents, however, denied his great ability. He was never deterred by conventional beliefs and habits from looking boldly into the very heart of a great political difficulty. He was never afraid to propose what in times later than his have been called heroic remedies. There was a general impression, perhaps even among those who liked him least, that he was a sort of unemployed Caesar, a man who only required a field large enough to develop great qualities in the ruling of men. The difficulties in Canada seem to have come as if expressly to give him an opportunity of proving himself all that his friends declared him to be, or of justifying forever the distrust of his enemies. He went out to Canada with the assurance of everyone that his expedition would either make or mar a career, if not a country. Lord Durham went out to Canada with the brightest hopes and prospects. He took with him two of the men best qualified in England at that time to make his mission a success, Mr. Charles Buller and Mr. Edward Gibbon Wakefield. He understood that he was going out as a dictator, and there can be no doubt that his expedition was regarded in this light by England and by the colonies. We have remarked that people looked on his mission as likely to make or mar a career, if not a country. What it did, however, was somewhat different from that which anyone expected. Lord Durham found out a new alternative. He made a country, and he marred a career. He is distinctly the founder of the system which has since worked with such gratifying success in Canada. He is the founder even of the principle which allowed the quiet development of the provinces into a confederation with neighbouring colonies under the name of the Dominion of Canada. But the singular quality which in home politics had helped to mar so much of Lord Durham's personal career was in full work during his visit to Canada. It would not be easy to find in modern political history so curious an example of splendid and lasting success combined with all the appearance of utter and disastrous failure. The mission of Lord Durham saved Canada. It ruined Lord Durham. At the moment it seemed to superficial observers to have been as injurious to the colony as to the man. Lord Durham arrived in Quebec at the end of May 1838. He at once issued a proclamation in style like that of a dictator. It was not in any way unworthy of the occasion, which especially called for the intervention of a brave and enlightened dictatorship. He declared that he would unsparingly punish any who violated the laws, but he frankly invited the cooperation of the colonies to form a new system of government really suited to their wants and to the altering conditions of civilization. Unfortunately, he had hardly entered on his work of dictatorship when he found that he was no longer a dictator. In the passing of the Canada Bill through Parliament, the powers which he understood were to be conferred upon him had been considerably reduced. Lord Durham went to work, however, as if he were still invested with absolute authority over all the laws and conditions of the colony. A very Caesar laying down the lines for the future government of a province could hardly have been more boldly arbitrary. Let it be said also that Lord Durham's arbitrariness was for the most part healthy in effect and just in spirit. But it gave an immense opportunity of attack on himself and on the government to the enemies of both at home. Lord Durham had hardly begun his work of reconstruction when his recall was clamoured for by vehement voices in Parliament. Lord Durham began by issuing a series of ordinances intended to provide for the security of Lower Canada. He proclaimed a very liberal amnesty, to which, however, there were certain exceptions. The leaders of the rebellious movement, Papineau and others who had escaped from the colony, were excluded from the amnesty. So likewise were certain prisoners who either had voluntarily confessed themselves guilty of high treason or had been induced to make such an acknowledgment in the hope of obtaining a mitigated punishment. These Lord Durham ordered to be transported to Bermuda, and for any of these or of the leaders who had escaped who should return to the colony without permission, he proclaimed that they should be deemed guilty of high treason and condemned to suffer death. It needs no learned legal argument to prove that this was a proceeding not to be justified by any of the ordinary forms of law. Lord Durham had no power to transport anyone to Bermuda. He had no authority over Bermuda. He had no authority which he could delegate to the officials of Bermuda, enabling them to detain political prisoners. Nor had he any power to declare that persons who returned to the colony were to be liable to the punishment of death. It is not a capital offence by any of the laws of England for even a transported convict to break bounds and return to his home. All this was quite illegal, that is to say, was outside the limits of Lord Durham's legal authority. Lord Durham was well aware of the fact. He had not for a moment supposed that he was acting in accordance with ordinary English law. He was acting in the spirit of a dictator, at once bold and merciful, who is under the impression that he has been invested with extraordinary powers for the very reason that the crisis does not admit of the ordinary operations of law. For the decree of death to banished men returning without permission, he had indeed the precedent and authority of acts passed already by the colonial Parliament itself. But Lord Durham did not care for any such authority. He found that he had on his hands a considerable number of prisoners whom it would be absurd to put on trial in Lower Canada with the usual forms of law. It would have been absolutely impossible to get any unpacked jury to convict them. They would have been triumphantly acquitted. The authority of the Crown would have been brought into greater contempt than ever. So little faith had the colonists in the impartial working of the ordinary law in the governor's hands, that the universal impression in Lower Canada was that Lord Durham would have the prisoners tried by a packed jury of his own officials, convicted as a matter of course, and executed out of hand. It was with amazement people found that the new governor would not stoop to the infamy of packing a jury. Lord Durham saw no better way out of the difficulty than to impose a sort of exile on those who admitted their connection with the rebellion, and to prevent, by the threat of a severe penalty, the return of those who had already fled from the colony. His amnesty measure was large and liberal, but he did not see how he could allow prominent offenders to remain unrebuked in the colony, and to attempt to bring them to trial would have been to secure for them not punishment but public honour. Another measure of Lord Durham's was likewise open to the charge of excessive use of power. The Act which appointed him prescribed that he should be advised by a council, and that every ordinance of his should be signed by at least 5 of its members. There was already a council in existence, nominated by Lord Durham's predecessor, Sir J. Colborne, a sort of provisional government put together to supply for the moment the place of the suspended political constitution. This council Lord Durham set aside altogether, and substituted for it one of his own making, and composed chiefly of his secretaries and the members of his staff. In truth, this was but a part of the policy which he had marked out for himself. He was resolved to play the game which he honestly believed he could play better than anyone else. He had in his mind, partly from the inspiration of the gifted and well-instructed men who accompanied and advised him, a plan which he was firmly convinced would be the salvation of the colony. Events have proved that he was right. His disposal of the prisoners was only a clearing of the decks for the great action of remodelling the colony. He did not allow a form of law to stand between him and his purpose. Indeed, as we have already said, he regarded himself as a dictator sent out to reconstruct a whole system in the best way he could. When he was accused of having gone beyond the law, he asked, with a scorn not wholly unreasonable, "What are the constitutional principles remaining in force where the whole Constitution is suspended? What principle of the British Constitution holds good in a country where the people's money is taken from them without the people's consent, where representative government is annihilated, where martial law has been the law of the land, and where trial by jury exists only to defeat the ends of justice and to provoke the righteous scorn and indignation of the community?" End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Canada and Lord Durham, Part 3. Still, there can be no doubt that a less impetuous and impatient spirit than that of Lord Durham might have found a way of beginning his great reforms without provoking such a storm of hostile criticism. He was, it must always be remembered, a dictator who only strove to use his powers for the restoration of liberty and constitutional government. His mode of disposing of his prisoners was arbitrary, only in the interests of mercy. He declared openly that he did not think it right to send to an ordinary penal settlement, and thus brand with infamy, men whom the public feeling of the colony entirely approved, and whose cause, until they broke into rebellion, had far more of right on its side than that of the authority they complained of could claim to possess. He sent them to Bermuda simply as into exile, to remove them from the colony, but nothing more. He lent the weight of his authority to the Colonial Act, which prescribed the penalty of death for returning to the colony, because he believed that the men thus proscribed never would return. But his policy met with the severest and most unmeasured criticism at home. If Lord Durham had been guilty of the worst excesses of power which Burke charged against Warren Hastings, he could not have been more fiercely denounced in the House of Lords. He was accused of having promulgated an ordinance which would enable him to hang men without any trial or form of trial. None of his opponents seemed to remember that whether his disposal of the prisoners was right or wrong, it was only a small and incidental part of a great policy covering the readjustment of the whole political and social system of a splendid colony. The criticism went on as if the promulgation of the Quebec ordinances was the be-all and the end-all of Lord Durham's mission. His opponents made great complaint about the cost of his progress in Canada. Lord Durham had undoubtedly a lavish taste and a love for something like Oriental display. He made his goings about in Canada like a gorgeous royal progress. Yet it was well known that he took no remuneration whatever for himself, and did not even accept his own personal travelling expenses. He afterwards stated in the House of Lords that the visit cost him personally £10,000 at least. Mr. Hume, the advocate of economy, made sarcastic comment on the sudden fit of parsimony which seemed to have seized, in Lord Durham's case, men whom he had never before known to raise their voices against any prodigality of expenditure. The ministry was very weak in debating power in the House of Lords. Lord Durham had made enemies there. The opportunity was tempting for assailing him and the ministry together. Many of the criticisms were undoubtedly the conscientious protests of men who saw danger in any departure from the recognized principles of constitutional law. Eminent judges and lawyers in the House of Lords naturally looked, above all things, to the proper administration of the law as it existed. But it is hard to doubt that political or personal enmity influenced some of the attacks on Lord Durham's conduct. Almost all the leading men in the House of Lords were against him. Lord Brougham and Lord Lyndhurst were for the time leagued in opposition to the government and in attack on the Canadian policy. Lord Brougham claimed to be consistent. He had opposed the Canada coercion from the beginning, he said, and he opposed illegal attempts to deal with Canada now. It seems a little hard to understand how Lord Brougham could really have so far misunderstood the purpose of Lord Durham's proclamation as to believe that he proposed to hang men without the form of law. However Lord Durham may have broken the technical rules of law, nothing could be more obvious than the fact that he did so in the interest of mercy and generosity, and not of tyrannical severity. Lord Brougham inveighed against him with thundering eloquence, as if he were denouncing another Sejanus. It must be owned that his attacks lost some of their moral effect, because of his known hatred to Lord Melbourne and the ministry, and even to Lord Durham himself. People said that Brougham had a special reason for feeling hostile to anything done by Lord Durham. A dinner was given to Lord Grey by the Reformers of Edinburgh in 1834, at which Lord Brougham and Lord Durham were both present. Brougham was called upon to speak, and in the course of his speech he took occasion to condemn certain too zealous reformers who could not be content with the changes that had been made, but must demand that the ministry should rush forward into wild and extravagant enterprises. He enlarged upon this subject with great vivacity and with amusing variety of humorous and rhetorical illustrations. Lord Durham assumed that the attack was intended for him. His assumption was not unnatural. When he came in his turn to speak, he was indiscreet enough to reply directly to Lord Brougham, to accept the speech of the former as a personal challenge, and in bitter words to retort invective and sarcasm. The scene was not edifying. The guests were scandalized. The effect of Brougham's speech was wholly spoiled. Brougham was made to seem a disturber of order by the indiscretion which provoked into retort a man notoriously indiscreet and incapable of self-restraint. It is not unfair to the memory of so fierce and unsparing a political gladiator as Lord Brougham to assume that when he felt called upon to attack the Canadian policy of Lord Durham, the recollection of the scene at the Edinburgh dinner inspired with additional force his criticism of the Quebec ordinances. The ministry was weak and yielded. They had in the first instance approved of the ordinances, but they quickly gave way and abandoned them. They avoided a direct attempt on the part of Lord Brougham to reverse the policy of Lord Durham by announcing that they had determined to disallow the Quebec ordinances. Lord Durham learned for the first time from an American paper that the government had abandoned him. He at once announced his determination to give up his position and to return to England. His letter announcing this resolve crossed on the ocean the dispatch from home disallowing his ordinances. With characteristic imprudence, he issued a proclamation from the castle of St. Louis in the city of Quebec, which was virtually an appeal to the public feeling of the colony against the conduct of Her Majesty's government. When the news of this extraordinary proclamation reached home, Lord Durham was called by the Times newspaper the Lord High Seditioner. The representative of the sovereign, it was said, had appealed to the judgment of a still rebellious colony against the policy of the sovereign's own advisers. Of course, Lord Durham's recall was inevitable. The government at once sent out a dispatch removing him from his place as governor of British North America. Lord Durham had not waited for the formal recall. He returned to England a disgraced man. Yet even then there was public spirit enough among the English people to refuse to ratify any sentence of disgrace upon him. When he landed at Plymouth, he was received with acclamations from the population, although the government had prevented any of the official honour usually shown to returning governors from being offered to him. Mr. John Stuart Mill has claimed with modest firmness and with perfect justice a leading share in influencing public opinion in favour of Lord Durham. Lord Durham, he says in his autobiography, was bitterly attacked from all sides, inveighed against by enemies, given up by timid friends, while those who would willingly have defended him did not know what to say. He appeared to be returning a defeated and discredited man. I had followed the Canadian events from the beginning. I had been one of the prompters of his prompters. His policy was almost exactly what mine would have been, and I was in a position to defend it. I wrote and published a manifesto in the Westminster Review, in which I took the very highest ground in his behalf, claiming for him not mere acquittal, but praise and honour. Instantly a number of other writers took up the tone. I believe there was a portion of truth in what Lord Durham soon after, with polite exaggeration, said to me, that to this article might be ascribed the most triumphal reception which he met with on his arrival in England. I believe it to have been the word in season, which at a critical moment does much to decide the result, the touch which determines whether a stone set in motion at the top of an eminence shall roll down on one side or on the other. All hopes connected with Lord Durham as a politician soon vanished, but with regard to Canadian and generally to colonial policy, the cause was gained. Lord Durham's report, written by Charles Buller, partly under the inspiration of Wakefield, began a new era. Its recommendations, extending to complete internal self-government, were in full operation in Canada within 2 or 3 years, and have been since extended to nearly all the other colonies of European race which have any claim to the character of important communities. In this instance, the victa causa pleased not only Cato, but in the end the gods as well. Lord Durham's report was acknowledged by enemies as well as by the most impartial critics to be a masterly document. As Mr. Mill has said, it laid the foundation of the political success and social prosperity not only of Canada, but of all the other important colonies. After having explained in the most exhaustive manner the causes of discontent and backwardness in Canada, it went on to recommend that the government of the colony should be put as much as possible into the hands of the colonists themselves, that they themselves should execute as well as make the laws, the limit of the imperial government's interference being in such matters as affect the relations of the colony with the mother country, such as the constitution and form of government, the regulation of foreign relations and trade, and the disposal of the public lands. Lord Durham proposed to establish a thoroughly good system of municipal institutions, to secure the independence of the judges, to make all provincial officers except the governor and his secretary responsible to the colonial legislature, and to repeal all former legislation with respect to the reserves of land for the clergy. Finally, he proposed that the provinces of Canada should be reunited politically and should become one legislature containing the representatives of both races and of all districts. It is significant that the report also recommended that in any act to be introduced to this purpose, a provision should be made by which all or any of the other North American colonies should, on the application of their legislatures and with the consent of Canada, be admitted into the Canadian Union. Thus the separation which Fox thought unwise was to be abolished, and the Canadas were to be fused into one system, which Lord Durham would have had a federation. In brief, Lord Durham proposed to make the Canadas self-governing as regards their internal affairs, and the germ of a federal union. It is not necessary to describe in detail the steps by which the government gradually introduced the recommendations of Lord Durham to Parliament and carried them to success. Lord Glenelg, one of the feeblest and most apathetic of colonial secretaries, had retired from office, partly no doubt because of the attacks in Parliament on his administration of Canadian affairs. He was succeeded at the Colonial Office by Lord Normanby, and Lord Normanby gave way in a few months to Lord John Russell, who was full of energy and earnestness. Lord Durham's successor and disciple in the work of Canadian government, Lord Sydenham, best known as Mr. Charles Poulett Thomson, one of the pioneers of free trade, received Lord John Russell's cordial cooperation and support. Lord John Russell introduced into the House of Commons a bill which he described as intended to lay the foundation of a permanent settlement of the affairs of Canada. The measure was postponed for a session because some statesmen thought that it would not be acceptable to the Canadians themselves. Some little sputterings of the rebellion had also lingered after Lord Durham's return to this country, and these for a short time had directed attention away from the policy of reorganization. In 1840, however, the Act was passed which reunited Upper and Lower Canada on the basis proposed by Lord Durham. Further legislation disposed of the clergy reserve lands for the general benefit of all churches and denominations. The way was made clear for that scheme which in times nearer to our own has formed the Dominion of Canada. Lord Durham did not live to see the success of the policy he had recommended. We may anticipate the close of his career. Within a few days after the passing of the Canada Government Bill, he died at Cowes in the Isle of Wight on July 28, 1840. He was then little more than 48 years of age. He had for some time been in failing health, and it cannot be doubted that the mortification attending his Canadian mission had worn away his strength. His proud and sensitive spirit could ill bear the contradictions and humiliations that had been forced upon him. His was an eager and passionate nature, full of that saeva indignatio which by his own acknowledgment tortured the heart of Swift. He wanted to the success of his political career that proud patience which the gods are said to love, and by virtue of which great men live down misappreciation and hold out until they see themselves justified and hear the reproaches turned to cheers. But if Lord Durham's personal career was in any way a failure, his policy for the Canadas was a splendid success. It established the principles of colonial government. There were undoubtedly defects in the construction of the actual scheme which Lord Durham initiated and which Lord Sydenham, who died not long after him, instituted. The legislative union of the two Canadas was in itself a makeshift, and was only adopted as such. Lord Durham would have had it otherwise if he might, but he did not see his way then to anything like the complete federation scheme afterwards adopted. But the success of the policy lay in the broad principles it established, and to which other colonial systems as well as that of the Dominion of Canada owe their strength and security today. One may say with little help from the merely fanciful that the rejoicings of emancipated colonies might have been in his dying years as he sank into his early grave. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, Science and Speed, Part 1. The opening of the reign of Queen Victoria coincided with the introduction of many of the great discoveries and applications in science, industry, and commerce, which we consider specially representative of modern civilization. A reign which saw in its earlier years the application of the electric current to the task of transmitting messages, the first successful attempts to make use of steam for the business of transatlantic navigation, the general development of the railway system all over these countries, and the introduction of the penny post must be considered to have obtained for itself, had it secured no other memorials, an abiding place in history. A distinguished author has lately inveighed against the spirit which would rank such improvements as those just mentioned with the genuine triumphs of the human race, and has gone so far as to insist that there is nothing in any such which might not be expected from the self-interested contrivings of a very inferior animal nature. Amid the tendency to glorify beyond measure the mere mechanical improvements of modern civilization, it is natural that there should arise some angry questioning, some fierce disparagement of all that is done. There will always be natures to whom the philosophy of contemplation must seem far nobler than the philosophy which expresses itself in mechanical action. It may, however, be taken as certain that no people who were ever great in thought and in art wilfully neglected to avail themselves of all possible contrivances for making life less laborious by the means of mechanical and artificial contrivance. The Greeks were, to the best of their opportunity, and when at the highest point of their glory as an artistic race, as eager for the application of all scientific and mechanical contrivances to the business of life as the most practical and boastful Manchester man or Chicago man of our own day. We shall afterwards see that the reign of Queen Victoria came to have a literature, an art, and a philosophy distinctly its own. For the moment, we have to do with its industrial science, or at least with the first remarkable movements in that direction which accompanied the opening of the reign. This at least must be said for them, that they have changed the conditions of human life for us in such a manner as to make the history of the past 40 or 50 years almost absolutely distinct from that of any preceding period. In all that part of our social life which is affected by industrial and mechanical appliances, the man of the latter part of the 18th century was less widely removed from the Englishman of the days of the Paston Letters than we are removed from the ways of the 18th century. The man of the 18th century travelled on land and sea in much the same way that his forefathers had done hundreds of years before. His communications by letter with his fellows were carried on in very much the same method. He got his news from abroad and at home after the same slow, uncertain fashion. His streets and houses were lighted very much as they might have been when Mr. Pepys was in London. His ideas of drainage and ventilation were equally elementary and simple. We see a complete revolution in all these things. A man of the present day, suddenly thrust back 50 years in life, would find himself almost as awkwardly unsuited to the ways of that time as if he were sent back to the age when the Romans occupied Britain. He would find himself harassed at every step he took. He could do hardly anything as he does it today. Whatever the moral and philosophical value of the change in the eyes of thinkers too lofty to concern themselves with the common ways and doings of human life, this is certain at least, that the change is of immense historical importance, and that even if we look upon life as a mere pageant and show, interesting to wise men only by its curious changes, a wise man of this school could hardly have done better, if the choice lay with him, than to desire that the lines of his life might be so cast as to fall into the earlier part of this present reign. It is a somewhat curious coincidence that in the year when Professor Wheatstone and Mr. Cooke took out their first patent for improvements in giving signals and sounding alarms in distant places by means of electric currents transmitted through metallic circuit, Professor Morse, the American electrician, applied to Congress for aid in the construction and carrying on of a small electric telegraph to convey messages a short distance, and made the application without success. In the following year he came to this country to obtain a patent for his invention, but he was refused. He had come too late. Our own countrymen were beforehand with him. Very soon after we find experiments made with the electric telegraph between Euston Square and Camden Town. These experiments were made under the authority of the London and North Western Railway Company, immediately on the taking out of the patent by Messrs. Wheatstone and Cooke. Mr. Robert Stephenson was one of those who came to watch the operation of this new and wonderful attempt to make the currents of the air man's faithful Ariel. The London and Birmingham Railway was opened through its whole length in 1838. The Liverpool and Preston line was opened in the same year. The Liverpool and Birmingham had been opened in the year before. The London and Croydon was opened the year after. The Act for the Transmission of the Mails by Railways was passed in 1838. In the same year it was noted as an unparalleled and to many an almost incredible triumph of human energy and science over time and space that a locomotive had been able to travel at a speed of 37 miles an hour. The prospect of travelling from the metropolis to Liverpool, a distance of 210 miles in 10 hours, calls forcibly to mind the tales of fairies and genii by which we were amused in our youth, and contrasts forcibly with the fact attested on the personal experience of the writer of this notice, that about the commencement of the present century this same journey occupied a space of 60 hours. These are the words of a writer who gives an interesting account of the railways of England during the first year of the reign of Queen Victoria. In the same volume from which this extract is taken, an allusion is made to the possibility of steam communication being successfully established between England and the United States. Preparations on a gigantic scale, a writer is able to announce, are now in a state of great forwardness for trying an experiment in steam navigation, which has been the subject of much controversy among scientific men. Ships of an enormous size, furnished with steam power equal to the force of 400 horses and upwards, will, before our next volume shall be prepared, have probably decided the question whether this description of vessels can, in the present state of our knowledge, profitably engage in transatlantic voyages. It is possible that these attempts may fail, a result which is indeed predicted by high authorities on the subject. We are more sanguine in our hopes, but should these be disappointed, we cannot, if we are to judge from our past progress, doubt that longer experience and a further application of inventive genius will at no very distant day render practicable and profitable by this means the longest voyages in which the adventurous spirit of man will lead him to embark. The experiment thus alluded to was made with perfect success. The Sirius, the Great Western, and the Royal William accomplished voyages between New York and this country in the early part of 1838, and it was remarked that transatlantic voyages by means of steam may now be said to be as easy of accomplishment with ships of adequate size and power as the passage between London and Margate. The Great Western crossed the ocean from Bristol to New York in 15 days. She was followed by the Sirius, which left Cork for New York and made the passage in 17 days. The controversy as to the possibility of such voyages, which was settled by the Great Western and the Sirius, had no reference to the actual safety of such an experiment. During 7 years the mails for the Mediterranean had been dispatched by means of steamers. The doubt was as to the possibility of stowing in a vessel so large a quantity of coal or other fuel as would enable her to accomplish her voyage across the Atlantic, where there could be no stopping place and no possibility of taking in new stores. It was found, to the delight of all those who believed in the practicability of the enterprise, that the quantity of fuel which each vessel had on board when she left her port of departure proved amply sufficient for the completion of the voyage. Neither the Sirius nor the Great Western was the first vessel to cross the Atlantic by means of steam propulsion. Nearly 20 years before, a vessel called the Savannah, built at New York, crossed the ocean to Liverpool, and some years later an English-built steamer made several voyages between Holland and the Dutch West Indian colonies as a packet vessel in the service of that government. Indeed, a voyage had been made round the Cape of Good Hope more lately still by a steamship. These expeditions, however, had really little or nothing to do with the problem which was solved by the voyages of the Sirius and the Great Western. In the former instances, the steam power was employed merely as an auxiliary. The vessel made as much use of her steam propulsion as she could, but she had to rely a good deal on her capacity as a sailor. This was quite a different thing from the enterprise of the Sirius and the Great Western, which were to cross the ocean by steam propulsion and steam propulsion only. It is evident that so long as the steam power was to be used only as an auxiliary, it would be impossible to reckon on speed and certainty of arrival. The doubt was whether a steamer could carry, with her cargo and passengers, fuel enough to serve for the whole of her voyage across the Atlantic. The expeditions of the Sirius and the Great Western settled the whole question. It was never again a matter of controversy. It is enough to say that 2 years after the Great Western went out from Bristol to New York, the Cunard line of steamers was established. The steam communication between Liverpool and New York became thenceforth as regular and as unvarying a part of the business of commerce as the journeys of the trains on the Great Western Railroad between London and Bristol. It was not Bristol which benefited most, by the transatlantic voyages. They made the greatness of Liverpool. Year by year the sceptre of the commercial marine passed away from Bristol to Liverpool. No port in the world can show a line of docks like those of Liverpool. There the stately Mersey flows for miles between the superb and massive granite walls of the enclosures, within whose shelter the ships of the world are arrayed as if on parade for the admiration of the traveller who has hitherto been accustomed to the irregular and straggling arrangements of the docks of London or New York. On July 5th, 1839, an unusually late period of the year, the Chancellor of the Exchequer brought forward his annual budget. The most important part of the financial statement, so far as later times are concerned, is set out in a resolution proposed by the Finance Minister, which perhaps represents the greatest social improvement brought about by legislation in modern times. The Chancellor proposed a resolution declaring that it is expedient to reduce the postage on letters to one uniform rate of 1 penny charged upon every letter of a weight to be hereafter fixed by law. Parliamentary privileges of franking being abolished and official franking strictly regulated, this House pledging itself at the same time to make good any deficiency of revenue which may be occasioned by such an alteration in the rates of the existing duties. Up to this time, the rates of postage had been both high and various. They were varying both as to distance and as to the weight and even the size or the shape of a letter. The district or London post was a separate branch of the postal department, and the charge for the transmission of letters was made on a different scale in London from that which prevailed from town to town. The average postage on every chargeable letter throughout the United Kingdom was 6 farthing. A letter from London to Brighton cost 8 to Aberdeen 1 shilling and 3 halfpenny, to Belfast 1 shilling and 4 Nor was this all. For if the letter was written on more than one sheet of paper, it came under the operation of a higher scale of charge. Members of Parliament had the privilege of franking letters to a certain limited extent. Members of the Government had the privilege of franking to an unlimited extent. It is perhaps as well to mention, for the sake of being intelligible to all readers in an age which has not, in this country at least, known practically the beauty and liberality of the franking privilege, that it consisted in the right of the privileged person to send his own or any other person's letters through the post, free of charge, by merely writing his name on the outside. This meant in plain words that the letters of the class who could best afford to pay for them went free of charge, and that those who could least afford to pay had to pay double, the expense, that is to say, of carrying their own letters and the letters of the privileged and exempt. The greatest grievances were felt everywhere because of this absurd system. It had, along with its other disadvantages, that of encouraging what may be called the smuggling of letters. Everywhere sprang up organizations for the illicit conveyance of correspondence at lower rates than those imposed by the government. The proprietors of almost every kind of public conveyance were said to have engaged in this unlawful, but certainly not very unnatural or unjustifiable traffic. 5/6 of all the letters sent between Manchester and London were said to have been conveyed for years by this process. One great mercantile house was proved to have been in the habit of sending 67 letters by what may be called this underground post office for every one on which they paid the government charge. It was not merely to escape heavy cost that these stratagems were employed. As there was an additional charge when a letter was written on more sheets than one, there was a frequent and almost a constant tampering by officials with the sanctity of sealed letters, for the purpose of ascertaining whether or not they ought to be taxed on the higher scale. It was proved that in the years between 1815 and 1835, while the population had increased 30% and the stagecoach duty had increased 128%, the post office revenues had shown no increase at all. In other countries, the postal revenue had been on the increase steadily during that time. In the United States, the revenue had actually trebled, although then and later the postal system of America was full of faults which at that time only seemed intelligible or excusable when placed in comparison with those of our own system. End of section 8. Section 9 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, Science and Speed, Part 2. Mr. afterwards Sir Rowland Hill is the man to whom this country, and indeed all civilization, owes the adoption of the cheap and uniform system. His plan has been adopted by every state which professes to have a postal system at all. Mr. Hill belonged to a remarkable family. His father, Thomas Wright Hill, was a teacher, a man of advanced and practical views in popular education, a devoted lover of science, an advocate of civil and religious liberty, and a sort of celebrity in the Birmingham of his day, where he took a bold and active part in trying to defend the house of Dr. Priestley against the mob who attacked it. He had 5 sons, every one of whom made himself more or less conspicuous as a practical reformer in one path or another. The eldest of the sons was Matthew Davenport Hill, the philanthropic recorder of Birmingham, who did so much for prison reform and for the reclamation of juvenile offenders. The third son was Rowland Hill, the author of the cheap postal system. Rowland Hill, when a little weakly child, began to show such precocious love for arithmetical calculations as Pascal showed for mathematics. His favorite amusement as a child was to lie on the hearthrug and count up figures by the hour together. As he grew up, he became teacher of mathematics in his father's school. Afterwards he was appointed secretary to the South Australian Commission, and rendered much valuable service in the organization of the colony of South Australia. His early love of masses of figures it may have been which in the first instance turned his attention to the number of letters passing through the post office, the proportion they bore to the number of the population, the cost of carrying them, and the amount which the post office authorities charged for the conveyance of a single letter. A picturesque and touching little illustration of the veritable hardships of the existing system seems to have quickened his interest in a reform of it. Miss Martineau thus tells the story. Coleridge, when a young man, was walking through the Lake District, when he one day saw the postman deliver a letter to a woman at a cottage door. The woman turned it over and examined it, and then returned it, saying she could not pay the postage, which was a shilling. Hearing that the letter was from her brother, Coleridge paid the postage in spite of the manifest unwillingness of the woman. As soon as the postman was out of sight, she showed Coleridge how his money had been wasted as far as she was concerned. The sheet was blank. There was an agreement between her brother and herself that as long as all went well with him, he should send a blank sheet in this way once a quarter, and she thus had tidings of him without expensive postage. Most persons would have remembered this incident as a curious story to tell, but there was one mind which wakened at once to a sense of the significance of the fact. It struck Mr. Rowland Hill that there must be something wrong in a system which drove a brother and sister to cheating in order to gratify their desire to hear of one another's welfare. Mr. Hill gradually worked out for himself a comprehensive scheme of reform. He put it before the world early in 1837. The public were taken by surprise when the plan came before them in the shape of a pamphlet which its author modestly entitled Post Office Reform, Its Importance and Practicability. The root of Mr. Hill's system lay in the fact made evident by him beyond dispute that the actual cost of the conveyance of letters through the post was very trifling, and was but little increased by the distance over which they had to be carried. His proposal was therefore that the rates of postage should be diminished to the minimum, that at the same time the speed of conveyance should be increased, and that there should be much greater frequency of dispatch. His principle was in fact the very opposite of that which had prevailed in the calculations of the authorities. Their idea was that the higher the charge for letters, the greater the return to revenue. He started on the assumption that the smaller the charge, the greater the profit. He therefore recommended the substitution of one uniform charge of 1 penny the half ounce, without reference to the distance within the limits of the United Kingdom which the letter had to be carried. The Post Office authorities were at first uncompromising in their opposition to the scheme. The Postmaster General, Lord Lichfield, said in the House of Lords that of all the wild and extravagant schemes he had ever heard of, it was the wildest and most extravagant. The mails, he said, will have to carry 12 times as much weight, and therefore the charge for transmission, instead of £100,000 as now, must be 12 times that amount. The walls of the post office would burst. The whole area in which the building stands would not be large enough to receive the clerks and the letters. It is impossible not to be struck by the paradoxical peculiarity of this argument. Because the charge would be so much welcomed by the public, Lord Lichfield argued, that it ought not to be made. He did not fall back upon the then familiar assertion that the public would not send anything like the number of letters the advocates of the scheme expected. He argued that they would send so many as to make it troublesome for the post office authorities to deal with them. In plain words, it would be such an immense accommodation to the population in general that the officials could not undertake the trouble of carrying it into effect. Another post office official, Colonel Maberly, was at all events more liberal. "My constant language," he said afterwards, "to the heads of the departments was, 'This plan we know will fail. It is your duty to take care that no obstruction is placed in the way of it by the heads of the department and by the post office. The allegation, I have not the least doubt, will be made at a subsequent period that this plan has failed in consequence of the unwillingness of the government to carry it into fair execution. It is our duty as servants of the government to take care that no blame eventually shall fall on the government through any unwillingness of ours to carry it into proper effect.' It is perhaps less surprising that the routine mind of officials should have seen no future but failure for the scheme, when so vigorous and untrammelled a thinker as Sidney Smith spoke with anger and contempt of the fact that 1,000,000 of revenue is given up in the nonsensical penny post scheme to please my old, excellent, and universally dissentient friend, Noah Warburton." Mr. Warburton was then member for Bridport, and with Mr. Wallace, another member of Parliament, was very active in supporting and promoting the views of Mr. Hill. "I admire the Whig ministry," Sidney Smith went on to say, "and think they have done more good things than all the ministries since the Revolution. But these concessions are sad and unworthy marks of weakness, and fill reasonable men with alarm." It will be seen from this remark alone that the ministry had yielded somewhat more readily than might have been expected to the arguments of Mr. Hill. At the time his pamphlet appeared, a commission was actually engaged in inquiring into the condition of the Post Office Department. Their attention was drawn to Mr. Hill's plan, and they gave it a careful consideration and reported in its favour, although the Post Office authorities were convinced that it must involve an unbearable loss of revenue. In Parliament, Mr. Wallace, whose name has been already mentioned, moved for a committee to inquire into the whole subject, and especially to examine the mode recommended for charging and collecting postage in the pamphlet of Mr. Hill. The committee gave the subject a very patient consideration, and at length made a report recommending uniform charges and prepayment by stamps. That part of Mr. Hill's plan which suggested the use of postage stamps was adopted by him on the advice of Mr. Charles Knight. The government took up the scheme with some spirit and liberality. The revenue that year showed a deficiency, but they determined to run the further risk which the proposal involved. The commercial community had naturally been stirred greatly by the project which promised so much relief and advantage. Sidney Smith was very much mistaken indeed when he fancied that it was only to please his old and excellent friend Mr. Warburton that the Ministry gave way to the innovation. Petitions from all the commercial communities were pouring in to support the plan, and to ask that at least it should have a fair trial. The Government at length determined to bring in a bill which should provide for the almost immediate introduction of Mr. Hill's scheme, and for the abolition of the franking system, except in the case of official letters actually sent on business directly belonging to Her Majesty's service. The bill declared, as an introductory step, that the charge for postage should be at the rate of 4d. for each letter under half an ounce in weight, irrespective of distance, within the limits of the United Kingdom. This, however, was to be only a beginning, for on January 10th, 1840, the postage was fixed at the uniform rate of 1 penny per letter of not more than half an ounce in weight. The introductory measure was not, of course, carried without opposition in both Houses of Parliament. The Duke of Wellington, in his characteristic way, declared that he strongly objected to the scheme, but as the Government had evidently set their hearts upon it, he recommended the House of Lords not to offer any opposition to it. In the House of Commons it was opposed by Sir Robert Peel and Mr. Goulburn, both of whom strongly condemned the whole scheme as likely to involve the country in vast loss of revenue. The measure, however, passed into law. Some idea of the effect it has produced upon the postal correspondence of the country may be gathered from the fact that in 1839, the last year of the heavy postage, the number of letters delivered in Great Britain and Ireland was a little more than 82 millions, which included some 5 millions and a half of franked letters returning nothing to the revenues of the country, whereas in 1875 more than 1,000 millions of letters were delivered in the United Kingdom. The population during the same time has not nearly doubled itself. It has already been remarked that the principle of Sir Rowland Hill's reform has since been put into operation in every civilized country in the world. It may be added that before long we shall, in all human probability, see an interoceanic postage established at a rate as low as people sometimes thought Sir Rowland Hill a madman for recommending as applicable to our inland post. The time is not far distant when a letter will be carried from London to San Francisco or to Tokyo in Japan at a rate of charge as small as that which made financiers stare and laugh when it was suggested as profitable remuneration for carrying a letter from London to the towns of Sussex or Hertfordshire. The penny post, let it be said, is an older institution than that which Sir Rowland Hill introduced. A penny post for conveyance of letters had been set up in London so long ago as 1683, and it was adopted or annexed by the Government some years after. An effort was even made to set up a halfpenny post in London in opposition to the official penny post in 1708, but the Government soon crushed this vexatious and intrusive rival. In 1738 Dr. Johnson writes to Mr. Cave, "To entreat that you will be pleased to inform me by the penny post whether you resolve to print the poem." After a while the Government changed their penny post to a 2-penny post, and gradually made a distinction between district and other postal systems, and contrived to swell the price for deliveries of all kinds. Long before even this time of the penny post, the old records of the city of Bristol contain an account of the payment of 1 penny for the carriage of letters to London. It need hardly be explained, however, that a penny in that time, or even in 1683, was a payment of very different value indeed from the modest sum which Sir Rowland Hill was successful in establishing. The ancient penny post resembled the modern penny post only in name. End of section 9. Section 10 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. Chartism, Part 1. It cannot, however, be said that all the omens under which the new Queen's reign opened at home were as auspicious as the coincidences which made it contemporary with the first chapters of these new and noble developments in the history of science and invention. On the contrary, it began amid many grim and unpromising conditions in our social affairs. The winter of 1837 and 8 was one of unusual severity and distress. There would have been much discontent and grumbling in any case among the class described by French writers as the prolétaires, but the complaints were aggravated by a common belief that the young Queen was wholly under the influence of a frivolous and selfish minister who occupied her with amusements while the poor were starving. It does not appear that there was at any time the slightest justification for such a belief, but it prevailed among the working classes and the poor very generally, and added to the sufferings of genuine want the bitterness of imaginary wrong. Popular education was little looked after. So far as the state was concerned, might be said not to be looked after at all. The laws of political economy were as yet only within the appreciation of a few, who were regarded not uncommonly, because of their theories, somewhat as phrenologists or mesmerists might be looked on in a more enlightened time. Some writers have made a great deal of the case of Tom and his disciples as evidence of the extraordinary ignorance that prevailed. Tom was a broken-down brewer, and in fact a madman, who had for some time been going about in Canterbury and other parts of Kent, bedizened in fantastic costume, and styling himself at first Sir William Courtenay of Powderham Castle, Knight of Malta, King of Jerusalem, King of the Gipsy races, and we know not what else. He announced himself as a great political reformer, and for a while he succeeded in getting many to believe in and support him. He was afterwards confined for some time in a lunatic asylum, and when he came out, he presented himself to the ignorant peasantry in the character of a second Messiah. He found many followers and believers again among a humbler class indeed than those whom he had formerly won over. Much of his influence over the poor Kentish labourers was due to his denunciations of the new Poor Law, which was then popularly hated and feared with an almost insane intensity of feeling. Tom told them he had come to regenerate the whole world, and also to save his followers from the new Poor Law, and the latter announcement commended the former. He assembled a crowd of his supporters and undertook to lead them to an attack on Canterbury. With his own hand he shot dead a policeman who endeavoured to oppose his movements, exactly as a saviour of society of bolder pretensions and greater success did at Boulogne not long after. 2 companies of soldiers came out from Canterbury to disperse the rioters. The officer in command was shot dead by Tom. Tom's followers then charged the unexpecting soldiers so fiercely that for a moment there was some confusion, but the second company fired a volley which stretched Tom and several of his adherents lifeless on the field. That was an end of the rising. Several of Tom's followers were afterwards tried for murder, convicted and sentenced, but some pity was felt for their ignorance and their delusion, and they were not consigned to death. Long after the fall of their preposterous hero and saint, many of Tom's disciples believed that he would return from the grave to carry out the promised work of his mission. All this was lamentable, but could hardly be regarded as specially characteristic of the early years of the present reign. The Tom delusion was not much more absurd than the tick-borne mania of a later day. Down to our own time there are men and women among the Social Democrats of cultured Germany who still cherish the hope that their idol Ferdinand Lassalle will come back from the dead to lead and guide them. But there were political and social dangers in the opening of the present reign, more serious than any that could have been conjured up by a crazy man in a fantastic dress. There were delusions having deeper roots, and showing a more inviting shelter than any that a religious fanatic of the vulgar type could cause to spring up in our society. Only a few weeks after the coronation of the Queen, a great radical meeting was held in Birmingham. a manifesto was adopted there which afterwards came to be known as the Chartist Petition. With that moment, Chartism began to be one of the most disturbing influences of the political life of the country. It is a movement which, although its influence may now be said to have wholly passed away, well deserves to have its history fully written. For 10 years it agitated England. It sometimes seemed to threaten an actual uprising of all the prolétaires against what was then the political and social institutions of the country. It might have been a very serious danger if the state had been involved in any external difficulties. It was backed by much genuine enthusiasm, passion, and intelligence. It appealed strongly and naturally to whatever there was of discontent among the working classes. It afforded a most acceptable and convenient means by which ambitious politicians of the self-seeking order could raise themselves into temporary importance. Its fierce and fitful flame went out at last under the influence of the strong, clear, and steady light of political reform and education. The one great lesson it teaches is that political agitation lives and is formidable only by virtue of what is reasonable in its demands. Thousands of ignorant and miserable men all over the country joined the Chartist agitation, who cared nothing about the substantial value of its political claims. They were poor, they were overworked, they were badly paid, their lives were altogether wretched. They got into their heads some wild idea that the People's Charter would give them better food and wages and lighter work if it were obtained, and that for that very reason the aristocrats and the officials would not grant it. No political concessions could really have satisfied these men. If the Charter had been granted in 1838, they would no doubt have been as dissatisfied as ever in 1839. But the discontent of these poor creatures would have brought with it little danger to the state if it had not become part of the support of an organization which could show some sound and good reason for the demands it made. The moment that the clear and practical political grievances were dealt with, the organization melted away. Vague discontent, however natural and excusable it may be, is only formidable in politics when it helps to swell the strength and the numbers of a crowd which calls for some reform that can be made and is withheld. One of the vulgarest fallacies of statecraft is to declare that it is of no use granting the reforms which would satisfy reasonable demands, because there are still unreasonable agitators whom these will not satisfy. Get the reasonable man on your side, and you need not fear the unreasonable. This is the lesson taught to statesmen by the Chartist agitation. A funeral oration over Chartism was pronounced by Sir John Campbell, then Attorney General, afterwards Lord Chief Justice Campbell, at a public dinner at Edinburgh on October 24th, 1839. He spoke at some length and with some complacency of Chartism as an agitation which had passed away. Some 10 days afterwards occurred the most formidable outburst of Chartism that had been known up to that time, and Chartism continued to be an active and a disturbing influence in England for nearly 10 years after. If Sir John Campbell had told his friends and constituents at the Edinburgh dinner that the influence of Chartism was just about to make itself really felt, he would have shown himself a somewhat more acute politician than we now understand him to be. Seldom has a public man, setting up to be a political authority, made a worse hit than he did in that memorable declaration. Campbell was indeed only a clever, shrewd lawyer of the hard and narrow class. He never made any pretensions to statesmanship, or even to great political knowledge, and his unfortunate blunder might be passed over without notice, were it not that it illustrates fairly enough the manner in which men of better information and judgment than he were at that time in the habit of disposing of all inconvenient political problems. The Attorney General was aware that there had been a few riots and a few arrests, and that the law had been what he would call vindicated, and as he had no manner of sympathy with the motives which could lead men to distress themselves and their friends about imaginary charters, he assumed that there was an end of the matter. It did not occur to him to ask himself whether there might not be some underlying causes to explain, if not to excuse, the agitation that just then began to disturb the country, and that continued to disturb it for so many years. Even if he had inquired into this subject, it is not likely that he would have come to any wiser conclusion about it. The dramatic instinct, if we may be allowed to call it so, which enables a man to put himself for the moment into the condition and mood of men entirely unlike himself in feelings and conditions, is an indispensable element of real statesmanship. But it is the rarest of all gifts among politicians of the second order. If Sir John Campbell had turned his attention to the Chartist question, he would only have found that a number of men, for the most part poor and ignorant, were complaining of grievances where he could not for himself see any substantial grievances at all. That would have been enough for him. If a solid, wealthy, and rising lawyer could not see any cause for grumbling, he would have made up his mind that no reasonable persons worthy the consideration of sensible legislators would continue to grumble after they had been told by those in authority that it was their business to keep quiet. But if he had, on the other hand, looked with the light of sympathetic intelligence, of that dramatic instinct which has just been mentioned, at the condition of the classes among whom Chartism was then rife, he would have seen that it was not likely the agitation could be put down by a few prosecutions and a few arrests, and the censure of a prosperous Attorney General. He would have seen that Chartism was not a cause but a consequence. The intelligence of a very ordinary man who approached the question in an impartial mood might have seen that Chartism was the expression of a vague discontent with very positive grievances and evils. We have in our time outlived the days of political abstractions. The catchwords which thrilled our forefathers with emotion on one side or the other fall with hardly any meaning on our ears. We smile at such phrases as the rights of man. We hardly know what is meant by talking of the people, as the words were used long ago when the people was understood to mean a vast mass of wronged persons who had no representation and were oppressed by privilege and the aristocracy. We seldom talk of liberty. Anyone venturing to found a theory or even a declamation on some supposed deprival of liberty would soon find himself in the awkward position of being called on to give a scientific definition of what he understood liberty to be. He would be as much puzzled as were certain English working men who, desiring to express to Mr. John Stuart Mill their sympathy with what they called, in the slang of continental democracy, the Revolution, were calmly bidden by the great liberal thinker to ask themselves what they meant by the Revolution, which revolution, what revolution, and why they sympathized with it. But perhaps we are all a little too apt to think that because these abstractions have no living meaning now, they never had any living meaning at all. They convey no manner of clear idea in England now, but it does not by any means follow that they never conveyed any such idea. The phrase which Mr. Mill so properly condemned when he found it in the mouths of English working men had a very intelligible and distinct meaning when it first came to be used in France and throughout the continent. The Revolution expressed a clear reality as recognizable by the intelligence of all who heard it as the name of free trade or ultramontanism to men of our time. The Revolution was the principle which was asserting all over Europe the overthrow of the old absolute power of kings, and it described it just as well as any word could do. It is meaningless in our day for the very reason that it was full of meaning then. So it was with the people, and the rights of the people, and the rights of labour, and all the other grandiloquent phrases which seem to us so empty and so meaningless now. They are empty and meaningless at the present hour, but they have no application now, chiefly because they had application then. The Reform Bill of 1832 had been necessarily and perhaps naturally a class measure. It had done great things for the constitutional system of England. It had averted a revolution which without some such concession would probably have been inevitable. It had settled for ever the question which was so fiercely and so gravely debated during the discussions of the Reform years, whether the English constitution is or is not based upon a system of popular representation. To many at present it may seem hardly credible that sane men could have denied the existence of the representative principle. But during the debates on the great Reform Bill, such a denial was the strong point of many of the leading opponents of the measure, including the Duke of Wellington himself. The principle of the Constitution, it was soberly argued, is that the sovereign invites whatever communities or interests he thinks fit to send in persons to Parliament to take counsel with him on the affairs of the nation. This idea was got rid of by the Reform Bill. That bill abolished 56 nomination or rotten boroughs and took away half the representation from 30 others. It disposed of the seats thus obtained by giving 65 additional representatives to the counties and conferring the right of returning members on Manchester, Leeds, Birmingham, and some 39 large and prosperous towns which had previously had no representation, while, as Lord John Russell said in his speech when he introduced the bill in March 1831, a ruined mound sent 2 representatives to Parliament. 3 niches in a stone wall sent 2 representatives to Parliament. A park where no houses were to be seen sent 2 representatives to Parliament. The bill introduced a £10 household qualification for boroughs and extended the county franchise to leaseholders and copyholders. But it left the working classes almost altogether out of the franchise. Not merely did it confer no political emancipation on them, but it took away in many places the peculiar franchises which made the working men voters. There were communities, such for example as that of Preston in Lancashire, where the system of franchise existing created something like universal suffrage. All this was smoothed away, if such an expression may be used, by the Reform Bill. In truth, the Reform Bill broke down the monopoly which the aristocracy and landed classes had enjoyed, and admitted the middle classes to a share of the law-making power. The representation was divided between the aristocracy and the middle class, instead of being, as before, the exclusive possession of the former. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. Chartism, Part 2. The working class, in the opinion of many of their ablest and most influential representatives, were not merely left out but shouldered out. This was all the more exasperating because the excitement and agitation by the strength of which the Reform Bill was carried in the teeth of so much resistance were kept up by the working men. There was besides, at the time of the Reform Bill, a very high degree of what may be called the temperature of the French Revolution, still heating the senses and influencing the judgment even of the aristocratic leaders of the movement. What Richter calls the seed grains of the revolutionary doctrines had been blown abroad so widely that they rested in some of the highest as well as in most of the lowliest places. Some of the reform leaders, Lord Durham for instance, were prepared to go much farther in the way of radicalism than at a later period Mr. Cobden or Mr. Bright would have gone. There was more than once a sort of appeal to the working men of the country, which, however differently it may have been meant, certainly sounded in their ears as if it were an intimation that in the event of the bill being resisted too long, it might be necessary to try what the strength of a popular uprising could do. Many years after, in the defence of the Irish state prisoners at Clonmel, the counsel who pleaded their cause insisted that they had warrant for their conduct in certain proceedings which were in preparation during the reform agitation. He talked with undisguised significance of the teacher being in the ministry and the pupils in the dock, and quoted Captain Macheath to the effect that if laws were made equally for every degree, there might even then be rare company at Tyburn Tree. It is not necessary to attach too much importance to assertions of this kind, or to accept them as sober contributions to history, but they are very instructive as a means of enabling us to understand the feeling of soreness which remained in the minds of large masses of the population when, after the passing of the Reform Bill, they found themselves left out in the cold. Rightly or wrongly, they believed that their strength had been kept in reserve or in terrorem to secure the carrying of the Reform Bill, and that when it was carried, they were immediately thrown over by those whom they had thus helped to pass it. Therefore, at the time when the young sovereign ascended the throne, the working classes in all the large towns were in a state of profound disappointment and discontent, almost indeed of disaffection. Chartism was beginning to succeed to the reform agitation. The leaders who had come from the ranks of the aristocracy had been discarded or had withdrawn. In some cases they had withdrawn in perfect good faith, believing sincerely that they had done the work which they undertook to do, and that that was all the country required. Men drawn more immediately from the working class itself, or who had in some way been dropped down by a class higher in the social scale, took up the popular leadership now. Chartism may be said to have sprung definitively into existence in consequence of the formal declarations of the leaders of the Liberal party in Parliament that they did not intend to push reform any farther. At the opening of the first Parliament of Queen Victoria's reign, the question was brought to a test. A Radical member of the House of Commons moved as an amendment to the address a resolution declaring in favour of the secret ballot and of shorter duration of parliaments. Only 20 members voted for it, and Lord John Russell declared distinctly against all such attempts to reopen the reform question. It was impossible that this declaration should not be received with disappointment and anger by great masses of the people. They had been in the full assurance that the Reform Bill itself was only the means by which greater changes were to be brought about. Lord John Russell said in the House of Commons that to push reform any farther then would be a breach of faith toward those who helped him to carry it. A great many outside Parliament not unnaturally regarded the refusal to go any farther as a breach of faith toward them on the part of the Liberal leaders. Lord John Russell was right from his point of view. It would have been impossible to carry the reform movement any farther just then. In a country like ours, where interests are so nicely balanced, it must always happen that a forward movement in politics is followed by a certain reaction. The parliamentary leaders in Parliament were already beginning to feel the influence of this law of our political growth. It would have been hopeless to attempt to get the upper and middle classes at such a time to consent to any further changes of considerable importance. But the feeling of those who had helped so materially to bring about the reform movement was at least intelligible when they found that its effects were to stop just short of the measures which alone could have made any direct influence on their political position. A conference was held almost immediately between a few of the Liberal members of Parliament who professed radical opinions and some of the leaders of the working men. At this conference the programme, or what was always afterwards known as the Charter, was agreed upon and drawn up. The name of Charter appears to have been given to it for the first time by O'Connell. "There's your Charter," he said to the Working Men's Association. "Agitate for it, and never be content with anything less." It is a great thing accomplished in political agitation to have found a telling name. A name is almost as important for a new agitation as for a new novel. The title of The People's Charter would of itself have launched the movement. Quietly studied now, the People's Charter does not seem a very formidable document. There is little smell of gunpowder about it. Its points, as they were called, were 6. manhood suffrage came first. It was then called universal suffrage, but it only meant manhood suffrage, for the promoters of the movement had not the slightest idea of insisting on the franchise for women. The second was annual parliaments. Vote by secret ballot was the third. Abolition of the property qualification, then and for many years after required for the election of a member to Parliament, was the fourth. The payment of members was the fifth, and the division of the country into equal electoral districts, the sixth of the famous points. Of these proposals, some, it will be seen, were perfectly reasonable. Not one was so absolutely unreasonable as to be outside the range of fair and quiet discussion among practical politicians. 3 of the points, half, that is to say, of the whole number, have already been made part of our constitutional system. The existing franchise may be virtually regarded as manhood suffrage. We have for years been voting by means of a written paper dropped in a ballot box. The property qualification for members of Parliament could hardly be said to have been abolished. Such a word seems far too grand and dignified to describe the fate that befell it. We should rather say that it was extinguished by its own absurdity and viciousness. It never kept out of Parliament any person legally disqualified, and it was the occasion of incessant tricks and devices which would surely have been counted disreputable and disgraceful to those who engaged in them, but that the injustice and folly of the system generated a sort of false public conscience where it was concerned, and made people think it is as lawful to cheat it as at one time the most respectable persons in private life thought it allowable to cheat the revenue and wear smuggled lace or drink smuggled brandy. The proposal to divide the country into equal electoral districts is one which can hardly yet be regarded as having come to any test, but it is almost certain that sooner or later some alteration of our present system in that direction will be adopted. Of the 2 other points of the Charter, the payment of members may be regarded as decidedly objectionable, and that for yearly parliaments as embodying a proposition which would make public life an almost insufferable nuisance to those actively concerned in it. But neither of these 2 proposals would be looked upon in our time as outside the range of legitimate political discussion. Indeed, the difficulty anyone engaged in their advocacy would find just now would be in getting any considerable body of listeners to take the slightest interest in the argument either for or against them. The Chartists might be roughly divided into 3 classes: the political Chartists, the social Chartists, and the Chartists of vague discontent who joined the movement because they were wretched and felt angry. The first were the regular political agitators who wanted a wider popular representation. The second were chiefly led to the movement by their hatred of the bread tax. These 2 classes were perfectly clear as to what they wanted. Some of their demands were just and reasonable. None of them were without the sphere of rational and peaceful controversy. The disciples of mere discontent naturally swerved alternately to the side of those leaders or sections who talked loudest and fiercest against the lawmakers and the constituted authorities. Chartism soon split itself into 2 general divisions, the moral force and the physical force Chartism. Nothing can be more unjust than to represent the leaders and promoters of the movement as mere factious and self-seeking demagogues. Some of them were men of great ability and eloquence. Some were impassioned young poets, drawn from the class whom Kingsley has described in his Alton Locke. Some were men of education. Many were earnest and devoted fanatics, and so far as we can judge, all or nearly all were sincere. Even the man who did the movement most harm, and who made himself most odious to all reasonable outsiders, the once famous, now forgotten Fergus O'Connor, appears to have been sincere and to have personally lost more than he gained by his Chartism. 4 or 5 years after the collapse of what may be called the active Chartist agitation, a huge, white-headed, vacuous-eyed man was to be seen of mornings wandering through the arcades of Covent Garden Market, looking at the fruits and flowers, occasionally taking up a flower, smelling at it, and putting it down with a smile of infantile satisfaction. A man who might have reminded observers of Mr. Dick in Dickens's David Copperfield. And this was the once renowned, once dreaded and detested Fergus O'Connor. For some time before his death, his reason had wholly deserted him. Men did not know at first in the House of Commons the meaning of the odd pranks which Fergus was beginning to play there to the bewilderment of the great assembly. At last it was seen that the fallen leader of Chartism was a hopeless madman. It is hardly to be doubted that insanity had long been growing on him, and that some at least of his political follies and extravagances were the result of an increasing disorder of the brain. In his day he had been the very model of a certain class of demagogue. He was of commanding presence, great stature, and almost gigantic strength. He had education, he had mixed in good society. He belonged to an old family, and indeed boasted his descent from a line of Irish kings, not without some ground for the claim. He had been a man of some fashion at one time, and had led a life of wild dissipation in his early years. He had a kind of eloquence which told with immense power on a mass of half-ignorant hearers, and indeed men who had no manner of liking for him or sympathy with his doctrines have declared that he was the most effective mob orator they had ever heard. He was ready, if needs were, to fight his way single-handed through a whole mass of Tory opponents at a contested election. Thomas Cooper, the venerable poet of Chartism, has given an amusing description in his autobiography of Fergus O'Connor, who was then his hero, leaping from a wagon at a Nottingham election into the midst of a crowd of Tory butchers, and with only 2 stout Chartist followers, fighting his way through all opposition, flooring the butchers like ninepins. Once, says Mr. Cooper, the Tory lambs fought off all who surrounded him and got him down, and my heart quaked, for I thought they would kill him. But in a very few moments his red head emerged again from the rough human billows, and he was fighting his way as before. There were many men in the movement of a nobler moral nature than poor, huge, wild Fergus O'Connor. There were men like Thomas Cooper himself, devoted, impassioned, full of poetic aspiration, and no scant measure of poetic inspiration as well. Henry Vincent was a man of unimpeachable character and of some ability, an effective popular speaker who has since maintained in a very unpretending way a considerable reputation. Ernest Jones was as sincere and self-sacrificing a man as ever joined a sinking cause. He had proved his sincerity more in deed than word. His talents only fell short of that height which might claim to be regarded as genius. His education was that of a scholar and a gentleman. Many men of education and ability were drawn into sympathy, if not into actual cooperation with the Chartists, by a conviction that some of their claims were well-founded, and that the grievances of the working classes, which were terrible to contemplate, were such as a Parliament better representing all classes would be able to remedy. Some of these men have since made for themselves an honourable name in Parliament and out of it. Some of them have risen to high political position. It is necessary to read such a book as Thomas Cooper's autobiography to understand how genuine was the poetic and political enthusiasm which was at the heart of the Chartist movement, and how bitter was the suffering which drove into its ranks so many thousands of stout working men who, in a country like England, might well have expected to be able to live by the hard work they were only too willing to do. One must read the anti-Corn Law rhymes of Ebenezer Elliott to understand how the bread tax became identified in the minds of the very best of the working class, and identified justly, with the system of political and economic legislation which was undoubtedly kept up, although not of conscious purpose, for the benefit of a class. In the minds of too many, the British Constitution meant hard work and half-starvation. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. Chartism, Part 3. A whole literature of Chartist newspapers sprang up to advocate the cause. The Northern Star, owned and conducted by Fergus O'Connor, was the most popular and influential of them. But every great town had its Chartist press. Meetings were held at which sometimes very violent language was employed. It began to be the practice to hold torchlight meetings at night, and many men went armed to these, and open clamour was made by the wilder of the Chartists for an appeal to arms. A formidable riot took place in Birmingham, where the authorities endeavoured to put down a Chartist meeting. Ebenezer Elliot and other sensible sympathizers endeavoured to open the eyes of the more extreme Chartists to the folly of all schemes for measures of violence, but for the time the more violent a speaker was, the better chance he had of becoming popular. Efforts were made at times to bring about a compromise with the middle-class Liberals and the anti-Corn Law leaders, but all such attempts proved failures. The Chartists would not give up their charter. Many of them would not renounce the hope of seeing it carried by force. The government began to prosecute some of the orators and leaders of the charter movement, and some of these were convicted, imprisoned, and treated with great severity. Henry Vincent's imprisonment at Newport in Wales was the occasion of an attempted rescue, which bore a very close resemblance indeed to a scheme of organized and armed rebellion. Newport had around it a large mining population, and the miners were nearly all physical force Chartists. It was arranged among them to march in 3 divisions to a certain rendezvous, and when they had formed a junction there, which was to be 2 hours after midnight, to march into Newport, attack the jail, and effect the release of Vincent and other prisoners. The attempt was to be under the chief command of Mr. Frost, a trader of Newport, who had been a magistrate, but was deprived of the commission of the peace for violent political speeches, a man of respectable character and conduct up to that time. This was on November 4th, 1839. There was some misunderstanding and delay, as almost invariably happens in such enterprises, and the divisions of the little army did not effect their junction in time. When they entered Newport, they found the authorities fully prepared to meet them. Frost entered the town at the head of 1 division only, another following him at some interval. The third was nowhere as far as the object of the enterprise was concerned. A conflict took place between the rioters and the soldiery and police, and the rioters were dispersed with a loss of some 10 killed and 50 wounded. In their flight, they encountered some of the other divisions coming up to the enterprise all too late. Nothing was more remarkable than the courage shown by the mayor of Newport, the magistrates, and the little body of soldiers. The mayor, Mr. Phillips, received 2 gunshot wounds. Frost was arrested next day along with some of his colleagues. They were tried on June 6, 1840. The charge against them was one of high treason. There did really appear ground enough to suppose that the expedition led by Frost was not merely to rescue Vincent, but to set going the great rebellious movement of which the physical force Chartists had long been talking. The Chartists appear at first to have numbered some 10,000, 20,000 indeed, according to other accounts, and they were armed with guns, pikes, swords, pickaxes, and bludgeons. If the delay and misunderstanding had not taken place, and they had arrived at their rendezvous at the appointed time, the attempt might have led to very calamitous results. The jury found Frost and his 2 companions, Williams and Jones, guilty of high treason, and they were sentenced to death. The sentence, however, was commuted to one of transportation for life. Even this was afterwards relaxed, and when some years had passed away and Chartism had ceased to be a disturbing influence, Frost was allowed to return to England, where he found that a new generation had grown up and that he was all but forgotten. In the meantime, the Corn Law agitation had been successful. The year of revolutions had passed harmlessly over. Fergus O'Connor's day was done. But the trial and conviction of Frost, Williams, and Jones did not put a stop to the Chartist agitation. On the contrary, that agitation seemed rather to wax and strengthen and grow broader because of the attempt at Newport and its consequences. Thomas Cooper, for example, had never attended a Chartist meeting, nor known anything of Chartism beyond what he read in the newspapers until after the conviction of Frost and his companions. There was no lack of what were called energetic measures on the part of the government. The leading Chartists all over the country were prosecuted and tried literally by hundreds. In most cases they were convicted and sentenced to terms of imprisonment. The imprisonment served rather to make the Chartist leaders popular and to advertise the movement than to accomplish any purpose the government had at heart. They helped to make the government very unpopular. The working classes grew more and more bitter against the Whigs, who they said had professed liberalism only to gain their own ends, and were really at heart less liberal than the Tories. Now and then an imprisoned representative of the Chartist movement got to the end of his period of sentence and came out of durance. He was a hero all over again, and his return to public life was the signal for fresh demonstrations of Chartism. At the general election of 1841, the vast majority of the Chartists, acting on the advice of some of their more extreme leaders, threw all their support into the cause of the Tories, and so helped the downfall of the Melbourne administration. Wide and almost universal discontent among the working classes in town and country still helped to swell the Chartist ranks. The weavers and stockingers in some of the manufacturing towns were miserably poor. Wages were low everywhere. In the agricultural districts, the complaints against the operation of the new Poor Law were vehement and passionate, and although they were unjust in principle and sustained by monstrous exaggerations of statement, they were not the less potent as recruiting agents for Chartism. There was a profound distrust of the middle class and their leaders. The anti-Corn Law agitation which was then springing up, and which one might have thought must find its most strenuous support among the poor artisans of the towns, was regarded with deep disgust by some of the Chartists, and with downright hostility by others. A very temperate orator of the Chartists put the feeling of himself and his fellows in clear terms. "We do not object to the repeal of the Corn Laws," he said. "On the contrary, when we get the Charter, we will repeal the Corn Laws and all the bad laws. But if you give up your agitation for the Charter to help the free traders, they will never help you to get the Charter. Don't be deceived by the middle classes again. You helped them to get the Reform Bill, and where are the fine promises they made you? Don't listen to their humbug any more. Stick to your Charter. Without your votes you are veritable slaves." The Chartists believed themselves abandoned by their natural leaders. All manner of socialist doctrines began to creep in among them. Wild and infidel opinions were proclaimed by many. Thomas Cooper tells one little anecdote which he says fairly illustrates the feeling of many of the fiercer spirits among the artisan Chartists in some of the towns. He and his friends were holding a meeting one day in Leicester. A poor religious stockinger said, "Let us be patient a little longer. Surely God Almighty will help us soon." "Talk to us no more about your God Almighty," was the fierce cry that came in reply from one of the audience. "There isn't one. If there was one, he wouldn't let us suffer as we do." About the same time a poor stockinger rushed into Cooper's house, and throwing himself wildly in a chair exclaimed, "I wish they would hang me. I have lived on cold potatoes that were given me these 2 days, and this morning I've eaten a raw potato for sheer hunger. Give me a bit of bread and a cup of coffee, or I shall drop." Thomas Cooper's remark about this time is very intelligible and simple. It tells a long, clear story about Chartism. "How fierce," he says, "my discourses now became in the marketplace on Sunday evenings. My heart often burned with indignation I knew not how to express. I began with sheer sympathy to feel a tendency to glide into the depraved thinking of some of the stronger but coarser spirits among the men." So the agitation went on. We need not follow it through all its incidents. It took in some places the form of industrial strikes, in others of socialistic assemblages. Its fanaticism had in many instances a strong flavour of nobleness and virtue. Some men, under the influence of thoughtful leaders, pledged themselves to total abstinence from intoxicating drinks, in the full belief that the agitation would never succeed until the working classes had proved themselves by their self-control to be worthy of the gift of freedom. In other instances, as has been already remarked, the disappointment and despair of the people took the form of infidelity. There were many riots and disturbances, none indeed of so seemingly rebellious a nature as that of Frost and his companions, but many serious enough to spread great alarm, and to furnish fresh occasion for government prosecutions and imprisonments. Some of the prisoners seem to have been really treated with a positively wanton harshness and even cruelty. Thomas Cooper's account of his own sufferings in prison is painful to read. It is not easy to understand what good purpose any government could have supposed the prison authorities were serving by the unnecessary degradation and privation of men who, whatever their errors, were conspicuously and transparently sincere and honest. It is clear that at that time the Chartists, who represented the bulk of the artisan class in most of the large towns, did in their very hearts believe that England was ruled for the benefit of aristocrats and millionaires who were absolutely indifferent to the sufferings of the poor. It is equally clear that most of what are called the ruling class did really believe the English working men who joined the Chartist movement to be a race of fierce, unmanageable, and selfish communists, who, if they were allowed their own way for a moment, would prove themselves determined to overthrow throne, altar, and all established securities of society. An ignorant panic prevailed on both sides. England was indeed divided, as Mr. Disraeli's novel described it, into two nations, the rich and the poor, in towns at least, and each hated and feared the other with all that unthinking hate and fear which hostile nations are capable of showing even amid all the influences of civilization. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6, Question de Jupons, Part 1. Meanwhile, things were looking ill with the Melbourne ministry. Sir Robert Peel was addressing great meetings of his followers and declaring with much show of justice that he had created anew the Conservative party. The position of the Whigs would in any case have been difficult. Their mandate, to use the French phrase, seemed to be exhausted. They had no new thing to propose. They came into power as reformers, and now they had nothing to offer in the way of reform. It may be taken as a certainty that in English politics reaction must always follow advance. The Whigs must just then have come in for the effects of reaction. But they had more than that to contend with. In our own time, Mr. Gladstone had no sooner passed his great measures of reform than he began to experience the effects of reaction. But there was a great difference between his situation and that of the Whigs under Melbourne. He had not failed to satisfy the demands of his followers. He had no extreme wing of his party clamouring against him on the ground that he had made use of their strength to help him in carrying out as much of his programme as suited his own coterie, and that he had then deserted them. This was the condition of the Whigs. The more advanced Liberals and the whole body of the Chartists and the working classes generally detested and denounced them. Many of the Liberals had had some hope while Lord Durham still seemed likely to be a political power, but with the fading of his influence they lost all interest in the Whig ministry. On the other hand, the support of O'Connell was a serious disadvantage to Melbourne and his party in England. But the Whig ministers were always adding by some mistakes or other to the difficulties of their position. The Jamaica Bill put them in great perplexity. This was a measure brought in on April 9th, 1839, to make temporary provision for the government of the island of Jamaica by setting aside the House of Assembly for 5 years, and during that time empowering the governor and council with 3 salaried commissioners to manage the affairs of the colony. In other words, the Melbourne Ministry proposed to suspend for 5 years the Constitution of Jamaica. No body of persons can be more awkwardly placed than a Whig ministry proposing to set aside a constitutional government anywhere. Such a proposal may be a necessary measure, it may be unavoidable, but it always comes with a bad grace from Whigs or Liberals, and gives their enemies a handle against them which they cannot fail to use to some purpose. What indeed, it may be plausibly asked, is the raison d'être of a Liberal government, if they have to return to the old Tory policy of suspended constitutions and absolute law? When Rabagas, become minister, tells his master that the only way to silence discontent is by the liberal use of the cannon, the Prince of Monaco remarks very naturally, if that was to be the policy, he might as well have kept to his old ministers and his absolutism. So it is with an English liberal ministry advising the suspension of constitutions. In the case of the Jamaica Bill, there was some excuse for the harsh policy. After the abolition of slavery, the former masters in the island found it very hard to reconcile themselves to the new condition of things. They could not all at once understand that their former slaves were to be their equals before the law. As we have seen much more lately in the southern states of America after the Civil War and the emancipation of the Negroes, there was still a pertinacious attempt made by the planter class to regain in substance the power they had had to renounce in name. This was not to be justified or excused, but as human nature is made, it was not unnatural. On the other hand, some of the Jamaica Negroes were too ignorant to understand that they had acquired any rights. Others were a little too clamorous in their assertion. Many a planter worked his men and whipped his women, just as before the emancipation, and the victims did not understand that they had any right to complain. Many Negroes, again, were ignorantly and thoughtlessly bumptious, to use a vulgar expression, in the assertion of their new-found equality. The imperial governors and officials were generally and justly eager to protect the Negroes, and the result was a constant quarrel between the Jamaica House of Assembly and the representatives of the home government. The Assembly became more insolent and offensive every day. A bill, very necessary in itself, was passed by the Imperial Parliament for the better regulation of prisons in Jamaica, and the House of Assembly refused to submit to any such legislation. Under these circumstances, the Melbourne Ministry proposed the suspension of the constitution of the island. The measure was opposed not only by Peel and the Conservatives, but by many Radicals. It was argued that there were many courses open to the Ministry short of the high-handed proceeding they proposed, and in truth there was not that confidence in the Melbourne Ministry at all which would have enabled them to obtain from Parliament a majority sufficient to carry through any such policy. The Ministry was weak and discredited. Anybody now might throw a stone at it. They only had a majority of 5 in favour of their measure. This, of course, was a virtual defeat. The Ministry acknowledged it and resigned. Their defeat was a humiliation, their resignation an inevitable submission, but they came back to office almost immediately under conditions that made the humiliation more humbling and rendered their subsequent career more difficult by far than their past struggle for existence had been. The return of the Whigs to office, for they cannot be said to have returned to power, came about in a very odd way. Gulliver ought to have had an opportunity of telling such a story to the king of the Brobdingnagians, in order the better to impress him with a clear idea of the logical beauty of constitutional government. It was an entirely new illustration of the old cherchez la femme principle, the Femme in this case, however, being altogether a passive and innocent cause of trouble. The famous controversy known as the Bedchamber Question made a way back for the Whigs into place. When Lord Melbourne resigned, the Queen sent for the Duke of Wellington, who advised her to apply to Sir Robert Peel, for the reason that the chief difficulties of a Conservative government would be in the House of Commons. The Queen sent for Peel, and when he came, told him with a simple and girlish frankness that she was sorry to have to part with her late ministers, of whose conduct she entirely approved, but that she bowed to constitutional usage. This must have been rather an astonishing beginning to the grave and formal Peel, but he was not a man to think any worse of the candid young sovereign for her outspoken ways. The negotiations went on very smoothly as to the colleagues Peel meant to recommend to Her Majesty, until he happened to notice the composition of the royal household as regarded the ladies most closely in attendance on the Queen. For example, he found that the wife of Lord Normanby and the sister of Lord Morpeth were the two ladies in closest attendance on Her Majesty. Now it has to be borne in mind, it was proclaimed again and again during the negotiations, that the chief difficulty of the Conservatives would necessarily be in Ireland, where their policy would be altogether opposed to that of the Whigs. Lord Normanby had been Lord Lieutenant of Ireland under the Whigs, and Lord Morpeth, whom we can all remember as the amiable and accomplished Lord Carlisle of later time, Irish Secretary. It certainly could not be satisfactory for Peel to try to work a new Irish policy while the closest household companions of the Queen were the wife and sister of the displaced statesman who directly represented the policy he had to supersede. Had this point of view been made clear to the sovereign at first, it is hardly possible that any serious difficulty could have arisen. The Queen must have seen the obvious reasonableness of Peel's request, nor is it to be supposed that the two ladies in question could have desired to hold their places under such circumstances. But unluckily some misunderstanding took place at the very beginning of the conversation on this point. Peel only desired to press for the retirement of the ladies holding the higher offices. He did not intend to ask for any change affecting a place lower in official rank than that of Lady of the Bedchamber. But somehow or other he conveyed to the mind of the Queen a different idea. She thought he meant to insist as a matter of principle on the removal of all her familiar attendants and household associates. Under this impression she consulted Lord John Russell, who advised her on what he understood to be the state of the facts. On his advice the Queen stated in reply that she could not consent to a course which she conceives to be contrary to usage and is repugnant to her feelings. Sir Robert Peel held firm to his stipulation, and the chance of his then forming a ministry was at an end. Lord Melbourne and his colleagues had to be recalled, and at a cabinet meeting they adopted a minute declaring it reasonable that the great offices of the court and situations in the household held by members of the Parliament should be included in the political arrangements made on a change in the administration, but they are not of opinion that a similar principle should be applied or extended to the offices held by ladies in Her Majesty's household. The matter was naturally made the subject of explanation in both Houses of Parliament. Sir Robert Peel was undoubtedly right in his view of the question, and if he had been clearly understood, the right could hardly have been disputed. But he defended his position in language of what now seems rather ludicrous exaggeration. He treated this question de Jupons as if it were of the last importance, not alone to the honour of the ministry, but even to the safety of the realm. "I ask you," he said, "to go back to other times. Take Pitt or Fox, or any other minister of this proud country, and answer for yourselves the question, if it is fitting that one man shall be the minister, responsible for the most arduous charge that can fall to the lot of man, and that the wife of the other, that other his most formidable political enemy, shall, with his express consent, hold office in immediate attendance on the sovereign? Oh no," he exclaimed in an outburst of indignant eloquence. I felt that it was impossible. I could not consent to this. Feelings more powerful than reasoning told me that it was not for my own honour or for the public interests that I should consent to be minister of England. This high-flown language seems oddly out of place on the lips of a statesman who of all his contemporaries was the least apt to indulge in bursts of overwrought sentiment. Lord Melbourne, on the other hand, defended his action in the House of Lords in language of equal exaggeration. "I resume office," he said, "unequivocally and solely for this reason, that I will not desert my sovereign in a situation of difficulty and distress, especially when a demand is made upon her Majesty with which I think she ought not to comply, a demand inconsistent with her personal honour, and which, if acquiesced in, would render her reign liable to all the changes and variations of political parties, and make her domestic life one constant scene of unhappiness and discomfort." End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. Question de Jupons, Part 2. In the country, the incident created great excitement. Some Liberals bluntly insisted that it was not right in such a matter to consult the feelings of the sovereign at all, and that the advice of the minister and his idea of what was for the good of the country ought alone to be considered. On the other hand, O'Connell burst into impassioned language of praise and delight as he dwelt upon the decision of the Queen, and called upon the powers above to bless the young creature, that creature of only 19, as pure as she is exalted, who consulted not her head, but the overflowing feelings of her young heart. Those excellent women who had been so long attached to her, who had nursed and tended to her wants in her childhood, who had watched over her in her sickness, whose eyes beamed with delight as they saw her increasing daily in beauty and in loveliness, when they were threatened to be forced away from her, her heart told her that she could as well part with that heart itself as with those whom it held so dear. Fergus O'Connor went a good deal further, however, when he boldly declared that he had excellent authority for the statement that if the Tories had got the young Queen into their hands by the agency of the new ladies of the bedchamber, they had a plan for putting her out of the way and placing the bloody Cumberland on the throne in her stead. In O'Connell's case, no mystery was made of the fact that he believed the ladies actually surrounding the young Queen to be friendly to what he considered the cause of Ireland, and that he was satisfied Peel and the Tories were against it. For the wild talk represented by the words of Fergus O'Connor, it is only necessary to say that, frenzied and foolish as it must seem to us now, and as it must even then have seemed to all rational beings, it had the firm acceptance of large masses of people throughout the country, who persisted in seeing in Peel's pleadings for the change of the bedchamber women the positive evidence of an unscrupulous Tory plot to get possession of the Queen's person, not for the purpose of violently altering the succession, but in the hope of poisoning her mind against all liberal opinions. Lord Brougham was not likely to lose so good an opportunity of attacking Lord Melbourne and his colleagues. He insisted that Lord Melbourne had sacrificed liberal principles and the interests of the country to the private feelings of the sovereign. "I thought," he declared in a burst of eloquent passion, "that we belonged to a country in which the government by the Crown and the wisdom of Parliament was everything, and the personal feelings of the sovereign were absolutely not to be named at the same time. I little thought to have lived to hear it said by the Whigs of 1839, 'Let us rally round the Queen, never mind the House of Commons, never mind measures, throw principles to the dogs, leave pledges unredeemed, but for God's sake rally round the throne.'" Little did I think the day would come when I should hear such language, not from the unconstitutional place-hunting, king-loving Tories, who thought the public was made for the king, not the king for the public, but from the Whigs themselves. The Jamaica Bill, said to be a most important measure, had been brought forward. The government staked their existence upon it. They were not able to carry it. They therefore conceived they had lost the confidence of the House of Commons. They thought it a measure of paramount necessity then. Is it less necessary now? Oh, but that is altered. The Jamaican question is to be new-fashioned. Principles are to be given up, and all because of two ladies of the bedchamber. Nothing could be more undesirable than the position in which Lord Melbourne and his colleagues had allowed the sovereign to place herself. The more people in general came to think over the matter, the more clearly it was seen that Peel was in the right, although he had not made himself understood at first, and had perhaps not shown all through enough of consideration for the novelty of the young sovereign's position, or for the difficulty of finding a conclusive precedent on such a question, seeing that since the principle of ministerial responsibility had come to be recognized among us in its genuine sense, there never before had been a woman on the throne. But no one could deliberately maintain the position at first taken by the Whigs, and in point of fact they were soon glad to drop it as quickly and quietly as possible. The whole question, it may be said at once, was afterwards settled by a sensible compromise, which the Prince Consort suggested. It was agreed that on a change of ministry the Queen would listen to any representation from the incoming Prime Minister as to the composition of her household, and would arrange for the retirement of their own accord of any ladies who were so closely related to the leaders of opposition as to render their presence inconvenient. The Whigs came back to office utterly discredited. They had to tinker up somehow a new Jamaica Bill. They had declared that they could not remain in office unless they were allowed to deal in a certain way with Jamaica, and now they were back again in office, they could not avoid trying to do something with the Jamaica business. They therefore introduced a new bill which was a mere compromise, put together in the hope of its being allowed to pass. It was allowed to pass, after a fashion, that is, when the opposition in the House of Lords had tinkered it and amended it at their pleasure. The bedchamber question, in fact, had thrown Jamaica out of perspective. The unfortunate island must do the best it could now. In this country, statesmen had graver matter to think of. Sir Robert Peel could not govern with Lady Normanby. The Whigs would not govern without her. It does not seem by any means clear, however, that Lord Melbourne and his colleagues deserved the savage censure of Lord Brougham, merely for having returned to office and given up their original position with regard to the Jamaica Bill. What else remained to be done? If they had refused to come back, the only result would have been that Peel must have become Prime Minister, with a distinct minority in the House of Commons. Peel could not have held his ground there, except by the favour and mercy of his opponents, and those were not merciful days in politics. He would only have taken office to be called upon at once to resign it by some adverse vote of the House of Commons. The state of things seems in this respect to be not unlike that which existed when Mr. Gladstone was defeated on the Irish University Bill in 1873. Mr. Gladstone resigned, or rather tendered his resignation, and by his advice Her Majesty invited Mr. Disraeli to form a cabinet. Mr. Disraeli did not see his way to undertake the government of the country with the existing House of Commons, and as the conditions under which he was willing to undertake the duty were not conveniently attainable, the negotiation came to an end. The Queen sent again for Mr. Gladstone, who consented to resume his place as Prime Minister. If Lord Melbourne returned to office with the knowledge that he could not carry the Jamaica Bill, which he had declared to be necessary, Mr. Gladstone resumed his place at the head of his ministry without the remotest hope of being able to carry his Irish University measure. No one ever found fault with Mr. Gladstone for having, under the circumstances, done the best he could, and consented to meet the request of the sovereign and the convenience of the public service by again taking on himself the responsibility of government, although the measure on which he had declared he would stake the existence of his ministry had been rejected by the House of Commons. Still, it cannot be denied that the Melbourne Government were prejudiced in the public mind by these events and by the attacks for which they gave so large an opportunity. The feeling in some parts of the country was still sentimentally with the Queen. At many a dinner table it became the fashion to drink the health of Her Majesty with a punning addition, not belonging to an order of wit any higher than that which in other days toasted the King over the water, or prayed of heaven to send his crumb well down. The Queen was toasted as the sovereign of spirit who would not let her bells be pealed. But the ministry was almost universally believed to have placed themselves in a ridiculous light, and to have crept again into office, as an able writer puts it, behind the petticoats of the ladies in waiting. The death of Lady Flora Hastings, which occurred almost immediately, tended further to arouse a feeling of dislike to the Whigs. This melancholy event does not need any lengthened comment. A young lady who belonged to the household of the Duchess of Kent fell under an unfounded, but in circumstances not wholly unreasonable, suspicion. It was the classic story of Callisto, Diana's unhappy nymph, reversed. Lady Flora was proved to be innocent, but her death, imminent probably in any case from the disease which had fastened on her, was doubtless hastened by the humiliation to which she had been subjected. It does not seem that anyone was to blame in the matter. The ministry certainly do not appear to have done anything for which they could fairly be reproached. No one can be surprised that those who surrounded the Queen and the Duchess of Kent should have taken some pains to inquire into the truth or falsehood of scandalous rumours, for which there might have appeared to be some obvious justification. But the whole story was so sad and shocking. The death of the poor young lady followed with such tragic rapidity upon the establishment of her innocence. The natural complaints of her mother were so loud and impassioned that the ministers who had to answer the mother's appeals were unavoidably placed in an invidious and a painful position. The demands of the Marchioness of Hastings for redress were unreasonable. They endeavoured to make out the existence of a cruel conspiracy against Lady Flora, and called for the peremptory dismissal and disgrace of the eminent court physician, who had merely performed a most painful duty, and whose report had been the especial means of establishing the injustice of the suspicions which were directed against her. But it was a damaging duty for a minister to have to write to the distracted mother, as Lord Melbourne found it necessary to do, telling her that her demand was so unprecedented and objectionable that even the respect due to her ladyship's sex, rank, family, and character would not justify me in more, if indeed it authorizes so much, than acknowledging that letter for the sole purpose of acquainting your ladyship that I have received it. The palace scandal, as it was called, became known shortly before the dispute about the ladies of the bedchamber. The death of Lady Flora Hastings happened soon after it. It is not strictly in logical propriety that such events, or their rapid succession, should bring into disrepute the ministry, who can only be regarded as their historical contemporaries. But the world must change a great deal before ministers are no longer held accountable in public opinion for anything but the events over which they can be shown to have some control. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. The Queen's Marriage, Part 1. On January 16, 1840, the Queen, opening Parliament in person, announced her intention to marry her cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, a step which she trusted would be conducive to the interests of my people as well as to my own domestic happiness. In the discussion which followed in the House of Commons, Sir Robert Peel observed that Her Majesty had the singular good fortune to be able to gratify her private feelings while she performs her public duty, and to obtain the best guarantee for happiness by contracting an alliance founded on affection. Peel spoke the simple truth. It was indeed a marriage founded on affection. No marriage contracted in the humblest class could have been more entirely a union of love and more free from what might be called selfish and worldly considerations. The Queen had for a long time loved her cousin. He was nearly her own age, the Queen being the elder by 3 months and 2 or 3 days. Francis Charles Augustus Albert Emmanuel was the full name of the young prince. He was the second son of Ernest, Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld, and of his wife Louisa, daughter of Augustus, Duke of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg. Prince Albert was born at the Rosenau, one of his father's residences near Coburg, on August 26, 1819. The court historian notices with pardonable complacency the remarkable coincidence, easily explained surely, that the same accoucheuse, Madame Siebold, assisted at the birth of Prince Albert and of the Queen some 3 months before, and that the prince was baptized by the clergyman Professor Gensler, who had the year before officiated at the marriage of the Duke and Duchess of Kent. A marriage between the Princess Victoria and Prince Albert had been thought of as desirable among the families on both sides, but it was always wisely resolved that nothing should be said to the young princess on the subject unless she herself showed a distinct liking for her cousin. In 1836 Prince Albert was brought by his father to England and made the personal acquaintance of the princess, and she seems at once to have been drawn toward him in the manner which her family and friends would most have desired. 3 years later the prince again came to England, and the Queen, in a letter to her uncle, the King of the Belgians, wrote of him in the warmest terms. Albert's beauty, she said, is most striking, and he is most amiable and unaffected, in short, very fascinating. Not many days after, she wrote to another friend and faithful counsellor, the Baron Stockmar, to say, "I do feel so guilty, I know not how to begin my letter, but I think the news it will contain will be sufficient to ensure your forgiveness. Albert has completely won my heart, and all was settled between us this morning." The Queen had just before informed Lord Melbourne of her intention, and Lord Melbourne, it is needless to say, expressed his decided approval. There was no one to disapprove of such a marriage. Prince Albert was a young man to win the heart of any girl. He was singularly handsome, graceful, and gifted. In princes, as we know, a small measure of beauty and accomplishment suffices to throw courtiers and court ladies into transports of admiration. But had Prince Albert been the son of a farmer or a butler, he must have been admired for his singular personal attractions. He had had a sound and varied education. He had been brought up as if he were to be a professional musician, a professional chemist or botanist, and a professor of history and belles lettres and the fine arts. The scientific and the literary were remarkably blended in his bringing up. Remarkably, that is to say, for some half-century ago, when even in Germany a system of education seldom aimed at being totus teres atque rotundus. He had begun to study the constitutional history of states, and was preparing himself to take an interest in politics. There was much of the practical and businesslike about him, as he showed in after life. He loved farming and took a deep interest in machinery and in the growth of industrial science. He was a sort of combination of the troubadour, the savant, and the man of business. His tastes were for a quiet, domestic, and unostentatious life, a life of refined culture, of happy, calm evenings, of art and poetry and genial communion with nature. He was made happy by the songs of birds and delighted in sitting alone and playing the organ. But there was in him, too, a great deal of the political philosopher. He loved to hear political and other questions well argued out, and once observed that a false argument jarred on his nerves as much as a false note in music. He seems to have had from his youth an all-pervading sense of duty. So far as we can guess, he was almost absolutely free from the ordinary follies, not to say sins, of youth. Young as he was, When he married the Queen, he devoted himself at once to what he conscientiously believed to be the duties of his station, with a self-control and a self-devotion rare even among the aged and almost unknown in youth. He gave up every habit, however familiar and dear, every predilection, no matter how sweet, every indulgence of sentiment or amusement that in any way threatened to interfere with the steadfast performance of the part he had assigned to himself. No man ever devoted himself more faithfully to the difficult duties of a high and new situation, or kept more strictly to his resolve. It was no task to him to be a tender husband and a loving father. This was a part of his sweet, pure, and affectionate nature. It may well be doubted whether any other queen ever had a married life so happy as that of Queen Victoria. The marriage of the Queen and the Prince took place on February 10th, 1840. The reception given by the people in general to the Prince on his landing in England a few days before the ceremony and on the day of the marriage was cordial and even enthusiastic. But it is not certain whether there was a very cordial feeling to the Prince among all classes of politicians. A rumour of the most absurd kind had got abroad in certain circles, that the young Albert was not a Protestant, that he was in fact a member of the Church of Rome. In a different circle the belief was curiously cherished that the Prince was a free thinker in matters of religion and a radical in politics. Somewhat unfortunately, the declaration of the intended marriage to the Privy Council did not mention the fact that Albert was a Protestant prince. The cabinet no doubt thought that the leaders of public opinion on all sides of politics would have had historical knowledge among them to teach them that Prince Albert belonged to that branch of the Saxon family which since the Reformation had been conspicuously Protestant. There has not, Prince Albert himself wrote to the Queen on December 7, 1839, been a single Catholic princess introduced into the Coburg family since the appearance of Luther in 1521. Moreover, the Elector Frederick the Wise of Saxony was the very first Protestant that ever lived. No doubt the ministry thought also that the constitutional rule which forbids an English sovereign to marry with a Roman Catholic under penalty of forfeiting the crown would be regarded as a sufficient guarantee that when they announced the Queen's approaching marriage, it must be a marriage with a Protestant. All this assumption, however reasonable and natural, did not find warrant in the events that actually took place. It would have been better, of course, if the government had assumed that Parliament and the public generally knew nothing about the Prince and his ancestry, or the constitutional penalties for a member of the royal family marrying a Catholic, and had formally announced that the choice of Queen Victoria had happily fallen on a Protestant. The wise and foreseeing Leopold, King of the Belgians, had recommended that the fact should be specifically mentioned, but it was perhaps a part of Lord Melbourne's indolent good nature to take it for granted that people generally would be calm and reasonable, and that all would go right without interruption or cavil. He therefore acted on the assumption that any formal mention of Prince Albert's Protestantism would be superfluous, and neither in the declaration to the Privy Council nor in the announcement to Parliament was a word said upon the subject. The result was that in the debate on the address in the House of Lords a somewhat unseemly altercation took place, an altercation the more to be regretted because it might have been so easily spared. The question was bluntly raised by no less a person than the Duke of Wellington, whether the future husband of the Queen was or was not a Protestant. The Duke actually charged the ministry with having purposely left out the word Protestant in the announcements in order that they might not offend their Irish and Catholic supporters, and by the very charge did much to strengthen the popular feeling against the statesmen who were supposed to be kept in office by virtue of the patronage of O'Connell. The Duke moved that the word Protestant be inserted into the congratulatory address to the Queen, and he carried his point, although Lord Melbourne held to the opinion that the word was unnecessary in describing a prince who was not only Protestant, but descended from the most Protestant family in Europe. The lack of judgment and tact on the part of the ministry was never more clearly shown than in the original omission of the word. Another disagreeable occurrence was the discussion that took place when the bill for the naturalization of the prince was brought before the House of Lords. The bill in its title merely set out the proposal to provide for the naturalization of the prince, but it contained a clause to give him precedence for life next after Her Majesty in Parliament or elsewhere, as Her Majesty might think proper. A great deal of objection was raised by the Duke of Wellington and Lord Brougham to this clause on its own merits, but, as was natural, the objections were infinitely aggravated by the singular want of judgment and even of common propriety which could introduce a clause conferring on the sovereign powers so large and so new into a mere naturalization bill, without any previous notice to Parliament. The matter was ultimately settled by allowing the bill to remain a simple naturalization procedure, and leaving the question of precedence to be dealt with by royal prerogative. Both the great political parties concurred without further difficulty in an arrangement by which it was provided in letters patent that the prince should thenceforth upon all occasions and in all meetings, except when otherwise provided by Act of Parliament, have precedence next to the Queen. There never would have been any difficulty in the matter if the ministry had acted with any discretion, but it would be absurd to expect that a great nation whose constitutional system is built up of precedents should agree at once and without demur to every new arrangement which it might seem convenient to a ministry to make in a hurry. Yet another source of dissatisfaction to the palace and the people was created by the manner in which the ministry took upon themselves to bring forward the proposition for the settlement of an annuity on the prince. In former cases, that, for example, of Queen Charlotte, Queen Adelaide, and Prince Leopold on his marriage with the Princess Charlotte, the annuity granted had been £50,000. It so happened, however, that the settlement to be made on Prince Albert came in times of great industrial and commercial distress. The days had gone by when economy in the House of Commons was looked upon as an ignoble principle, and when loyalty to the sovereign was believed to bind members of Parliament to grant without a murmur of discussion any sums that might be asked by the minister in the sovereign's name. Parliament was beginning to feel more thoroughly its responsibility as the guardian of the nation's resources, and it was no longer thought a fine thing to give away the money of the taxpayer with magnanimous indifference. It was therefore absurd on the part of the ministry to suppose that because great sums of money had been voted without question on former occasions, they would be voted without question now. It is quite possible that the whole matter might have been settled without controversy if the ministry had shown any judgment whatever in their conduct of the business. In our day, the ministry would at once have consulted the leaders of the opposition. In all matters where the grant of money to anyone connected with the sovereign is concerned, it is now understood that the gift shall come with the full concurrence of both parties in Parliament. The leader of the House of Commons would probably by arrangement propose the grant, and the leader of the opposition would second it. In the case of the annuity to Prince Albert, the ministry had the almost incredible folly to bring forward their proposal without having invited in any way the concurrence of the opposition. They introduced the proposal without discretion. They conducted the discussion on it without temper. They answered the most reasonable objections with imputations of want of loyalty, and they gave some excuse for the suspicion that they wished to provoke the opposition into some expression that might make them odious to the Queen and the Prince. Mr. Hume, the economist, proposed that the annuity be reduced from £50,000 to £21,000. This was negatived. Thereupon Colonel Sibthorpe, a once famous Tory fanatic of the most eccentric manners and opinions, proposed that the sum be £30,000, and he received the support of Sir Robert Peel and other eminent members of the opposition, and the amendment was carried. End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7, The Queen's Marriage, Part 2. These were not auspicious incidents to prelude the royal marriage. There can be no doubt that for a time the Queen, still more than the Prince, felt their influence keenly. The Prince showed remarkable good sense and appreciation of the condition of political arrangements in England, and readily comprehended that there was nothing personal to himself in any objections which the House of Commons might have made to the proposals of the Ministry. The question of precedence was very easily settled when it came to be discussed in reasonable fashion, although it was not until many years after, 1857, that the title of Prince Consort was given to the husband of the Queen. A few months after the marriage, a bill was passed providing for a regency in the possible event of the death of the Queen leaving issue. With the entire concurrence of the leaders of the opposition who were consulted this time, Prince Albert was named regent, following the precedent which had been adopted in the instance of the Princess Charlotte and Prince Leopold. The Duke of Sussex, uncle of the Queen, alone dissented in the House of Lords, and recorded his protest against the proposal. The passing of this bill was naturally regarded as of much importance to Prince Albert. It gave him, to some extent, the status in the country which he had not had before. It also proved that the Prince himself had risen in the estimation of the Tory party during the few months that elapsed since the debates on the annuity and the question of precedence. No one could have started with a more resolute determination to stand clear of party politics than Prince Albert. He accepted at once his position as the husband of the Queen of a constitutional country. His own idea of his duty was that he should be the private secretary and unofficial counsellor of the Queen. To this purpose he devoted himself unswervingly. Outside that part of his duties he constituted himself a sort of minister without portfolio of art and education. He took an interest and often a leading part in all projects and movements relating to the spread of education, the culture of art, and the promotion of industrial science. Yet it was long before he was thoroughly understood by the country. It was long before he became in any degree popular, and it may be doubted whether he ever was thoroughly and generally popular. Not perhaps until his untimely death did the country find out how entirely disinterested and faithful his life had been, and how he had made the discharge of duty his business and his task. His character was one which is liable to be regarded by ordinary observers as possessing none but negative virtues. He was thought to be cold, formal, and apathetic. His manners were somewhat shy and constrained, except when he was in the company of those he loved, and then he commonly relaxed into a kind of boyish freedom and joyousness. But to the public in general he seemed formal and chilling. It is not only Mr. Pendennis who conceals his gentleness under a shy and pompous demeanour. With all his ability, his anxiety to learn, his capacity for patient study, and his willingness to welcome new ideas, he never perhaps quite understood the genius of the English political system. His faithful friend and counsellor, Baron Stockmar, was not the man best calculated to set him right on this subject. Both were far too eager to find in the English constitution a piece of symmetrical mechanism, or to treat it as a written code from which one might take extracts, or construct summaries for constant reference and guidance. But this was not in the beginning the cause of any coldness toward the Prince on the part of the English public. Prince Albert had not the ways of an Englishman, and the tendency of Englishmen, then as now, was to assume that to have manners other than those of an Englishman was to be so far unworthy of confidence. He was not made to shine in commonplace society. He could talk admirably about something, but he had not the gift of talking about nothing, and probably would not have cared much to cultivate such a faculty. He was fond of suggesting small innovations and improvements in established systems, to the annoyance of men with set ideas who like their own ways best. Thus it happened that he remained for many years, if not exactly unappreciated, yet not thoroughly appreciated, and that a considerable and very influential section of society was always ready to cavil at what he said, and find motive for suspicion in most things that he did. Perhaps he was best understood and most cordially appreciated among the poorer classes of his wife's subjects. He found also more cordial approval generally among the Radicals than among the Tories or even the Whigs. One reform which Prince Albert worked earnestly to bring about was the abolition of duelling in the army, and the substitution of some system of courts of honourable arbitration to supersede the barbaric recourse to the decision of weapons. He did not succeed in having his courts of honour established. There was something too fanciful in the scheme to attract the authorities of our two services, and there were undoubtedly many practical difficulties in the way of making such a system effective. But he succeeded so far that he induced the Duke of Wellington and the heads of the services to turn their attention very seriously to the subject, and to use all influence in their power for the purpose of discouraging and discrediting the odious practice of the duel. It is carrying courtly politeness too far to attribute the total disappearance of the duelling system, as one biographer seems inclined to do, to the personal efforts of Prince Albert. It is enough to his honour that he did his best, and that the best was a substantial contribution towards so great an object. But nothing can testify more strikingly to the rapid growth of a genuine civilization in Queen Victoria's reign than the utter discontinuance of the duelling system. When the Queen came to the throne, and for years after, it was still in full force. The duel plays a conspicuous part in the fiction and the drama of the sovereign's earlier years. It was a common incident of all political controversies. It was an episode of most contested elections. It was often resorted to for the purpose of deciding the right or wrong of a half-drunken quarrel over a card table. It formed as common a theme of gossip as an elopement or a bankruptcy. Most of the eminent statesmen who were prominent in the earlier part of the Queen's reign had fought duels. Peel and O'Connell had made arrangements for a meeting. Mr. Disraeli had challenged O'Connell or any of the sons of O'Connell. The great agitator himself had killed his man in a duel. Mr. Roebuck had gone out. Mr. Cobden, at a much later period, had been visited with a challenge, and had had the good sense and the moral courage to laugh at it. At the present hour, a duel in England would seem as absurd and barbarous an anachronism as an ordeal by touch or a witch-burning. Many years have passed since a duel was last talked of in Parliament, and then it was only the subject of a reprobation that had some work to do to keep its countenance while administering the proper rebuke. But it was not the influence of any one man or even any class of men that brought about in so short a time this striking change in the tone of public feeling and morality. The change was part of the growth of education and of civilization, of the strengthening and broadening influence of the press, the platform, the cheap book, the pulpit, and the less restricted intercourse of classes. This is perhaps as suitable a place as any other to introduce some notice of the attempts that were made from time to time upon the life of the Queen. It is proper to say something of them, although not one possessed the slightest political importance, or could be said to illustrate anything more than sheer lunacy, or that morbid vanity and thirst for notoriety that is nearly akin to genuine madness. The first attempt was made on June 10, 1840, by Edward Oxford, a potboy of 17, who fired 2 shots at the Queen as she was driving up Constitution Hill with Prince Albert. Oxford fired both shots deliberately enough, but happily missed in each case. He proved to have been an absurd creature, half crazy with a longing to consider himself a political prisoner and to be talked of. When he was tried, the jury pronounced him insane, and he was ordered to be kept in a lunatic asylum during Her Majesty's pleasure. The trial completely dissipated some wild alarms that were felt, founded chiefly on absurd papers in Oxford's possession about a tremendous secret society called Young England, having among its other objects the assassination of royal personages. It is not an uninteresting illustration of the condition of public feeling that some of the Irish Catholic papers, in seeming good faith, denounced Oxford as an agent of the Duke of Cumberland and the Orangemen, and declared that the object was to assassinate the Queen and put the Duke on the throne. The trial showed that Oxford was the agent of nobody, and was impelled by nothing but his own crack-brained love of notoriety. The finding of the jury was evidently something of a compromise, for it is very doubtful whether the boy was insane in the medical sense, and whether he was fairly to be held irresponsible for his actions. But it was felt, perhaps, that the wisest course was to treat him as a madman, and the result did not prove unsatisfactory. Mr. Theodore Martin, in his Life of the Prince Consort, expresses a different opinion. He thinks it would have been well if Oxford had been dealt with as guilty in the ordinary way. The best commentary, he says, on the lenity thus shown was pronounced by Oxford himself, on being told of the similar attempts of Francis and Bean in 1842, when he declared that if he had been hanged there would have been no more shooting at the Queen. It may be reasonably doubted whether the authority of Oxford as to the general influence of criminal legislation is very valuable. Against the philosophic opinion of the half-crazy young potboy, on which Mr. Martin places so much reliance, may be set the fact that in other countries where attempts on the life of the sovereign have been punished by the stern award of death, it has not been found that the execution of one fanatic was a safe protection against the murderous fanaticism of another. On May 30th, 1842, a man named John Francis, son of a machinist in Drury Lane, fired a pistol at the Queen as she was driving down Constitution Hill, on the very spot where Oxford's attempt was made. This was a somewhat serious attempt, for Francis was not more than a few feet from the carriage, which fortunately was driving at a very rapid rate. The Queen showed great composure. She was in some measure prepared for the attempt, for it seems certain that the same man had, on the previous evening, presented a pistol at the royal carriage, although he did not then fire it. Francis was arrested and put on trial. He was only 22 years of age, and although at first he endeavoured to brazen it out and put on a sort of melodramatic regicide aspect, yet when the sentence of death for high treason was passed on him, he fell into a swoon and was carried insensible from the court. The sentence was not carried into effect. It was not certain whether the pistol was loaded at all, and whether the whole performance was not a mere piece of brutal play-acting done out of a longing to be notorious. Her Majesty herself was anxious that the death sentence should not be carried into effect, and it was finally commuted to one of transportation for life. The very day after this mitigation of punishment became publicly known, another attempt was made by a hunchbacked lad named Bean. As the Queen was passing from Buckingham Palace to the Chapel Royal, Bean presented a pistol at her carriage, but did not succeed in firing it before his hand was seized by a prompt and courageous boy who was standing near. The pistol was found to be loaded with powder, paper closely rammed down, and some scraps of a clay pipe. It may be asked whether the argument of Mr. Martin is not fully borne out by this occurrence, and whether the fact of Bean's attempt having been made on the day after the commutation of the capital sentence in the case of Francis is not evidence that the leniency in the former instance was the cause of the attempt made in the latter. But it was made clear, and the fact is recorded on the authority of Prince Albert himself, that Bean had announced his determination to make the attempt several days before the sentence of Francis was commuted, and while Francis was actually lying under sentence of death. With regard to Francis himself, the prince was clearly of opinion that to carry out the capital sentence would have been nothing less than a judicial murder, as it is essential that the act should be committed with intent to kill or wound, and in Francis's case, to all appearance, this was not the fact, or at least it was open to grave doubt. In this calm and wise way did the husband of the Queen, who had always shared with her whatever of danger there might be in the attempts, argue as to the manner in which they ought to be dealt with. The ambition which most or all of the miscreants who thus disturbed the Queen and the country was that of the mountebank rather than of the assassin. The Queen herself showed how thoroughly she understood the significance of all that had happened, when she declared, according to Mr. Martin, that she expected a repetition of the attempts on her life so long as the law remained unaltered by which they could be dealt with only as acts of high treason. The seeming dignity of martyrdom had something fascinating in it to morbid vanity or crazed fanaticism, while on the other hand it was almost certain that the martyr's penalty would not in the end be inflicted. A very appropriate change in the law was effected by which a punishment at once sharp and degrading was provided, even for mere mountebank attempts against the Queen, a punishment which was certain to be inflicted. A bill was introduced by Sir Robert Peel making such attempts punishable by transportation for 7 years, or by imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years, the culprit to be publicly or privately whipped as often and in such manner as the court shall direct, not exceeding thrice. Bean was convicted under this act and sentenced to 18 months' imprisonment in Millbank Penitentiary. This did not, however, conclude the attacks on the Queen. An Irish bricklayer named Hamilton fired a pistol charged only with powder at Her Majesty on Constitution Hill on May 19, 1849, and was sentenced to 7 years' transportation. A man named Robert Pate, once a lieutenant of Hussars, struck Her Majesty on the face with a stick as she was leaving the Duke of Cambridge's residence in her carriage on May 27, 1850. This man was sentenced to 7 years' transportation, but the judge paid so much attention to the plea of insanity set up on his behalf as to omit from his punishment the whipping which might have been ordered. Finally, on February 29, 1872, a lad of 17 named Arthur O'Connor presented a pistol at the Queen as she was entering Buckingham Palace after a drive. The pistol, however, proved to be unloaded, an antique and useless or harmless weapon with a flintlock which was broken, and in the barrel a piece of greasy red rag. The wretched lad held a paper in one hand which was found to be some sort of petition on behalf of the Fenian prisoners. When he came up for trial, a plea of insanity was put in on his behalf, but he did not seem to be insane in the sense of being irresponsible for his actions or incapable of understanding the penalty they involved, and he was sentenced to 12 months' imprisonment and a whipping. We have hurried over many years for the purpose of completing this painful and ludicrous catalogue of the attempts made against the Queen. It will be seen that in not a single instance was there the slightest political significance to be attached to them. Even in our own softened and civilized time, it sometimes happens that an attempt is made on the life of a sovereign, which, however we may condemn and reprobate it on moral grounds, yet does seem to bear a distinct political meaning, and to show that there are fanatical minds still burning under some sense of national or personal wrong. But in the various attacks which were made on Queen Victoria, nothing of the kind was even pretended. There was no opportunity for any vapouring about Brutus and Charlotte Corday. The impulse, where it was not that of sheer insanity, was of kin to the vulgar love of notoriety in certain minds, which sets on those whom it pervades to mutilate noble works of art and scrawl their autographs on the marble of immortal monuments. There was a great deal of wisdom shown in not dealing too severely with most of these offences, and in not treating them too much au sérieux. Prince Albert himself said that the vindictive feeling of the common people would be 1,000 times more dangerous than the madness of individuals. There was not indeed the slightest danger at any time that the common people of England could be wrought up to any sympathy with assassination, nor was this what Prince Albert meant. But the Queen and her husband were yet new to power, and the people had not quite lost all memory of sovereigns who, well-meaning enough, had yet scarcely understood constitutional government, and there were wild rumours of reaction this way and revolution that way. It might have fomented a feeling of distrust and dissatisfaction if the people had seen any disposition on the part of those in authority to strain the criminal law for the sake of enforcing a death penalty against creatures like Oxford and Bean. The most alarming and unnerving of all dangers to a ruler is that of assassination. Even the best and most blameless sovereign is not wholly secure against it. The hand of Oxford might have killed the Queen. Perhaps, however, the best protection a sovereign can have is not to exaggerate the danger. There is no safety in mere severity of punishment. Where the attempt is serious and desperate, it is that of a fanaticism which holds its life in its hand and is not to be deterred by fear of death. The tortures of Ravaillac did not deter Damiens. The birch in the case of Bean and O'Connor may effectively discountenance enterprises which are born of the mountebanks and not the fanatic's spirit. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. The Opium War, Part 1. The opium dispute with China was going on when the Queen came to the throne. The Opium War broke out soon after. On March 3rd, 1843, 5 huge wagons, each of them drawn by 4 horses, and the whole under escort of a detachment of the 60th Regiment, arrived in front of the Mint. An immense crowd followed the wagons. It was seen that they were filled with boxes, and one of the boxes having been somewhat broken in its journey, the crowd were able to see that it was crammed full of odd-looking silver coins. The lookers-on were delighted as well as amused by the sight of this huge consignment of treasure, and when it became known that the silver money was the first installment of the China ransom, there were lusty cheers given as the wagons passed through the gates of the Mint. This was a payment on account of the war indemnity imposed on China. Nearly 4 millions and a half sterling was the sum of the indemnity, in addition to 1 million and a quarter which had already been paid by the Chinese authorities. Many readers may remember that for some time China money was regularly set down as an item in the revenues of each year with which the Chancellor of the Exchequer had to deal. The China War, of which this money was the spoil, was not perhaps an event of which the nation was entitled to be very proud. It was the precursor of other wars. The policy on which it was conducted has never since ceased altogether to be a question of more or less excited controversy. But it may safely be asserted that if the same events were to occur in our day, it would be hardly possible to find a ministry to originate a war, for which at the same time it must be owned that the vast majority of the people, of all politics and classes, were only too ready then to find excuse and even justification. The wagon loads of silver conveyed into the Mint amid the cheers of the crowd were the spoils of the famous Opium War. Reduced to plain words, the principle for which we fought in the China War was the right of Great Britain to force a peculiar trade upon a foreign people in spite of the protestations of the government and all such public opinion as there was of the nation. Of course, this was not the avowed motive of the war. Not often in history is the real and inspiring motive of a war proclaimed in so many words by those who carry it on. Not often, indeed, is it seen, naked and avowed, even to the minds of its promoters themselves. As the quarrel between this country and China went on, a great many minor and incidental subjects of dispute arose, which for the moment put the one main and original question out of people's minds. And in the course of these discussions, it happened more than once that the Chinese authorities took some steps which put them decidedly in the wrong. Thus it is true enough that there were particular passages of the controversy when the English government had all or nearly all of the right on their side, so far as the immediate incident of the dispute was concerned, and when, if that had been the whole matter of quarrel, or if the quarrel had begun there, a patriotic minister might have been justified in thinking that the Chinese were determined to offend England and deserved humiliation. But no consideration of this kind can now hide from our eyes the fact that in the beginning and the very origin of the quarrel we were distinctly in the wrong. We asserted, or at least acted on the assertion of a claim so unreasonable and even monstrous that it never could have been made upon any nation strong enough to render its assertion a matter of serious responsibility. The most important lessons a nation can learn from its own history are found in the exposure of its own errors. Historians have sometimes done more evil than court flatterers when they have gone about to glorify the errors of their own people and to make wrong appear right, because an English government talked the public opinion of the time into a confusion of principles. The whole principle of Chinese civilization at the time when the Opium War broke out was based on conditions which to any modern nation must seem erroneous and unreasonable. The Chinese governments and people desired to have no political relations or dealings whatever with any other state. They were not so obstinately set against private and commercial dealings, but they would have no political intercourse with foreigners, and they would not even recognize the existence of foreign peoples as states. They were perfectly satisfied with themselves and their own systems. They were convinced that their own systems were not only wise, but absolutely perfect. It is superfluous to say that this was in itself evidence of ignorance and self-conceit. A belief in the perfection of their own systems could only exist among a people who knew nothing of any other systems. But absurd as the idea must appear to us, yet the Chinese might have found a good deal to say for it. It was the result of a civilization so ancient that the oldest events preserved in European history were but as yesterday in the comparison. Whatever its errors and defects, it was distinctly a civilization. It was a system with a literature and laws and institutions of its own. It was a coherent and harmonious social and political system, which had on the whole worked tolerably well. It was not very unlike in its principles the kind of civilization which at one time it was the whim of men of genius like Rousseau and Diderot to idealize and admire. The European of whatever nation may be said to like change and to believe in its necessity. His instincts and his convictions alike tend this way. The sleepiest of Europeans, the Neapolitan who lies with his feet in the water on the Chiaja, the Spaniard who smokes his cigar and sips his coffee as if life had no active business whatever, the flaneur of the Paris boulevards, the beggar who lounged from cabin to cabin in Ireland a generation ago, all these, no matter how little inclined for change themselves, would be delighted to hear of travel and enterprise, and of new things and new discoveries. But to the Chinese of all Eastern races the very idea of travel and change were something repulsive and odious. As the thought of having to go a day unwashed would be to the educated Englishman of our age, or as the edge of a precipice is to a nervous man, so was the idea of innovation to the Chinese of that time. The ordinary Oriental dreads and detests change, but the Chinese at that time went so far beyond the ordinary Oriental as the latter goes beyond an average Englishman. In the present day a considerable alteration has taken place in this respect. The Chinese have had innovation after innovation forced on them, until at last they have taken up with the new order of things, like people who feel that it is idle to resist their fate any longer. The emigration from China has been as remarkable as that from Ireland or Germany, and the United States finds itself confronted with a question of the first magnitude when it asks itself what is to be the influence and operation of the descent of the Chinese population along the Pacific slope. Japan has put on modern and European civilization like a garment. Japan effected in a few years a revolution in the political constitution and the social habits of her people, and in their very way of looking at things, the like of which no other state ever accomplished in a century. But nothing of all this was thought of at the time of the China War. The one thing which China asked of European civilization and the thing called modern progress was to be let alone. China's prayer to Europe was that of Diogenes to Alexander: "Stand out of my sunshine." It was, as we have said, to political relationships rather than to private and commercial dealings with foreign peoples that the Chinese felt an unconquerable objection. They did not indeed like even private and commercial dealings with foreigners. They would much rather have lived without ever seeing the face of a foreigner. But they had to put up with the private intrusion of foreigners in trade, and had had dealings with American traders and with the East India Company. The charter and the exclusive rights of the East India Company expired in April 1834. The charter was renewed under different conditions, and the trade with China was thrown open. One of the great branches of the East India Company's business with China was the opium trade. When the trading privileges ceased, this traffic was taken up briskly by private merchants, who bought of the company the opium which they grew in India and sold it to the Chinese. The Chinese governments and all teachers, moralists, and persons of education in China had long desired to get rid of or put down this trade in opium. They considered it highly detrimental to the morals, the health, and the prosperity of the people. Of late, the destructive effects of opium have often been disputed, particularly in the House of Commons. It has been said that it is not on the average nearly so unwholesome as the Chinese government always thought, and that it does not do as much proportionate harm to China as the use of brandy, whiskey, and gin does to England. It seems to this writer hardly possible to doubt that the use of opium is, on the whole, a curse to any nation, but even if this were not so, the question between England and the Chinese governments would remain just the same. The Chinese governments may have taken exaggerated views of the evils of the opium trade. Their motives in wishing to put it down may have been mixed with considerations of interest as much political as philanthropic. Lord Palmerston insisted that the Chinese government were not sincere in their professed objection on moral grounds to the traffic. If they were sincere, he said, why did they not prevent the growth of the poppy in China? It was, he tersely put it, an exportation of bullion question, an agricultural protection question. It was a question of the poppy interest in China and of the economists who wished to prevent the exportation of the precious metals. It is curious that such arguments as this could have weighed with anyone for a moment. It was no business of ours to ask ourselves whether the Chinese government were perfectly sincere in their professions of a lofty morality, or whether they, unlike all other governments that have ever been known, were influenced by one sole motive in the making of the regulations. All that had nothing to do with the question. States are not at liberty to help the subjects of other states to break the laws of their own governments, especially when these laws even profess to concern questions of morals. Is it the duty of foreign states not to interfere with the regulations which a government considers it necessary to impose for the protection of its people? All traffic in opium was strictly forbidden by the governments and laws of China. Yet our English traders carried on a brisk and profitable trade in the forbidden article. Nor was this merely an ordinary smuggling, or a business akin to that of the blockade running during the American Civil War. The arrangements with the Chinese government allowed the existence of all establishments and machinery for carrying on a general trade at Canton and Macao, and under cover of these arrangements the opium traders set up their regular headquarters in these towns. Let us find an illustration intelligible to readers of the present day to show how unjustifiable was this practice. The state of Maine, as everyone knows, prohibits the common sale of spirituous liquors. Let us suppose that several companies of English merchants were formed in Portland and Augusta and the other towns of Maine for the purpose of brewing beer and distilling whiskey and selling both to the public of Maine in defiance of the state laws. Let us further suppose that when the authorities of Maine proceeded to put the state laws in force against these intruders, our government here took up the cause of the whiskey sellers and sent an ironclad fleet to Portland to compel the people of Maine to put up with them. It seems impossible to think of any English government taking such a course as this, or of the English public enduring it for one moment. In the case of such a nation as the United States, nothing of the kind would be possible. The serious responsibilities of any such undertaking would make even the most thoughtless minister pause, and would give the public in general some time to think the matter over, and before any freak of the kind could be attempted, the conscience of the nation would be aroused, and the unjust policy would have to be abandoned. But in dealing with China, the ministry never seems to have thought the right or wrong of the question a matter worthy of any consideration. The controversy was entered upon with as light a heart as a modern war of still graver moment. The people in general knew nothing about the matter until it had gone so far that the original point of dispute was almost out of sight, and it seemed as if the safety of English subjects and the honour of England was compromised in some way by the high-handed proceedings of the Chinese government. The English government appointed superintendents to manage our commercial dealings with China. Unluckily, these superintendents were invested with a sort of political or diplomatic character, and thus from the first became objectionable to the Chinese authorities. One of the first of these superintendents acted in disregard of the express instructions of his own government. He was told that he must not pass the entrance of the Canton River in a vessel of war, as the Chinese authorities always made a marked distinction between ships of war and merchant vessels in regard to the freedom of intercourse. Misunderstandings occurred at every step of negotiation. These misunderstandings were natural. Our people knew hardly anything about the Chinese. The limitation of our means of communication with them made this ignorance inevitable, but certainly did not excuse our acting as if we were in possession of the fullest and most accurate information. The manner in which some of our official instructors went on was well illustrated by a sentence in the speech of Sir James Graham during the debate on the whole subject in the House of Commons in April 1840. It was, Sir James Graham said, as if a foreigner who was occasionally permitted to anchor at the Nore and at times to land at Wapping, being placed in close confinement during his continuance there, were to pronounce a deliberate opinion upon the resources, the genius, and the character of the British Empire. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. The Opium War, Part 2. Our representatives were generally disposed to be unyielding, and not only that, but to see deliberate offence in every Chinese usage or ceremony which the authorities endeavoured to impose on them. On the other hand, it was clear that the Chinese authorities thoroughly detested them and their mission and all about them, and often made or countenanced delays that were unnecessary, and interferences which were disagreeable and offensive. The Chinese believed from the first that the superintendents were there merely to protect the opium trade and to force on China political relations with the West. Practically, this was the effect of their presence. The superintendents took no steps to aid the Chinese authorities in stopping the hated trade. The British traders naturally enough thought that the British government were determined to protect them in carrying it on. Indeed, the superintendents themselves might well have had the same conviction. The government at home allowed Captain Elliot, the chief superintendent, to make appeal after appeal for instructions without paying the slightest attention to him. Captain Elliot saw that the opium traders were growing more and more reckless and audacious, that they were thrusting their trade under the very eyes of the Chinese authorities. He also saw, as everyone on the spot must have seen, that the authorities, who had been somewhat apathetic for a long time, were now at last determined to go any length to put down the traffic. At length the English government announced to Captain Elliot the decision which they ought to have made known months, not to say years before, that Her Majesty's government could not interfere for the purpose of enabling British subjects to violate the laws of the country with which they trade, and that any loss, therefore, which such persons may suffer in consequence of the more effectual execution of the Chinese laws on this subject must be borne by the parties who have brought that loss on themselves by their own acts. This very wise and proper resolve came, however, too late. The British traders had been allowed to go on for a long time under the full conviction that the protection of the English government was behind them and wholly at their service. Captain Elliot himself seems to have now believed that the announcement of his superiors was but a graceful diplomatic figure of speech. When the Chinese authorities actually proceeded to insist on the forfeiture of an immense quantity of the opium in the hand of British traders, and took other harsh but certainly not unnatural measures to extinguish the traffic, Captain Elliot sent to the Governor of India a request for as many ships of war as could be spared for the protection of the life and property of Englishmen in China. Before long, British ships arrived, and the two countries were at war. It is not necessary to describe the successive steps by which the war came on. It was inevitable from the moment that the English superintendent identified himself with the protection of the opium trade. The English believed that the Chinese authorities were determined on war, and only waiting for a convenient moment to make a treacherous beginning. The Chinese were convinced that from the first we had meant nothing but war. Such a condition of feeling on both sides would probably have made war unavoidable, even in the case of two nations who had far much better ways of understanding each other than the English and Chinese. It is not surprising if the English people at home knew little of the original causes of the controversy. All that presented itself to their mind was the fact that Englishmen were in danger in a foreign country, that they were harshly treated and recklessly imprisoned, that their lives were in jeopardy, and that the flag of England was insulted. There was a general notion, too, that the Chinese were a barbarous and a ridiculous people who had no alphabet, and thought themselves much better than any other people, even the English, and that on the whole it would be a good thing to take the conceit out of them. Those who remember what the common feeling of ordinary society was at the time will admit that it did not reach a much loftier level than this. The matter was, however, taken up more seriously in Parliament. The policy of the government was challenged in the House of Commons, but with results of more importance to the existing composition of the English cabinet than to the relations between this country and China. Sir James Graham moved a resolution condemning the policy of ministers for having by its uncertainty and other errors brought about the war, which, however, he did not then think it possible to avoid. A debate which continued for 3 days took place. It was marked by the same curious mixture of parties which we have seen in debates on China questions in days nearer to the present. The defence of the government was opened by Mr. Macaulay, who had been elected for Edinburgh and appointed Secretary at War. The defence consisted chiefly in the argument that we could not have put the trade in opium down, no matter how earnest we had been, and that it was not necessary or possible to keep on issuing frequent instructions to agents so far away as our representatives in China. Mr. Macaulay actually drew from our experience in India an argument in support of his position. We cannot govern India from London, he insisted. We must, for the most part, govern India in India. One can imagine how Macaulay would in one of his essays have torn into pieces such an argument coming from any advocate of a policy opposed to his own. The reply, indeed, is almost too obvious to need any exposition. In India, the complete materials of administration were in existence. There was a governor-general, there were councillors, there was an army. The men best qualified to rule the country were there, provided with all the appliances and forces of rule. In China, we had an agent, with a vague and anomalous office dropped down in the middle of a hostile people, possessed neither of recognized authority nor of power to enforce its recognition. It was probably true enough that we could not have put down the opium trade, that even with all the assistance of the Chinese government, we could have done no more than to drive it from one port in order to see it make its appearance at another. But what we ought to have done is therefore only the more clear. We ought to have announced from the first, and in the firmest tone, that we would have nothing to do with the trade, that we would not protect it, and we ought to have held to this determination. As it was, we allowed our traders to remain under the impression that we were willing to support them until it was too late to undeceive them with any profit to their safety or our credit. The Chinese authorities acted after a while with a high-handed disregard of fairness, and of anything like what we should call the responsibility of law. But it is evident that they believed they were themselves the objects of lawless intrusion and enterprise. There were on the part of the government great efforts made to represent the motion as an attempt to prevent the ministry from exacting satisfaction from the Chinese government and from protecting the lives and interests of Englishmen in China. But it is unfortunately only too often the duty of statesmen to recognize the necessity of carrying on a war, even while they are of opinion that they whose mismanagement brought about the war deserve condemnation. When Englishmen are being imprisoned and murdered, the innocent just as well as the guilty in a foreign country, when in short war is actually going on, it is not possible for English statesmen in opposition to say, "We will not allow England to strike a blow in defence of our fellow countrymen and our flag, because we are of opinion that better judgment on the part of our government would have spared us the beginning of such a war." There was really no inconsistency in recognizing the necessity of carrying on the war, and at the same time censuring the ministry who had allowed the necessity to be forced upon us. Sir Robert Peel quoted with great effect during the debate the example of Fox, who declared his readiness to give every help to the prosecution of a war which the very same day he proposed to censure the ministry for having brought upon the country. With all their efforts, the ministers were only able to command a majority of 9 votes as the result of the 3 days' debate. The war, however, went on. It was easy work enough so far as England was concerned. It was on our side nothing but a succession of cheap victories. The Chinese fought very bravely in a great many instances, and they showed still more often a Spartan-like resolve not to survive defeat. When one of the Chinese cities was taken by Sir Hugh Gough, the Tartar general went into his house as soon as he saw that all was lost, made his servants set fire to the building, and calmly sat in his chair until he was burned to death. One of the English officers writes of the same attack that it was impossible to compute the loss of the Chinese, for when they found they could stand no longer against us, they cut the throats of their wives and children, or drove them into wells or ponds, and then destroyed themselves. In many houses there were found from 8 to 12 dead bodies, and I myself saw a dozen women and children drowning themselves in a small pond the day after the fight. We quickly captured the island of Chusan on the east coast of China. A part of our squadron went up the Peiho River to threaten the capital. Negotiations were opened, and the preliminaries of a treaty were made out, to which, however, neither the English government nor the Chinese would agree, and the war was reopened. Chusan was again taken by us. Ningpo, a large city a few miles in on the mainland, fell into our hands. Amoy, further south, was captured. Our troops were before Nankin when the Chinese government at last saw how futile was the idea of resisting our arms. Their women or their children might just as well have attempted to encounter our soldiers. With all the bravery which the Chinese often displayed, there was something pitiful, pathetic, ludicrous in the simple and childlike attempts which they made to carry on war against us. They made peace at last on any terms we chose to ask. We asked, in the first instance, the cession in perpetuity to us of the island of Hong Kong. Of course we got it. Then we asked that 5 ports, Canton, Amoy, Fu Chau Fu, Ningpo, and Shanghai, should be thrown open to British traders, and that consuls should be established there. Needless to say that this too was conceded. Then it was agreed that the indemnity already mentioned should be paid by the Chinese government, some 4 millions and a half sterling, in addition to 1 million and a quarter as compensation for the destroyed opium. It was also stipulated that correspondence between officials of the two governments was henceforth to be carried on upon equal terms. The war was over for the present, and the thanks of both Houses of Parliament were voted to the fleet and army engaged in the operations. The Duke of Wellington moved the vote of thanks in the House of Lords. He could hardly help, one would think, forming in his mind as he spoke an occasional contrast between the services which he asked the House to honour, and the sort of warfare which it had been his glorious duty to engage in so long. The Duke of Wellington was a simple-minded man with little sense of humour. He did not probably perceive himself the irony that others might have seen in the fact that the conqueror of Napoleon, the victor in years of warfare against soldiers unsurpassed in history, should have had to move a vote of thanks to the fleet and army which triumphed over the unarmed, helpless, childlike Chinese. The whole chapter of history ended, not inappropriately perhaps, with a rather pitiful dispute between the English government and the English traders about the amount of compensation to which the latter laid claim for their destroyed opium. The government were in something of a difficulty, for they had formally announced that they were resolved to let the traders abide by any loss which their violation of the laws of China might bring upon them. But on the other hand, they had identified themselves by the war with the cause of the traders, and one of the conditions of peace had been the compensation for the opium. The traders insisted that the amount given for this purpose by the Chinese government did not nearly meet their losses. The English government, on the other hand, would not admit that they were bound in any way further to make good the losses of the merchants. The traders demanded to be compensated according to the price of opium at the time the seizure was made, a demand which, if we admit any claim at all, seems only fair and reasonable. The government had clearly undertaken their cause in the end, and was hardly in a position, either logical or dignified, when they afterwards chose to say, "Yes, we admit that we did undertake to get you redress, but we do not think now that we are bound to give you full redress." At last the matter was compromised. The merchants had to take what they could get, something considerably below their demand, and give in return to the government an immediate acquittance in full. It is hard to get up any feeling of sympathy with the traders who lost on such a speculation. It is hard to feel any regret even if the government, which had done so much for them in the war, treated them so shabbily when the war was over. But that they were treated shabbily in the final settlement seems to us to allow of no doubt. The Chinese war then was over for the time. But, as the children say, that snow brings more snow, so did that war with China bring other wars to follow it. End of section 18. Section 19 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. The Decline and Fall of the Whig Ministry, Part 1. The Melbourne Ministry kept going from bad to worse. There was a great stirring in the country all around them, which made their feebleness the more conspicuous. We sometimes read in history a defence of some particular sovereign, whom common opinion cries down, the defence being a reference to the number of excellent measures that were set in motion during his reign. If we were to judge of the Melbourne Ministry on the same principle, it might seem indeed as if their career was one of extreme activity and fruitfulness. Reforms were astir in almost every direction. Inquiries into the condition of our poor and our labouring classes were, to use a cant phrase of the time, the order of the day. The foundation of the colony of New Zealand was laid with a philosophical deliberation and thoughtfulness which might have reminded one of Locke and the Constitution of the Carolinas. some of the first comprehensive and practical measures to mitigate the rigor and to correct the indiscriminateness of the death punishment were taken during this period. One of the first legislative enactments which fairly acknowledged the difference between an English wife and a purchased slave, so far as the despotic power of the master was concerned, belongs to the same time. This was the Custody of Infants Bill, the object of which was to obtain for mothers of irreproachable conduct who through no fault of theirs were living apart from their husbands occasional access to their children with the permission and under the control of the equity judges. It is curious to notice how long and how fiercely this modest measure of recognition for what may almost be called the natural rights of a wife and a mother was disputed in Parliament, or at least in the House of Lords. It is curious, too, to notice what a clamour was raised over the small contribution to the cause of national education which was made by the Melbourne government. In 1834, the first grant of public money for the purposes of elementary education was made by Parliament. The sum granted was £20,000, and the same grant was made every year until 1839. Then Lord John Russell asked for an increase of £10,000 and proposed a change in the manner of appropriating the money. Up to that time, the grant had been distributed through the National School Society, a body in direct connection with the Church of England and the British and Foreign School Association, which admitted children of all Christian denominations without imposing on them sectarian teaching. The money was dispensed by the Lords of the Treasury, who gave aid to applicants in proportion to the size and cost of the school buildings and the number of children who attended them. Naturally, the result of such an arrangement was that the districts which needed help the most got it the least. If a place was so poor as not to be able to do anything for itself, the Lords of the Treasury would do nothing for it. Naturally, too, the rich and powerful Church of England secured the greater part of the grant for itself. There was no inspection of the schools, no reports were made to Parliament as to the manner in which the system worked, no steps were taken to find out if the teachers were qualified or the teaching was good. The statistics of the schools, says a writer to the Edinburgh Review, were alone considered: the size of the classroom, the cost of the building, and the number of scholars. In 1839, Lord John Russell proposed to increase the grant, and an order in council transferred its distribution to a committee of the Privy Council composed of the President and not more than 5 members. Lord John Russell also proposed the appointment of inspectors, the founding of a model school for the training of teachers, and the establishment of infant schools. The model school and the infant schools were to be practically unsectarian. The committee of the Privy Council were to be allowed to depart from the principle of proportioning their grants to the amount of local contribution, to establish in poor and crowded places schools not necessarily connected with either of the 2 educational societies, and to extend their aid even to schools where the Roman Catholic version of the Bible was read. The proposals of the government were fiercely opposed in both Houses of Parliament. The most vigorous and fantastic forms of bigotry combined against them. The application of public money, and especially through the hands of the Committee of Privy Council, to any schools not under the control and authority of the Church of England, was denounced as a state recognition of popery and heresy. Scarcely less marvellous to us now are the speeches of those who promoted than of those who opposed the scheme. Lord John Russell himself, who was much in advance of the common opinion of those among whom he moved, pleaded for the principles of his measure, in a tone rather of apology than of actual vindication. He did not venture to oppose point blank the claim of those who insisted that it was part of the sacred right of the established Church to have the teaching all done in her own way, or to allow no teaching at all. The government did not get all they sought for. They had a fierce fight for their grant, and an amendment moved by Lord Stanley, to the effect that Her Majesty be requested to revoke the order in council appointing the Committee on Education, was only negatived by a majority of 2 votes, 275 to 273. In the Lords, to which the struggle was transferred, the Archbishop of Canterbury actually moved and carried by a large majority an address to the Queen, praying her to revoke the order in council. The Queen replied firmly that the funds voted by Parliament would be found to be laid out in strict accordance with constitutional usage, the rights of conscience, and the safety of the established Church, and so dismissed the question. The Government therefore succeeded in establishing their Committee of Council on Education, the institution by which our system of public instruction has been managed ever since. The Ministry on the whole showed to advantage in this struggle. They took up a principle and they stood by it. If, as we have said, the speeches made by the promoters of the scheme seem amazing to any intelligent person of our time because of the feeble, apologetic, and almost craven tone in which they assert the claims of a system of national education, yet it must be admitted that the principle was accepted by the Government at some risk, and that it was not shabbily deserted in the face of hostile pressure. It is worth noticing that while the increased grant and the principles on which it was to be distributed were opposed by such men as Sir Robert Peel, Lord Stanley, Mr. Gladstone, and Mr. Disraeli, it had the support of Mr. O'Connell and of Mr. Smith O'Brien. Both these Irish leaders only regretted that the grant was not very much larger, and that it was not appropriated on a more liberal principle. O'Connell was the recognised leader of the Irish Catholics and Nationalists. Smith O'Brien was an aristocratic Protestant. With all the weakness of the Whig ministry, their term of office must at least be remarkable for the new departure it took in the matter of national education. The appointment of the Committee of Council marks an epoch. Indeed, the history of that time seems full of reform projects. The Parliamentary Annals contains the names of various measures of social and political improvement, which might in themselves, it would seem, bear witness to the most unsleeping activity on the part of any ministry. Measures for general registration, for the reduction of the stamp duty on newspapers and of the duty on paper, for the improvement of the jail system, for the spread of vaccination, for the regulation of the labour of children, for the prohibition of the employment of any child or young person under 21 in the cleaning of chimneys by climbing, for the suppression of the punishment of the pillory, efforts to relieve the Jews from civil disabilities. These are but a few of the many projects of social and political reform that occupied the attention of that busy period, which somehow appears, nevertheless, to have been so sleepy and do-nothing. How does it come about that we can regard the ministry in whose time all these things were done or attempted as exhausted and worthless? One answer is plain. The reforming energy was in the time and not in the ministry. In every instance, public opinion went far ahead of the inclination of Her Majesty's ministers. There was a just and general conviction that if the Government were left to themselves, they would do nothing. When they were driven into any course of improvement, they usually did all they could to minimize the amount of reform to be effected. Whatever they undertook, they seemed to undertake reluctantly, and as if only from the object of preventing other people from having anything to do with it. Naturally, therefore, they got little or no thanks for any good they might have done. When they brought in a measure to abolish in various cases the punishment of death, they fell so far behind public opinion and the inclinations of the Commission, that had for 8 years been inquiring into the state of our criminal law, that their bill only passed by very narrow majorities, and impressed many ardent reformers as if it were meant rather to withhold than to advance a genuine reform. In truth, it was a period of enthusiasm and of growth, and the ministry did not understand this. Lord Melbourne seems to have found it hard to persuade himself that there was any real anxiety in the mind of anyone to do anything in particular. He had apparently got into his mind the conviction that the only sensible thing the people of England could do was to keep up the Melbourne ministry, and that being a sensible people they would naturally do this. He had grown into something like the condition of a pampered old hall porter, who, dozing in his chair, begins to look on it as an act of rudeness if any visitor to his master presumes to knock at the door and so disturb him from his comfortable rest. Anyone who doubts that it was really a time of enthusiasm in these countries has only to glance at its history. The Church of England and the Church of Scotland were alike convulsed by movements which were the offspring of a genuine and irresistible enthusiasm of that strong, far-reaching kind which makes epochs in the history of a church or a people. In Ireland, Father Matthew, a pious and earnest friar, who had neither eloquence nor learning nor genius, but only enthusiasm and noble purpose, had stirred the hearts of the population in the cause of temperance as thoroughly as Peter the Hermit might have stirred the heart of a people to a crusade. Many of the efforts of social reform which are still periodically made among ourselves had their beginning then, and can scarcely be said to have made much advance from that day to this. In July 1840, Mr. Hume moved in the House of Commons for an address to the throne, praying that the British Museum and the National Gallery might be opened to the public after divine service on Sundays, at such hours as taverns, beer shops, and gin shops are legally open. The motion was of course rejected, but it is worthy of mention now as an evidence of the point to which the spirit of social reform had advanced at a period when Lord Melbourne had seemingly made up his mind that reform had done enough for his generation, and that ministers might be allowed, at least during his time, to eat their meals in peace, without being disturbed by the urgencies of restless radicals, or threatened with hostile majorities and Tory successes. End of section 19. Section 20 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9, The Decline and Fall of the Whig Ministry, Part 2. The Stockdale case was a disturbance of ministerial repose which at one time threatened to bring about a collision between the privileges of Parliament and the authority of the law courts. The Messrs. Hansard, the well-known parliamentary printers, had published certain parliamentary reports on prisons, in which it happened that a book published by J. Stockdale was described as obscene and disgusting in the extreme. Stockdale proceeded against the Hansards for libel. The Hansards pleaded the authority of Parliament, but Lord Chief Justice Denman declared that the House of Commons was not Parliament, and had no authority to sanction the publication of libels on individuals. Out of this contradiction of authorities arose a long and often a very unseemly squabble. The House of Commons would not give up its privileges. The law courts would not admit its authority. Judgment was given by default against the Hansards in one of the many actions for libel which arose out of the affair, and the sheriffs of London were called on to seize and sell some of the Hansards' property to satisfy the demands of the plaintiff. The unhappy sheriffs were placed, as the homely old saying would describe it, between the devil and the deep sea. If they touched the property of the Hansards, they were acting in contempt of the privilege of the House of Commons, and were liable to be committed to Newgate. If, on the other hand, they refused to carry out the orders of the Court of Queen's Bench, that court would certainly send them to prison for the refusal. The reality of their dilemma was in fact very soon proved. The amount of the damages was paid into the sheriff's court in order to avoid the scandal of a sale, but under protest the House of Commons ordered the sheriffs to refund the money to the Hansards. The Court of Queen's Bench was moved for an order to direct the sheriffs to pay it over to Stockdale. The sheriffs were finally committed to the custody of the Sergeant-at-Arms for contempt of the House of Commons. The Court of Queen's Bench served a writ of habeas corpus on the Sergeant-at-Arms calling on him to produce the sheriffs in court. The House directed the sergeant-at-arms to inform the court that he held the sheriffs in custody by order of the Commons. The sergeant-at-arms took the sheriffs to the Court of Queen's Bench, made his statement there, his explanation was declared reasonable and sufficient, and he marched his prisoners back again. A great deal of this ridiculous sort of thing went on, which it is not now necessary to describe in any detail. The House of Commons, what with the arrest of the sheriffs and of agents acting on behalf of the pertinacious Stockdale, had on their hands batches of prisoners with whom they did not know in the least what to do. The whole affair created immense popular excitement, mingled with much ironical laughter. At last the House of Commons had recourse to legislation, and Lord John Russell brought in a bill on March 3, 1840, to afford summary protection to all persons employed in the publication of parliamentary papers. The preamble of the measure declared that whereas it is essential to the due and effectual discharge of the functions and duties of Parliament that no obstruction should exist to the publication of the reports, papers, votes, or proceedings of either House, as such House should deem fit, it is to be lawful for any person or persons against whom any civil or criminal proceedings shall be taken on account of such publications to bring before the court a certificate under the hand of the Lord Chancellor or the Speaker, stating that it was published by the authority of the House, and the proceedings should at once be stayed. This bill was run quickly through both Houses, not without some opposition or at least murmur in the Upper House, and it became law on April 14th. It settled the question satisfactorily enough, although it certainly did not define the relative rights of Parliament and the courts of law. No difficulty of the same kind has since arisen. The sheriffs and the other prisoners were discharged from custody after a while, and the public excitement went out in quiet laughter. The question, however, was a very serious one, and it is significant that public opinion was almost entirely on the side of the law courts and the sheriffs. The ministry must have so fallen in public favour as to bring the House of Commons into disrepute along with them, or such a sentiment could not have prevailed so widely out of doors. The public seemed to see nothing in the whole affair but a tyrannical House of Commons wielding illimitable powers against a few humble individuals, some of whom, the sheriffs for instance, had no share in the controversy except that imposed on them by official duty. Accordingly, the sheriffs were the heroes of the hour and were toasted and applauded all over the country. Assuredly it was an awkward position for the House of Commons to be placed in, when it had to vindicate its privileges by committing to prison men who were merely doing a duty which the law courts imposed on them. It would have been better, probably, if the government had more firmly asserted the rights of the House of Commons at the beginning, and thus allowed the public to see the real question which the whole controversy involved. Nothing can be more clear now than the paramount importance of securing to each House of Parliament an absolute authority and freedom of publication. No evil that can possibly arise out of the misuse of such a power could be anything like that certain to come of a state of things which restricted by libel laws or otherwise the right of either House to publish whatever it thought proper for the public good. Not a single measure for the reform of any great grievance, from the abolition of slavery to the passing of the Factory Acts, but might have been obstructed, and perhaps even prevented, if the free exposure of existing evils were denied to the Houses of Parliament. In this country, Parliament only works through the power of public opinion. A social reform is not carried out simply by virtue of the decision of a cabinet that something ought to be done. The attention of the legislature and of the public has to be called to the grievance again and again by speeches, resolutions, debates, and divisions before there is any chance of carrying a measure on the subject. When public opinion is ripe and is strong enough to help the government through with a reform in spite of prejudices and vested interests, then and not till then the reform is carried. But it would be hardly possible to bring the matter up to this stage of growth if those who were interested in upholding a grievance had the power of worrying the publishers of the Parliamentary reports by legal proceedings in the earlier stages of the discussion. Nor would it be of any use to protect merely the freedom of debate in Parliament itself. It is not through debate, but through publication, that the public opinion of the country is reached. In truth, the poorer a man is, the weaker and the humbler, the greater need is there that he should call out for the full freedom of publication to be vested in the hands of Parliament. The factory child, the climbing boy, the apprentice under colonial systems of modified slavery, the seaman sent to sea in the rotten ship, the woman clad in unwomanly rags who sings her song of a shirt, the other woman almost literally unsexed in form, function, and soul, who, in her filthy trousers of sacking, dragged on all fours the coal trucks in the mines. These are the tyrants and the monopolists for whom we assert the privilege of parliamentary publication. The operations which took place about this time in Syria belong perhaps rather to the general history of the Ottoman Empire than to that of England, but they had so important a bearing on the relations between this country and France, and are so directly connected with subsequent events in which England bore a leading part, that it would be impossible to pass them over without some notice here. Mohammed Ali, Pasha of Egypt, the most powerful of all the Sultan's feudatories, a man of iron will and great capacity both for war and administration, had made himself for a time master of Syria. By the aid of the warlike qualities of his adopted son, Ibrahim Pasha, he had defeated the armies of the Porte wherever he had encountered them. Mohammed's victories had for the time compelled the Porte to allow him to remain in power in Syria, but the Sultan had long been preparing to try another effort for the reduction of his ambitious vassal. In 1839 the Sultan again declared war against Mohammed Ali. Ibrahim Pasha again obtained an overwhelming victory over the Turkish army. The energetic Sultan Mahmud, a man not unworthy to cope with such an adversary as Mohammed Ali, died suddenly, and immediately after his death the Capitan Pasha, or Lord High Admiral of the Ottoman fleet, went over to the Egyptians with all his vessels, an act of almost unexampled treachery even in the history of the Ottoman Empire. It was evident that Turkey was not able to hold her own against the formidable Mohammed and his successful son, and the policy of the Western powers of Europe, and of England especially, had long been to maintain the Ottoman Empire as a necessary part of the common state system. The policy of Russia was to keep up that empire as long as it suited her own purposes, to take care that no other power got anything out of Turkey, and to prepare the way for such a partition of the spoils of Turkey as would satisfy Russian interests. Russia, therefore, was to be found now defending Turkey and now assailing her. The course taken by Russia was seemingly inconsistent, but it was only inconsistent as the course of a sailing ship may be, which now tacks to this side and now to that, but has a clear object in view and a port to reach all the while. England was then, and for a long time after, steadily bent on preserving the Turkish Empire, and in a great measure as a rampart against the schemes and ambitions imputed to Russia herself. France was less firmly set on the maintenance of Turkey, and France, moreover, had got it into her mind that England had designs of her own on Egypt. Austria was disposed to go generally with England. Prussia was little more than a nominal sharer in the alliance that was now tinkered up. It is evident that such an alliance could not be very harmonious or direct in its action. It was, however, effective enough to prove too strong for the Pasha of Egypt. A fleet made up of English, Austrian, and Turkish vessels bombarded Acre. An allied army drove the Egyptians from several of their strongholds. Ibrahim Pasha, with all his courage and genius, was not equal to the odds against which he now saw himself forced to contend. He had to succumb. No one could doubt that he and his father were incomparably better able to give good government and the chances of development to Syria than the Porte had ever been. But in this instance, as in others, the odious principle was upheld by England and her actual allies, that the Turkish Empire must be maintained, at no matter what cost of suffering and degradation to its subject peoples. Muhammad Ali was deprived of all his Asiatic possessions, but was secured in his government of Egypt. A convention signed in London on July 15, 1840, arranged for the imposition of those terms on Muhammad Ali. The convention was signed by the representatives of Great Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia on the one part, and the Ottoman Porte on the other. The name of France was not found there. France had drawn back from the alliance, and for some time seemed as if she was likely to take arms against it. M. Thiers was then her prime minister. He was a man of quick fancy, restless and ambitious temperament, and what we cannot help calling a vulgar spirit of national self-sufficiency. We are speaking now of the Thiers of 1840, not of the wise and capable statesman, tempered and tried by the fire of adversity, who reorganized France out of the ruin and welter of 1870. Thiers persuaded himself and the great majority of his countrymen that England was bent upon driving Muhammad Ali out of Egypt as well as out of Syria, and that her object was to obtain possession of Egypt for herself. For some months it seemed as if war were inevitable between England and France, although there was not in reality the slightest reason why the two states should quarrel. France was just as far away from any thought of a really disinterested foreign policy as England. England, on the other hand, had not the remotest idea of becoming the possessor of Egypt. Fortunately, Louis Philippe and M. Guizot were both strongly in favour of peace. M. Thiers resigned, and M. Guizot became Minister of Foreign Affairs and virtually head of the government. Thiers defended his policy in the French Chamber in a scream of passionate and almost hysterical declamation. Again and again he declared that his mind had been made up to go to war if England did not at once give way and modify the terms of the Convention of July. It cannot be doubted that Thiers carried with him much of the excited public feeling of France. But the King and M. Guizot were happily supported by the majority in and out of the Chambers, and on July 13, 1841, the Treaty of London was signed, which provided for the settlement of the affairs of Egypt on the basis of the arrangement already made, and which contained moreover the stipulation, to be referred to more than once hereafter, by which the Sultan declared himself firmly resolved to maintain the ancient principle of his empire, that no foreign ship of war was to be admitted into the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, with the exception of light vessels for which a firman was granted. The public of this country had taken but little interest in the controversy about Egypt, at least until it seemed likely to involve England in a war with France. Some of the episodes of the war were indeed looked upon with a certain satisfaction by people here at home. The bravery of Charles Napier, the hot-headed, self-conceited Commodore, was enthusiastically extolled, and his feats of successful audacity were glorified as though they had shown the genius of a Nelson or the clever resource of a Cochrane. Not many of Napier's admirers cared a rush about the merits of the quarrel between the Porte and the Pasha. Most of them would have been just as well pleased if Napier had been fighting for the Pasha and against the Porte. Not a few were utterly ignorant as to whether he was fighting for Porte or for Pasha. Those who claimed to be more enlightened had a sort of general idea that it was in some way essential to the safety and glory of England that whenever Turkey was in trouble we should at once become her champions, tame her rebels, and conquer her enemies. Unfounded as were the suspicions of Frenchmen about our designs upon Egypt, they can hardly be called very unreasonable. Even a very cool and impartial Frenchman might be led to the conclusion that free England would not, without some direct purpose of her own, have pledged herself to the cause of a base and decaying despotism. Steadily, meanwhile, did the ministry go from bad to worse. They had greatly damaged their character by the manner in which they had again and again put up with defeat and consented to resume or retain office on any excuse or pretext. They were remarkably bad administrators. Their finances were wretchedly managed. In later times we have come to regard the Tories as especially weak in the matter of finance. A well-managed revenue and a comfortable surplus are generally looked upon in some way or other as the monopoly of a Liberal administration, while lavish expenditure, deficit, and increased taxation counted among the necessary accompaniments of a Tory government. So nearly does public opinion on both sides go to accepting these conditions that there are many Tories who take it rather as a matter of pride that their leaders are not mean economists, and who regard a free-handed expenditure of the national revenue as something peculiarly gentlemanlike and in keeping with the honourable traditions of a great country party. But this was not the idea which prevailed in the days of the Melbourne ministry. Then the universal conviction was that the Whigs were incapable of managing the finances. The budget of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Baring, showed a deficiency of nearly 2 millions. This deficiency he proposed to meet in part by alteration in the sugar duties, but the House of Commons, after a long debate, rejected his proposals by a majority of 36. It was then expected, of course, that ministers would resign, but they were not yet willing to accept the consequences of defeat. They thought they had another stone in their sling. Lord John Russell had previously given notice of his intention to move for a committee of the whole House to consider the state of legislation with regard to the trade in corn, and he now brought forward an announcement of his plan, which was to propose a fixed duty of 8 shillings per quarter on wheat, and proportionately diminished rates on rye, barley, and oats. Except for its effect on the fortunes of the Melbourne ministry, there is not the slightest importance to be attached to this proposal. It was an experiment in the direction of the free traders, who were just beginning to be powerful, although they were not nearly strong enough yet to dictate the policy of a government. We shall have to tell the story of free trade hereafter. This present incident is no part of the history of a great movement. It is merely a small party dodge. It deceived no one. Lord Melbourne had always spoken with the uttermost contempt of the free trade agitation. With characteristic oaths he had declared that of all the mad things he had ever heard suggested, free trade was the maddest. Lord John Russell himself, although far more enlightened than the Prime Minister, had often condemned and sneered at the demand for free trade. The conversion of the ministers into the official advocates of a moderate fixed duty was all too sudden for the conscience, for the very stomach of the nation. Public opinion would not endure it. Nothing but harm came to the Whigs from the attempt. Instead of any new adherents or fresh sympathy being won for them by their proposal, people only asked, "Will nothing then turn them out of office? Will they never have done with trying new tricks to keep in place?" Sir Robert Peel took, in homely phrase, the bull by the horns. He proposed a direct vote of want of confidence, a resolution declaring that ministers did not possess the confidence of the House sufficiently to enable them to carry through the measures which they deemed of essential importance to the public welfare, and that their continuance in office under such circumstances was at variance with the spirit of the Constitution. On June 4th, 1841, the division was taken, and the vote of no confidence was carried by a majority of 1. Even the Whigs could not stand this. Lord Melbourne at last began to think that things were looking serious. Parliament was dissolved, and the result of the general election was that the Tories were found to have a majority even greater than they themselves had anticipated. The moment the new Parliament was assembled, amendments to the address were carried in both Houses in a sense hostile to the government. Lord Melbourne and his colleagues had to resign, and Sir Robert Peel was entrusted with the task of forming an administration. We have not much more to do with Lord Melbourne in this history. He merely drops out of it. Between his expulsion from office and his death, which took place in 1848, he did little or nothing to call for the notice of anyone. It was said at one time that his closing years were lonesome and melancholy, but this has lately been denied, and indeed it is not likely that one who had such a genial temper and so many friends could have been left to the dreariness of a not self-sufficing solitude and to the bitterness of neglect. He was a generous and kindly man. His personal character, although often assailed, was free of any serious reproach. He was a failure in office, not so much from want of ability as because he was a politician without convictions. The Peel ministry came into power with great hopes. It had Lord Lyndhurst for Lord Chancellor, Sir James Graham for Home Secretary, Lord Aberdeen at the Foreign Office, Lord Stanley was Colonial Secretary. The most remarkable man not in the cabinet, soon to be one of the foremost statesmen in the country, was Mr. W. E. Gladstone. It is a fact of some significance in the history of the Peel administration that the elections which brought the new ministry into power brought Mr. Cobden for the first time into the House of Commons. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. Movements in the Churches, Part 1. While Lord Melbourne and his Whig colleagues, still in office, were fribbling away their popularity on the pleasant assumption that nobody was particularly in earnest about anything, the Vice-Chancellor and heads of houses held a meeting at Oxford and passed a censure on the celebrated number 90 of Tracts for the Times. The movement of which some important tendencies were formally censured in the condemnation of this tract was one of the most momentous that had stirred the Church of England since the Reformation. The author of the tract was Dr. John Henry Newman, and the principal ground for its censure by voices claiming authority was the principle it seemed to put forward, that a man might honestly subscribe all the articles and formularies of the English Church, while yet holding many of the doctrines of the Church of Rome, against which those articles were regarded as a necessary protest. The great movement which was thus brought into sudden question and publicity was in itself an offspring of the immense stirring of thought which the French Revolution called up, and which had its softened echo in the English Reform Bill. The centre of the religious movement was to be found in the University of Oxford. When it is in the right, and when it is in the wrong, Oxford has always had more of the sentimental and of the poetic in its cast of thought than its rival or colleague of Cambridge. There were two influences then in operation over England, both of which alike aroused the alarm and the hostility of certain gifted and enthusiastic young Oxford men. One was the tendency to rationalism, drawn from the German theologians. The other was the manner in which the connection of the Church with the State in England was beginning to operate to the disadvantage of the Church as a sacred institution and teacher. The Reform party everywhere were assailing the rights and property of the Church. In Ireland especially, experiments were made which every practical man will now regard with approval, whether he be churchman or not, but which seemed to the devoted ecclesiast of Oxford to be fraught with danger to the freedom and influence of the Church. Out of the contemplation of these dangers sprang the desire to revive the authority of the Church, to quicken her with a new vitality, to give her once again that place as guide and inspirer of the national life which her ardent votaries believed to be hers by right, and to have been forfeited only by the carelessness of her authorities and their failure to fulfill the duties of her heaven-assigned mission. No movement could well have had a purer source. None could have had more disinterested and high-minded promoters. It was borne in upon some earnest, unresting souls, like that of the sweet and saintly Cabul, souls without haste and without rest, like Goethe's star, that the Church of England had higher duties and nobler claims than the business of preaching harmless sermons and the power of enriching bishops. Cabul could not bear to think of the Church taking pleasure since all is well. He urged on some of the more vigorous and thoughtful minds around him, or rather he suggested it by his influence and his example, that they should reclaim for the Church the place which ought to be hers as the true successor of the apostles. He claimed for her that she and she alone was the real Catholic Church, and that Rome had wandered away from the right path and foregone the glorious mission which she might have maintained. Among those who shared the spirit and purpose of Cabul were Richard Hurrell Froude, the historian's elder brother, who gave early promise of a splendid career, but who died while still in comparative youth. Dr. Pusey, afterwards leader of the school of ecclesiasticism which bears his name, and most prominent of all, Dr. Newman. Cabul had taken part in the publication of a series of treatises called Tracts for the Times, the object of which was to vindicate the real mission, as the writers believed, of the Church of England. This was the Tractarian movement, which had such various and memorable results. Newman first started the project of the Tracts, and wrote the most remarkable of them. He had up to this time been distinguished as one of the most unsparing enemies of Rome. At the same time he was, as he has himself said, fierce against the instruments and the manifestations of the liberal cause. While he was at Algiers once, a French vessel put in there, flying the tricolour. Newman would not even look at her. On my return, though forced to stop 24 hours at Paris, I kept indoors the whole time, and all that I saw of that beautiful city was what I saw from the Diligence. He had never had any manner of association with Roman Catholics, had in fact known singularly little of them. As Newman studied and wrote concerning the best way to restore the Church of England to her proper place in the national life, he kept the thought before him that there was something greater than the established Church, and that was the Church Catholic and Apostolic, set up from the beginning, of which she was but the local presence and the organ. She was nothing unless she was this. She must be dealt with strongly, or she would be lost. There was need of a second reformation. At this time the idea of leaving the Church never, Mr. Newman himself assures us, had crossed his imagination. He felt alarmed for the Church between German rationalism and man-of-the-world liberalism. His fear was that the Church would sink to be the servile instrument of a state, and a liberal state. The abilities of Dr. Newman were hardly surpassed by any contemporary in any department of thought. His position and influence in Oxford were almost unique. There was in his intellectual temperament a curious combination of the mystic and the logical. He was at once a poetic dreamer and a sophist, in the true and not the corrupt and ungenerous sense of the latter word. It has often been said of him and of another great Englishman that a change in their early conditions and training would easily have made of Newman a Stuart Mill, and of Mill a Newman. England in our time has hardly had a greater master of argument and of English prose than Newman. He is one of the keenest of dialecticians, and like Mill has the rare art that dissolves all the difficulties of the most abstruse or perplexed subject, and shows it bare and clear even to the least subtle of readers. His words dispel mists, and whether they who listen agree or not, they cannot fail to understand. A penetrating, poignant, satirical humour is found in most of his writings, an irony sometimes piercing suddenly through it like a darting pain. On the other hand, a generous vein of poetry and of pathos informs his style, and there are many passages of his works in which he rises to the height of a genuine and noble eloquence. In all the arts that make a great preacher or orator, Newman was strikingly deficient. His manner was constrained, ungraceful, and even awkward. His voice was thin and weak. His bearing was not at first impressive in any way. A gaunt, emaciated figure, a sharp and eagle face, a cold, meditative eye rather repelled than attracted those who saw him for the first time. Singularly devoid of affectation, Newman did not always conceal his intellectual scorn of men who made loud pretense with inferior gifts, and the men must have been few indeed whose gifts were not inferior to his. Newman had no scorn for intellectual inferiority in itself. He despised it only when it gave itself airs. His influence while he was the vicar of St. Mary's at Oxford was profound. As Mr. Gladstone said of him in a recent speech, without ostentation or effort, but by simple excellence, he was continually drawing undergraduates more and more around him. Mr. Gladstone in the same speech gave a description of Dr. Newman's pulpit style which is interesting. Dr. Newman's manner in the pulpit was one which, if you considered it in its separate parts, would lead you to arrive at very unsatisfactory conclusions. There was not very much change in the inflection of the voice. Action there was none. His sermons were read, and his eyes were always on his book. And all that, you will say, is against efficiency in preaching. Yes, but you take the man as a whole, and there was a stamp and a seal upon him. There was a solemn music and sweetness in his tone. There was a completeness in the figure, taken together with the tone and with the manner, which made even his delivery such as I have described it, and though exclusively with written sermons, singularly attractive. The stamp and seal were indeed those which are impressed by genius, piety, and earnestness. No opponent ever spoke of Newman but with admiration for his intellect and respect for his character. Dr. Newman had a younger brother, Francis W. Newman, who also possessed remarkable ability and earnestness. He too was distinguished at Oxford and seemed to have a great career there before him. But he was drawn one way by the wave of thought before his more famous brother had been drawn the other way. In 1830, the younger Newman found himself prevented by religious scruples from subscribing the 39 articles for his master's degree. He left the university and wandering for years in the East, endeavoring, not very successfully perhaps, to teach Christianity on its broadest base to Mahometans, and then he came back to England to take his place among the leaders of a certain school of free thought. Fate had dealt with those brothers as with the two friends in Richter's story. It seized their bleeding hearts and flung them different ways. When Dr. Newman wrote the famous tract number 90, for which he was censured, he bowed to the authority of his bishop, if not to that of the heads of houses, and he discontinued the publication of such treatises. But he did not admit any change of opinion, and indeed soon after he edited a publication called the British Critic, in which many of the principles held to be exclusively those of the Church of Rome were enthusiastically claimed for the English Church. Yet a little, and the gradual working of Newman's mind became evident to all the world. The brightest and most penetrating intellect in the Church of England was withdrawn from her service, and Newman went over to the Church of Rome. His secession was described by Mr. Disraeli a quarter of a century afterwards as having dealt a blow to the Church of England under which she still reels. To this result had the inquiry conducted him which had led his friend Dr. Pusey merely to endeavour to incorporate some of the mysticism and the symbols of Rome with the ritual of the English Protestant Church, which had brought Cabul only to seek a more liberal and truly Christian temper for the faith of the Protestant, and which had sent Francis Newman into radicalism and rationalism. End of section 21. Section 22 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. Movements in the Churches, Part 2. In truth, it is not difficult now to understand how the elder Newman's mind became drawn toward the ancient church which won him at last. We can see from his own candid account of his early sentiments how profoundly mystical was his intellectual nature, and how long before he was conscious of any such tendency he was drawn toward the very symbolisms of the Catholic Church. Pascal's early and unexplained mastery of mathematical problems, which no one had taught him, is not more suggestive in its way than those early drawings of Catholic symbols and devices, which, done in his childhood, Newman says surprised and were inexplicable to him when he came on them in years long after. No place could be better fitted to encourage and develop this tendency to mysticism and a thoughtful mind than Oxford, with all its noble memories of scholars and of priests, with its picturesque and poetic surroundings, and its never-fading mediaevalism. Newman lived in the past. His spirit was with medieval England. His thoughts were of a time when one church took charge of the souls of a whole united, devoted people, and stood as the guide and authority appointed for them by heaven. He thought of such a time until first he believed in it as a thing of the past, and next came to have faith in the possibility of its restoration as a thing of the present and the future. When once he had come to this point, the rest followed, as by lot, God wot. No creature could for a moment suppose that the ideal church was to be found in the English establishment, submitted as it was to state-made doctrine and to the decision of the Lord Chancellor, who might be an infidel or a free liver. The question which Cardinal Manning tells us he asked himself years after, at the time of the Gorham case, must often have presented itself to the mind of Newman. Suppose all the bishops of the Church of England should decide unanimously on any question of doctrine, would anyone receive the decision as infallible? Of course not. Such is not the genius or the principle of the English Church. The Church of England has no pretension to be considered the infallible guide of the people in matters even of doctrine. Were she seriously to put forward any such pretension, it would be rejected with contempt by the common mind of the nation. We are not discussing questions of dogma or the rival claims of churches here. We are merely pointing out that to a man with Newman's idea of a church, the Church of England could not long afford a home. That very logical tendency which in the mind of Newman, as of that of Pascal, contended for supremacy with the tendency to devotion and mysticism, only impelled him more rigorously on his way. He could not put up with compromises and convince himself that he ought to be convinced. He dragged every compromise and every doctrine into the light, and insisted on knowing exactly what it amounted to and what it meant to say. The doctrines and compromises of his own church did not satisfy him. There are minds which, in this condition of bewilderment, might have been content to find no footing so solid as doubt. Newman had not a mind of that class. He could not believe in a world without a church, or a church without what he saw to be inspiration, and accordingly he threw his whole soul, energy, genius, and fame into the cause of the Church of Rome. This, however, did not come all at once. We are anticipating by a few years the passing over of Dr. Newman, Cardinal Manning, and others to the ancient Church. It is clear that Newman was not himself conscious for a long time of the manner in which he was being drawn, surely, though not quickly, in the direction of Rome. He used to be accused at one time of having remained a conscious Roman Catholic in the English Church, laboring to make new converts. Apart from his own calm assurances and from the singularly pure and candid nature of the man, there are reasons enough to render such a charge absurd. Indeed, that simple and childish conception of human nature, which assumes that a man must always see the logical consequences of certain admissions or inquiries beforehand, because all men see them afterwards, is rather confusing and out of place when we are considering such a crisis of thought and feeling as that which took place in Oxford, and such men as those who were principally concerned in it. For the present, it is enough to say that the object of that movement was to raise the Church of England from apathy, from dull, easy-going acquiescence, from the perfunctory discharge of formal duties, and to quicken her again with the spirit of a priesthood, to arouse her to the living work, spiritual and physical, of an ecclesiastical sovereignty. The impulse overshot itself in some cases and was misdirected in others. It proved a failure on the whole as to its definite aims, and it sometimes left behind it only the ashes of a barren symbolism. But in its source it was generous, beneficent, and noble, and it is hard to believe that there has not been throughout the Church of England, on the whole, a higher spirit at work since the famous Oxford movement began. Still greater was the practical importance, at least in defined results, of the movement which went on in Scotland about the same time. A fortnight before the decision of the heads of houses at Oxford on Dr. Newman's tract, Lord Aberdeen announced in the House of Lords that he did not see his way to do anything in particular with regard to the dissensions in the Church of Scotland. He had tried a measure, he said, the year before, and half the Church of Scotland liked it, and the other half denounced it, and the government opposed it, and he therefore had nothing further to suggest in the matter. The perplexity of Lord Aberdeen only faintly typified the perplexity of the ministry. Lord Melbourne was about the last man in the world likely to have any sympathy with the spirit which animated the Scottish reformers, or any notion of how to get out of the difficulty which the whole question presented. Differing as they did in so many other points, there was one central resemblance between the movement in the Kirk of Scotland and that which was going on in the Church of England. In both cases alike, the effort of the reforming party was to emancipate the Church from the control of the state in matters involving religious doctrine and duty. In Scotland was soon to be presented the spectacle of a great secession from an established church, not because the seceders objected to the principle of a church, but because they held that the establishment was not faithful enough to its mission as a church. One of the seceders pithily explained the position of the controversy when he said that he and his fellows were leaving the Kirk of Scotland not because she was too churchy, but because she was not churchy enough. The case was briefly this. During the reign of Queen Anne, an act was passed which took from the church courts in Scotland the free choice as to the appointment of pastors, by subjecting the power of the presbytery to the control and interference of the law courts. Harley, Bolingbroke, and Swift, not one of whom cared a rush about the supposed sanctity of an ecclesiastical appointment, were the authors of this compromise, which was exactly of the kind that sensible men of the world everywhere might be supposed likely to accept and approve. In an immense number of Scotch parishes, the minister was nominated by a lay patron, and if the presbytery found nothing to condemn in him as to life, literature, and doctrine, they were compelled to appoint him, however unwelcome he might be to the parishioners. Now it is obvious that a man might have a blameless character, sound religious views, and an excellent education, and nevertheless be totally unfitted to undertake the charge of a Scottish parish. The Southwark congregation, who appreciate and delight in the ministrations of Mr. Spurgeon, might very well be excused if they objected to having a perfectly moral Charles Honeyman, even though his religious opinions were identical with those of their favourite, forced upon them at the will of some aristocratic lay patron. The effect of the power conferred on the law courts and the patron was simply, in a great number of cases, to send families away from the Church of Scotland and into voluntaryism. The Scotch people are above all others impatient of any attempt to force on them the services of unacceptable ministers. Men clung to the national church as long as it was national, that is, as long as it represented and protected the sacred claims of a deeply religious people. Dissent, or rather voluntaryism, began to make a progress in Scotland that alarmed thoughtful churchmen. To get over the difficulty, the General Assembly, the highest ecclesiastical court in Scotland, and likewise a sort of church parliament, declared that a veto on the nomination of the pastor should be exercised by the congregation, in accordance with a fundamental law of the church that no pastor should be intruded on any congregation contrary to the will of the people. The Veto Act, as this declaration was called, worked well enough for a short time, and the highest legal authorities declared it not incompatible with the Act of Queen Anne. But it diminished far too seriously the power of the lay patron to be accepted without a struggle. In the celebrated Auchterarder case, the patron won a victory over the Church in the courts of law, for having presented a minister whose appointment was vetoed by the congregation, he obtained an order from the civil courts deciding that the presbytery must take him on trial, in obedience with the Act of Queen Anne, as he was qualified by life, literature, and doctrine. This question, however, was easily settled by the General Assembly of the Church. They left to the patron's nominee his stipend and his house, and took no further notice of him. They did not recognize him as one of their pastors, but he might have, if he would, the manse and the money which the civil courts had declared to be his. They merely appealed to the legislature to do something which might make the civil law in harmony with the principles of the Church. A more serious question, however, presently arose. This was the famous Strathbogie case, which brought the authority of the Church and that of the State into irreconcilable conflict. A minister had been nominated in the parish of Marnock, who was so unacceptable to the congregation that 261 out of 300 heads of families objected to his appointment. The General Assembly directed the presbytery of Strathbogie, in which the parish lay, to reject the minister, Mr. Edwards. The presbytery had long been noted for its leaning toward the claims of the civil power, and it very reluctantly obeyed the command of the highest authority and ruling body of the Church. Another minister was appointed to the parish. Mr. Edwards fought the question out in the civil court, and obtained an interdict against the new appointment, and a decision that the presbytery was bound to take himself on trial. 7 members, constituting the majority of the presbytery, determined, without consulting the General Assembly, to obey the civil power, and they admitted Mr. Edwards on trial. The 7 were brought before the bar of the General Assembly, and by an overwhelming majority were condemned to be deposed from their places in the ministry. Their parishes were declared vacant. A more complete antagonism between Church and State is not possible to imagine. The Church expelled from its ministry 7 men for having obeyed the command of the civil laws. It was on the motion of Dr. Chalmers that the 7 ministers were deposed. Dr. Chalmers became the head of the movement, which was destined within 2 years from the time we are now surveying to cause the disruption of the ancient Kirk of Scotland. No man could be better fitted for the task of leadership in such a movement. He was beyond comparison the foremost man in the Scottish Church. He was the greatest pulpit orator in Scotland, or indeed in Great Britain. As a scientific writer, both on astronomy and on political economy, he had made a great mark. From having been in his earlier days the minister of an obscure Scottish village congregation, he had suddenly sprung into fame. He was the lion of any city which he happened to visit. If he preached in London, the church was crowded with the leaders of politics, science, and fashion, eager to hear him. The effect he produced in England is all the more surprising, seeing that he spoke in the broadest Scottish accent conceivable, and, as one admirer admits, mispronounced almost every word. We have already quoted what Mr. Gladstone said about the style of Dr. Newman. Let us cite also what he says about Dr. Chalmers. "I have heard," said Mr. Gladstone, "Dr. Chalmers preach and lecture. Being a man of Scotch blood, I am very much attached to Scotland, and like even the Scotch accent, but not the Scotch accent of Dr. Chalmers." Undoubtedly the accent of Dr. Chalmers in preaching and delivery was a considerable impediment to his success, but notwithstanding all that, it was overborne by the power of the man in preaching, overborne by his power, which melted into harmony with all the adjuncts and incidents of the man as a whole, so much so that although I would have said that the accent of Dr. Chalmers was distasteful, Yet in Dr. Chalmers himself I would not have had it altered in the smallest degree. Chalmers spoke with a massive eloquence in keeping with his powerful frame, and his broad brow, and his commanding presence. His speeches were a strenuous blending of argument and emotion. They appealed at once to the strong common sense and to the deep religious convictions of his Scottish audiences. His whole soul was in his work as a leader of religious movements. He cared little or nothing for any popularity or fame that he might have won. Some strong and characteristic words of his own have told us what he thought of passing renown. He called it a popularity which rifles home of its sweets, and by elevating a man above his fellows, places him in a region of desolation, where he stands a conspicuous mark for the shafts of malice, envy, and detraction, a popularity which, with its head among storms and its feet on the treacherous quicksands, has nothing to lull the agonies of its tottering existence but the hosannas of a drivelling generation. There is no reason to doubt that these were Chalmers' genuine sentiments, and scarcely any man of his time had come into so sudden and great an endowment of popularity. The reader of today must not look for adequate illustration of the genius and the influence of Chalmers in his published works. These do indeed show him to have been a strong reasoner and a man of original mind. But they do not show the Chalmers of Scottish controversy. That Chalmers must be studied through the traces lying all around of his influence upon the mind and the history of the Scottish people. The Free Church of Scotland is his monument. He did not make that church. It was not the work of one man, or strictly speaking of one generation. It grew naturally out of the inevitable struggle between church and state. But Chalmers did more than any other man to decide the moment and the manner of its coming into existence, and its success is his best monument. For we may anticipate a little, in this instance, as in that of the Oxford movement, and mention at once the fact that on May 18th, 1843, some 500 ministers of the Church of Scotland, under the leadership of Dr. Chalmers, seceded from the old kirk, and set about to form the Free Church. The government of Sir Robert Peel had made a weak effort at compromise by legislative enactment, but had declined to introduce any legislation which should free the Kirk of Scotland from the control of the civil courts, and there was no course for those who held the views of Dr. Chalmers but to withdraw from the Church which admitted that claim of state control. Opinions may differ as to the necessity, the propriety of the secession, as to its effects upon the history and the character of the Scottish people since that time, but there can be no difference of opinion as to the spirit of self-sacrifice in which the step was taken. 500 ministers on that memorable day went deliberately forth from their positions of comfort and honour, from home and competence, to meet an uncertain and a perilous future, with perhaps poverty and failure to be the final result of their enterprise, and with misconstruction and misrepresentation to make the bitter bread of poverty more bitter still. In these pages we have nothing to do with the merits of religious controversies, and it is no part of our concern to consider even the social and political effects produced upon Scotland by this great secession. But we need not withhold our admiration from the men who risked and suffered so much in the cause of what they believed to be their Church's true rights, and we are bound to give this admiration as cordially to the poor and nameless ministers, the men of the rank and file, about whose doings history so little concerns herself, as to the leaders like Chalmers, who, whether they sought it or not, found fame shining on their path of self-sacrifice. The history of Scotland is illustrated by many great national deeds. No deed it tells of surpasses in dignity and in moral grandeur that secession, to cite the words of the protest, from an establishment which we loved and prized, through interference with conscience, the dishonour done to Christ's crown, and the rejection of his sole and supreme authority as king in his church. End of section 22. Section 23 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 11, The Disasters of Cabul, Part 1. The earliest days of the Peel ministry fell upon trouble, not indeed at home, but abroad. At home the prospect still seemed bright. The birth of the Queen's eldest son was an event welcomed by national congratulation. There was still great distress in the agricultural districts, but there was a general confidence that the financial genius of Peel would quickly find some way to make burdens light, and that the condition of things all over the country would begin to mend. It was a region far removed from the knowledge and the thoughts of most Englishmen that supplied the news, now beginning to come into England day after day, and to thrill the country with the tale of one of the greatest disasters to English policy and English arms to be found in all the record of our dealings with the East. There are many still living who can recall, with an impression as keen as though it belonged to yesterday, the first accounts that reached this country of the surrender at Cabul and the gradual extinction of the army that tried to make its retreat through the terrible pass. This grim chapter of history had been for some time in preparation. It may be said to open with the reign itself. News travelled slowly then, and it was quite in the ordinary course of things that some part of the empire might be torn with convulsion for months before London knew that the even and ordinary condition of things had been disturbed. In this instance, the rejoicings at the accession of the young Queen were still going on, when a series of events had begun in Central Asia, destined to excite the profoundest emotion in England and to exercise the most powerful influence upon our foreign policy down to the present hour. On September 20th, 1837, Captain Alexander Burnes arrived at Cabul, the capital of the state of Cabul in the north of Afghanistan, and the ancient capital of the Emperor Babur, whose tomb is on a hill outside the city. Burnes was a famous Orientalist and traveller, the Burton or Burnaby of his day. He had conducted an expedition into Central Asia, had published his travels in Bokhara, and had been sent on a mission by the Indian government, in whose service he was to study the navigation of the Indus. He was, it may be remarked, a member of the family of Robert Burns, the poet himself, having changed the original spelling of the name which all the other members of the family retained. The object of the journey of Captain Burnes to Cabul in 1837 was in the first instance to enter into commercial relations with Dost Mohammed, then ruler of Cabul, and with other chiefs of the western regions. But events soon changed his business from a commercial into a political and diplomatic mission, and his tragic fate would make his journey memorable to Englishmen forever, even if other events had not grown out of it which give it a place of more than personal importance in history. The great region of Afghanistan, with its historical boundaries as varying and difficult to fix at certain times as those of the old dukedom of Burgundy, has been called the land of transition between Eastern and Western Asia. All the great ways that lead from Persia to India pass through that region. There is a proverb which declares that no one can be king of Hindustan without first becoming lord of Cabul. The Afghans are the ruling nation, but among them have long been settled Hindus, Arabs, Armenians, Abyssinians, and men of other races and religions. The Afghans are Mohammedans of the Shunite sect, but they allowed Hindus, Christians, and even the Persians, who are of the hated dissenting sect of the Shiites, to live among them, and even to rise to high position and influence. The founder of the Afghan Empire, Ahmad Shah, died in 1773. He had made an empire which stretched from Herat on the west to Sirhind on the east, and from the Oxus and Kashmir on the north to the Arabian Sea and the mouths of the Indus on the south. The death of his son Timur Shah delivered the kingdom up to the hostile factions, intrigues, and quarrels of his sons. The leaders of a powerful tribe, the Baruskies, took advantage of the events that arose out of this condition of things to dethrone the descendants of Ahmad Shah. When Captain Burnes visited Afghanistan in 1832, the only part of all their great inheritance which yet remained with the descendants of Ahmad Shah was the Principality of Herat. The remainder of Afghanistan was parcelled out between Dost Muhammad and his brothers. Dost Muhammad was a man of extraordinary ability and energy. He would probably have made a name as a soldier and a statesman anywhere. He had led a stormy youth, but had put away with maturity and responsibility the vices and follies of his earlier years. There seems no reason to doubt that although he was a usurper, he was a sincere lover of his country, and on the whole a wise and just ruler. When Captain Burnes visited Dost Muhammad, he was received with every mark of friendship and favour. Dost Muhammad professed to be, and no doubt at one time was, a sincere friend of the English government and people. There was, however, at that time a quarrel going on between the Shah of Persia and the Prince of Herat, the last enthroned representative, as has been already said, of the great family on whose fall Dost Muhammad and his brothers had mounted into power. So far as can now be judged, there does seem to have been serious and genuine ground of complaint on the part of Persia against the ruler of Herat, but it is probable too that the Persian Shah had been seeking for, and in any case would have found, a pretext for making war, and the strong impression at the time in England and among the authorities in India was that Persia herself was but a puppet in the hands of Russia. A glance at the map will show the meaning of this suspicion, and the reasons which at once gave it plausibility and would have rendered it of grave importance. If Persia were merely the instrument of Russia, and if the troops of the Shah were only the advance guard of the Tsar, then undoubtedly the attack on Herat might have been regarded as the first step of a great movement of Russia toward our Indian dominion. There were other reasons, too, to give this suspicion some plausibility. Mysterious agents of Russia, officers in her service and others, began to show themselves in Central Asia at the time of Captain Burnes' visit to Dost Muhammad. Undoubtedly, Russia did set herself for some reason to win the friendship and alliance of Dost Muhammad, and Captain Burnes was for his part engaged in the same endeavour. All considerations of a merely commercial nature had long since been put away, and Burnes was freely and earnestly negotiating with Dost Muhammad for his alliance. Burnes always insisted that Dost Muhammad himself was sincerely anxious to become an ally of England, and that he offered more than once on his own free part to dismiss the Russian agents, even without seeing them, if Burnes desired him to do so. But for some reason Burnes's superiors did not share his confidence. In Downing Street and in Simla the profoundest distrust of Dost Muhammad prevailed. It was again and again impressed on Burnes that he must regard Dost Muhammad as a treacherous enemy and as a man playing the part of Persia and of Russia. It is impossible now to estimate fairly all the reasons which may have justified the English and the Indian government in this conviction, but we know that nothing in the policy afterwards followed out by the Indian authorities exhibited any of the judgment and wisdom that would warrant us to take anything for granted on the mere faith of their dictum. The story of 4 years, almost to a day the extent of this sad chapter of English history, will be a tale of such misfortune, blunder, and humiliation as the annals of England do not anywhere else present. Blunders which were indeed worse than crimes, and a principle of action which it is a crime in any rulers to sanction, brought things to such a pass with us, that in a few years from the accession of the Queen, we had in Afghanistan soldiers who were positively afraid to fight the enemy, and some English officials who were not ashamed to treat for the removal of our most formidable foes by purchased assassination. It is a good thing for us all to read in cold blood this chapter of our history. It will teach us how vain is a policy founded on evil and ignoble principles, how vain is the strength and courage of men when they have not leaders fit to command. It may teach us also not to be too severe in our criticism of other nations. The failure of the French invasion of Mexico under the Second Empire seems like glory when compared with the failure of our attempt to impose a hated sovereign on the Afghan people. Captain Burnes, then, was placed in the painful difficulty of having to carry out a policy of which he entirely disapproved. He believed in Dost Muhammad as a friend, and he was ordered to regard him as an enemy. It would have been better for the career and for the reputation of Burnes if he had simply declined to have anything to do with a course of action which seemed to him at once unjust and unwise. But Burnes was a young man, full of youth's energy and ambition. He thought he saw a career of distinction opening before him, and he was unwilling to close it abruptly by setting himself in obstinate opposition to his superiors. He was, besides, of a quick, mercurial temperament, over which mood followed mood in rapid succession of change. A slight contradiction sometimes threw him into momentary despondency. A gleam of hope elated him into the assurance that all was won. It is probable that after a while he may have persuaded himself to acquiesce in the judgment of his chiefs. On the other hand, Dost Muhammad was placed in a position of great difficulty and danger. He had to choose. He could not remain absolutely independent of all the disputants. If England would not support him, he must for his own safety find alliances elsewhere, in Russian statecraft, for example. He told Burnes of this again and again, and Burnes endeavoured without the slightest success to impress his superiors with his own views as to the reasonableness of Dost Muhammad's arguments. Ranjit Singh, the daring and successful adventurer who had annexed the whole province of Kashmir to his dominions, was the enemy of Dost Muhammad and the faithful ally of England. Dost Muhammad thought the British government could assist him in coming to terms with Ranjit Singh, and Burnes had assured him that the British government would do all it could to establish satisfactory terms of peace between Afghanistan and the Punjab, over which Ranjit ruled. Burnes wrote from Cabul to say that Russia had made substantial offers to Dost Muhammad. Persia had been lavish in her biddings for his alliance. Bokhara and other states had not been backward. Yet in all that has passed or is daily transpiring, the chief of Cabul declares that he prefers the sympathy and friendly offices of the British to all these offers, however alluring they may seem, from Persia or from the Emperor, which places his good sense in a light more than prominent, and in my humble judgment proves that by an earlier attention to these countries we might have escaped the whole of these intrigues and held long since a stable influence in Cabul. Burnes, however, was unable to impress his superiors with any belief either in Dost Muhammad or in the policy which he himself advocated, and the result was that Lord Auckland, the Governor-General of India, at length resolved to treat Dost Muhammad as an enemy and to drive him from Cabul. Lord Auckland, therefore, entered into a treaty with Ranjit Singh and Shah Shuja-ul-Mulk, the exiled representative of what we may call the legitimist rulers of Afghanistan, for the restoration of the latter to the throne of his ancestors, and for the destruction of the power of Dost Muhammad. It ought to be a waste of time to enter into any argument and condemnation of such a policy in our days, even if its results had not proved in this particular instance its most striking and exemplary condemnation. It is so grossly and flagrantly opposed to all the principles of our more modern statesmanship that no one among us now ought to need a warning against it. Dost Muhammad was the accepted, popular, and successful ruler of Cabul. No matter what our quarrel with him, we had not the slightest right to make it an excuse for forcing on his people a ruler whom they had proved before, as they were soon to prove again, that they thoroughly detested. Perhaps the nearest parallel to our policy in this instance is to be found in the French invasion of Mexico and the disastrous attempt to impose a foreign ruler on the Mexican people. Each experiment ended in utter failure, and in the miserable death of the unfortunate puppet prince, who was put forward as the figurehead of the enterprise. But the French emperor could at least have pleaded in his defence that Maximilian of Austria had not already been tried and rejected by the Mexican people. Our protégé had been tried and rejected. The French emperor might have pleaded that he had actual and substantial wrongs to avenge. We had only problematical and possible dangers to guard against. In any case, as has already been said, the calamities entailed on French arms and councils by the Mexican intervention read like a page of brilliant success when compared with the immediate result of our enterprise in Cabul. Before passing away from this part of the subject, it is necessary to mention the fact that among its many unfortunate incidents, the campaign led to some peculiarly humiliating debates and some lamentable accusations in the House of Commons. Years after Burns had been flung into his bloody grave, it was found that the English government had presented to the House of Commons his dispatches in so mutilated and altered a form that Burns was made to seem as if he actually approved and recommended the policy which he especially warned us to avoid. It is painful to have to record such a fact, but it is indispensable that it should be recorded. It would be vain to attempt to explain how the principles and the honour of English statesmanship fell for the hour under the demoralizing influence which allowed such things to be thought legitimate. An Oriental atmosphere seemed to have gathered around our official leaders. In Afghanistan they were entering into secret and treacherous treaties. In England they were garbling dispatches. When, years after, Lord Palmerston was called upon to defend the policy which had thus dealt with the dispatches of Alexander Burns, he did not say that the documents were not garbled. He only contended that as the government had determined not to act on the advice of Burns, they were in no wise bound to publish those passages of his dispatches in which he set forth assumptions which they believed to be unfounded, and advised a policy which they looked upon as mistaken. Such a defence is only to be read with wonder and pain. The government were not accused of suppressing passages which they believed rightly or wrongly to be worthless. The accusation was that by suppressing passages and sentences here and there, Burns was made to appear as if he were actually recommending the policy against which he was at the time most earnestly protesting. Burns was himself the first victim of the policy which he strove against, and which all England has since condemned. No severer word is needed to condemn the mutilation of his dispatches than to say that he was actually made to stand before the country as responsible for having recommended that very policy. It should never be forgotten, says Sir J.W. Kaye, the historian of the Afghan War, by those who would form a correct estimate of the character and career of Alexander Burns, that both have been misrepresented in those collections of state papers which are supposed to furnish the best materials of history, but which are often in reality only one-sided compilations of garbled documents, counterfeits which the ministerial stamp forces into currency, defrauding a present generation and handing down to posterity a chain of dangerous lies. End of section 23. Section 24 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 1 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 11, The Disasters at Cabul, Part 2. Meanwhile, the Persian attack on Herat had practically failed, owing mainly to the skill and spirit of a young English officer, Eldred Pottinger, who was assisting the prince in his resistance to the troops of the Persian Shah. Lord Auckland, however, ordered the assemblage of a British force for service across the Indus, and issued a famous manifesto dated from Simla, October 1st, 1838, in which he set forth the motives of his policy. The Governor-General stated that Dost Muhammad had made a sudden and unprovoked attack upon our ancient ally Ranjit Singh, and that when the Persian army was besieging Herat, Dost Muhammad was giving undisguised support to the designs of Persia. The chiefs of Kandahar, the brothers of Dost Muhammad, had also, Lord Auckland declared, given in their adherence to the plans of Persia. Great Britain regarded the advance of Persian arms in Afghanistan as an act of hostility towards herself. The Governor-General had therefore resolved to support the claims of the Shah Shuja ul Mulk, whose dominions had been usurped by the existing rulers of Cabul, and who had found an honourable asylum in British territory, and whose popularity throughout Afghanistan, Lord Auckland wrote in words that must afterwards have read like the keenest and cruellest satire upon his policy, had been proved to his lordship by the strong and unanimous testimony of the best authorities. This popular sovereign, this favourite of his people, was at the time living in exile without the faintest hope of ever again being restored to his dominions. We pulled the poor man out of his obscurity, told him that his people were yearning for him, and that we would set him on his throne once more. We entered for the purpose into the tripartite treaty already mentioned. Mr. afterwards Sir W. H. Macnaghten, Secretary to the Government of India, was appointed to be envoy and minister at the court of Shah Shuja, and Sir Alexander Burnes, who had been recalled from the court of Dost Muhammad and rewarded with a title for giving the advice which his superiors thought absurd, was deputed to act under his direction. It is only right to say that the policy of Lord Auckland had the entire approval of the British government. It was afterwards stated in Parliament on the part of the Ministry that a dispatch recommending to Lord Auckland exactly such a course as he pursued crossed on the way his dispatch announcing to the government at home that he had already undertaken the enterprise. We conquered Dost Muhammad and dethroned him. He made a bold and brilliant, sometimes even a splendid resistance. We took Ghazni by blowing up one of its gates with bags of powder, and thus admitting the rush of a storming party. It was defended by one of the sons of Dost Muhammad, who became our prisoner. We took Jalalabad, which was defended by Akbar Khan, another of Dost Muhammad's sons, whose name came afterwards to have a hateful sound in all English ears. As we approached Cabul, Dost Muhammad abandoned his capital and fled with a few horsemen across the Indus. Shah Shuja entered Cabul accompanied by the British officers. It was to have been a triumphal entry. The hearts of those who believed in his cause must have sunk within them when they saw how the Shah was received by the people Lord Auckland was assured were so devoted to him. The city received him in sullen silence. Few of its people condescended even to turn out to see him as he passed. The vast majority stayed away and disdained even to look at him. One would have thought that the least observant eye must have seen that his throne could not last a moment longer than the time during which the strength of Britain was willing to support it. The British army, however, withdrew, leaving only a contingent of some 8,000 men, besides the Shah's own hirelings, to maintain him for the present. Sir W. Macnaghten seems to have really believed that the work was done, and that Shah Shuja was as safe on his throne as Queen Victoria. He was destined to be very soon and very cruelly undeceived. Dost Muhammad made more than one effort to regain his place. He invaded Shah Shuja's dominions and met the combined forces of the Shah and their English ally in more than one battle. On November 2nd, 1840, he won the admiration of the English themselves by the brilliant stand he made against them. With his Afghan horse he drove our cavalry before him and forced them to seek the shelter of the British guns. The native troopers would not stand against him. They fled, and left their English officers, who vainly tried to rally them. In this battle of Purwandurra, victory might not unreasonably have been claimed for Dost Muhammad. He won at least his part of the battle. No tongues have praised him louder than those of English historians. But Dost Muhammad had the wisdom of a statesman as well as the genius of a soldier. He knew well that he could not hold out against the strength of England. A savage or semi-barbarous chieftain is easily puffed up by a seeming triumph over a great power, and is led to his destruction by the vain hope that he can hold out against it to the last. Dost Muhammad had no such ignorant and idle notion. Perhaps he knew well enough, too, that time was wholly on his side, that he had only to wait and see the sovereignty of Shah Soojah tumble into pieces. The evening after his brilliant exploit in the field, Dost Muhammad rode quietly up to the quarters of Sir W. Macnaghten, met the envoy, who was returning from an evening ride, and to Macnaghten's utter amazement announced himself as Dost Muhammad, tendered to the envoy the sword that had flashed so splendidly across the field of the previous day's fight, and surrendered himself a prisoner. His sword was returned, he was treated with all honour, and a few days afterwards he was sent to India, where a residence and a revenue was assigned to him. But the withdrawal of Dost Muhammad from the scene did nothing to secure the reign of the unfortunate Shah Soojah. The Shah was hated on his own account. He was regarded as a traitor who had sold his country to the foreigners. Insurrections began to be chronic. They were going on in the very midst of Cabul itself. Sir W. Macnaghten was warned of danger, but seemed to take no heed. Some fatal blindness appears to have suddenly fallen on the eyes of our people in Cabul. On November 2nd, 1841, an insurrection broke out. Sir Alexander Burnes lived in the city itself. Sir W. Macnaghten and the military commander, Major General Elphinstone, were in cantonments at some little distance. The insurrection might have been put down in the first instance with hardly the need even of Napoleon's famous whiff of grape-shot, but it was allowed to grow up without attempted control. Sir Alexander Burnes could not be got to believe that it was anything serious, even when a fanatical and furious mob was besieging his own house. The fanatics were especially bitter against Burnes because they believed that he had been guilty of treachery. They accused him of having pretended to be the friend of Dost Muhammad, deceived him, and brought the English into the country. How entirely innocent of this charge Burnes was we all now know, but it would be idle to deny that there was much in the external aspect of events to excuse such a suspicion in the mind of an infuriated Afghan. To the last, Burnes refused to believe that he was in danger. He had always been a friend to the Afghans, he said, and he could have nothing to fear. It was true. He had always been the sincere friend of the Afghans. He had now to pay a heavy penalty for the errors and the wrongdoing of others. He harangued the raging mob and endeavoured to bring them to reason. He does not seem to have understood up to the very last moment that by reminding them that he was Alexander Burnes, their old friend, he was only giving them a new reason for demanding his life. He was murdered in the tumult. He and his brother and all those with them were hacked to pieces with Afghan knives. He was only in his 37th year when he was murdered. He was the first victim of the policy which had resolved to intervene in the affairs of Afghanistan. Fate seldom showed with more strange and bitter malice her proverbial irony than when she made him the first victim of the policy adopted in despite of his best advice and his strongest warnings. The murder of Burnes was not a climax. It was only a beginning. The English troops were quartered in cantonments outside the city and at some little distance from it. These cantonments were, in any case of real difficulty, practically indefensible. The popular monarch, the darling of his people, whom we had restored to his throne, was in the Bala Hissar, or citadel of Cabul. From the moment when the insurrection broke out, he may be regarded as a prisoner or a besieged man there. He was as utterly unable to help our people as they were to help him. The whole country threw itself into an insurrection against him and us. The Afghans attacked the cantonments and actually compelled the English to abandon the forts in which all our commissariat was stored. We were thus threatened with famine, even if we could resist the enemy in arms. We were strangely unfortunate in our civil and military leaders. Sir W. Macnaghten was a man of high character and good purpose, but he was weak and credulous. The commander, General Elphinstone, was old, infirm, tortured by disease, broken down both in mind and body, incapable of forming a purpose of his own, or of holding to one suggested by anybody else. His second in command was a far stronger and abler man, but unhappily the two could never agree. They were both of them, says Sir J.W.K., brave men. In any other situation, though the physical infirmities of the one and the cankered vanity, the dogmatical perverseness of the other, might have in some measure detracted from their efficiency as military commanders, I believe they would have exhibited sufficient courage and constancy to rescue an army from utter destruction and the British name from indelible reproach. But in the Cabul cantonments they were miserably out of place. They seemed to have been sent there by superhuman intervention to work out the utter ruin and prostration of an unholy policy by ordinary human means. One fact must be mentioned by an English historian, one which an English historian has happily not often to record. It is certain that an officer in our service entered into negotiations for the murder of the insurgent chiefs who were our worst enemies. It is more than probable that he believed in doing so he was acting as Sir W. Macnaghten would have had him do. Sir W. Macnaghten was innocent of any complicity in such a plot, and was incapable of it. But the negotiations were opened and carried on in his name. A new figure appeared on the scene, a dark and a fierce apparition. This was Akbar Khan, the favourite son of Dost Mohammed. He was a daring, clever, and unscrupulous young man. From the moment when he entered Cabul, he became the real leader of the insurrection against Shah Soojah and us. Macnaghten, persuaded by the military commander that the position of things was hopeless, consented to enter into negotiations with Akbar Khan. Before the arrival of the latter, the chiefs of the insurrection had offered us terms which made the ears of our envoy tingle. Such terms had not often been even suggested to British soldiers before. They were simply unconditional surrender. Macnaghten indignantly rejected them. Everything went wrong with him, however. We were beaten again and again by the Afghans. Our officers never faltered in their duty, but the melancholy truth has to be told that the men, most of whom were Asiatics, at last began to lose heart and would not fight the enemy. So the envoy was compelled to enter into terms with Akbar Khan and the other chiefs. Akbar Khan received him at first with contemptuous insolence, as a haughty conqueror receives some ignoble and humiliated adversary. It was agreed that the British troops should quit Afghanistan at once, that Dost Mohammed and his family should be sent back to Afghanistan, that on his return the unfortunate Shah Soojah should be allowed to take himself off to India or where he would, and that some British officers should be left at Cabul as hostages for the fulfilment of the conditions. The evacuation did not take place at once, although the fierce winter was setting in and the snow was falling heavily, ominously. Macnaghten seems to have had still some lingering hopes that something would turn up to relieve him from the shame of quitting the country, and it must be owned that he does not seem to have had any intention of carrying out the terms of the agreement if by any chance he could escape from them. On both sides there were dallyings and delays. At last Akbar Khan made a new and startling proposition to our envoy. It was that they too should enter into a secret treaty, should unite their arms against the other chiefs, and should keep Shah Soojah on the throne as nominal king, with Akbar Khan as his vizier. Macnaghten caught at the proposals. He had entered into terms of negotiation with the Afghan chiefs together. He now consented to enter into a secret treaty with one of the chiefs to turn their joint arms against the others. It would be idle and shameful to attempt to defend such a policy. We can only excuse it by considering the terrible circumstances of Macnaghten's position, the manner in which his nerves and moral fibre had been shaken and shattered by calamities, and his doubts whether he could place any reliance on the promises of the chiefs. he had apparently sunk into that condition of mind which Macaulay tells us that Clive adopted so readily in his dealings with Asiatics, and under the influence of which men naturally honourable and high-minded come to believe that it is right to act treacherously with those whom we believe to be treacherous. All this is but excuse, and rather poor excuse. When it has all been said and thought of, we must still be glad to believe that there are not many Englishmen who would, under any circumstances, have consented even to give a hearing to the proposals of Akbar Khan. Whatever Macnaghten's error, it was dearly expiated. He went out at noon next day to confer with Akbar Khan on the banks of the neighbouring river. 3 of his officers were with him. Akbar Khan was ominously surrounded by friends and retainers. These kept pressing round the unfortunate envoy. Some remonstrance was made by one of the English officers, but Akbar Khan said it was of no consequence, as they were all in the secret. Not many words were spoken. The expected conference had hardly begun, when a signal was given or an order issued by Akbar Khan, and the envoy and the officers were suddenly seized from behind. A scene of wild confusion followed, in which hardly anything is clear and certain but the one most horrible incident. The envoy struggled with Akbar Khan, who had himself seized Macnaghten. Akbar Khan drew from his belt one of a pair of pistols which Macnaghten had presented to him a short time before, and shot him through the body. The fanatics who were crowding round hacked the body to pieces with their knives. Of the 3 officers, 1 was killed on the spot. The other 2 were forced to mount Afghan horses and carried away as prisoners. At first this horrid deed of treachery and blood shows like that to which Clearchus and his companions, the chiefs of the famous 10,000 Greeks, fell victims at the hands of Tissaphernes, the Persian satrap. But it seems certain that the treachery of Akbar, base as it was, did not contemplate more than the seizure of the envoy and his officers. There were jealousies and disputes among the chiefs of the insurrection. One of them in especial had got his mind filled with the conviction, inspired no doubt by the unfortunate and unparalleled negotiation already mentioned, that the envoy had offered a price for his head. Akbar Khan was accused by him of being a secret friend of the envoy and the English. Akbar Khan's father was a captive in the hands of the English, and it may have been thought that on his account and for personal purposes Akbar was favouring the envoy and even intriguing with him. Akbar offered to prove his sincerity by making the envoy a captive and handing him over to the chiefs. This was the treacherous plot which he strove to carry out by entering into secret negotiations with the easily deluded envoy. On the fatal day the latter resisted and struggled. Akbar Khan heard a cry of alarm that the English soldiers were coming out of cantonments to rescue the envoy, and wild with passion he suddenly drew his pistol and fired. This was the statement made again and again by Akbar Khan himself. It does not seem an improbable explanation for what otherwise looks a murder as stupid and purposeless as it was brutal. The explanation does not much relieve the darkness of Akbar Khan's character. It is given here as history, not as exculpation. There is not the slightest reason to suppose that Akbar Khan would have shrunk from any treachery or any cruelty which served his purpose. His own explanation of his purpose in this instance shows a degree of treachery which could hardly be surpassed even in the East. But it is well to bear in mind that the suspicion of perfidy under which the English envoy laboured, and which was the main impulse of Akbar Khan's movement, had evidence enough to support it in the eyes of suspicious enemies, and that poor Macnaghten would not have been murdered had he not consented to meet Akbar Khan and treat with him on a proposition to which an English official should never have listened. End of section 24.